Chapter 51 Angry Gurong, Investment Extra. Shrek Academy. Guyi came to the back mountain after bringing them back. This place has become his place of enlightenment. Whenever he has a new idea, he will come here to immerse himself in thinking. Tang San also went to find his teacher Yu Xiaogang. He didn't know many things that Guyi said. And even if it was such a precious thing as the external soul bone, he didn't want to hide it from Yu Xiaogang. Just as he walked to Yu Xiaogang's door, he smelled a stench. In the 6 years at Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaogang didn't fight many times, and only used soul skills when helping him hunt soul rings. And this stench was the same as the smell of Luo Sanbao's fart. Tang San resisted the physical nausea and knocked on Yu Xiaogang's door. The door opened, and a foul smell came to his face. Even though he had lived 2 lives, this level of stench made him take several steps back. Tang San looked at the figure who came out with a trace of unnoticeable disdain and shock. This person didn't look like Yu Xiaogang at all. His beard hadn't been trimmed for a few days, his hair was messy, and his clothes were dirty and messy. He had completely lost the temperament of a scholar before. Xiao San, you are back. Did you find the soul beast according to my requirements? Although Yu Xiaogang didn't go in person, he had already planned a growth route for him. This time I absorbed the human-faced demon spider, and the effect was very good. Tang San didn't talk much about this matter, but asked with concern, Teacher, what's the matter with you? The current Yu Xiaogang made him feel unfamiliar. He had never seen Yu Xiaogang like this in the 6 years of Nodding Academy. Teacher, it's okay. Let me see the soul skills you have obtained. Yu Xiaogang didn't want to talk more, so he turned to ask Tang San. After learning everything, Yu Xiaogang first cursed Tang San, and then couldn't help but sigh that Tang San was so lucky. A euro. Guyi stood in the forest without using his soul power. However, with his current state, even looking inside the whole body is not a problem. In this open space, Guyi slowly performed a set of boxing techniques, without using any extraordinary power, just like an ordinary person, punching and kicking. It's just that the movements are much smoother than ordinary people. Guyi can feel that the muscles will react with each movement. However, in comparison, the power of other parts is not used. After a set of random boxing techniques, Guyi stood in place, thinking about the situation just now. Not long after, Guyi stood in place and punched out of thin air. The feet did not move, the torso did not move, and the head did not move. The only thing that changed was the right fist. After throwing this punch, Guyi frowned, obviously very dissatisfied. After retracting his fist, Guyi threw another punch. The effect was still not good. Guyi spent the whole day practicing boxing. But there was not much gain. In the evening, Guyi was thinking even when he was eating, like a machine. 1 chopstick of rice, 1 chopstick of vegetables. Zhuqing wanted to ask Guyi about some questions about the exercises, but she didn't bother him when she saw him like this. Yu Xiaogang didn't come to eat for some reason, maybe he thought of some way to torture himself. After eating, Guyi went to the back mountain again. Zhuqing hesitated for a moment and followed him. Dai Mubai hadn't gone out to look for flowers and willows since Zhuqing and others came to the academy. Seeing Zhuqing's behavior, he was almost furious. As the fiancée copyrightee of the Douluo royal family, she dared to get so close to a man. Over the years, his personality has been restrained a lot, but he still has the dignity of a prince. The fists under the table were clenched. Dai Mubai suddenly thought of the terrifying sword and knife, but his clenched hands loosened powerlessly. If Guyi really fell in love with Zhuqing, what ability would he have to snatch her back? Even if he had the support of the Douluo royal family behind him. But he also didn't think that the Douluo royal family would offend a person with the fighting power of a titled Douluo for the fiancé copyrightee of a prince who had basically no hope of ascending the throne. Dai Mubai saw it very clearly. The competition method of the Douluo royal family was the law of the jungle, and there was no consideration of family affection at all. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Uncle Jian, are you telling the truth? Ning Fengzi looked at Chen Xian in disbelief. This news was definitely a big shock to him. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever heard of someone who can fight a titled Douluo at the Soul King level. Chen Xian, you are so stupid, right? Gurong didn't believe it at all. If there was really someone who could rival a titled Douluo at the Soul King level, the world would be in chaos. If you saw that knife, it might be dangerous to attack head-on. Chen Xin was still terrified when he thought of that knife. Fortunately, his 7-killing sword had undergone a transformation, otherwise it would have been broken by him. Although Gurong and Chen Xin usually like to bicker, there is no doubt that Chen Xin is stronger than him. The difference in soul power makes them in two different worlds. However, if they fight, Chen Xin can't do anything to him. After all, his martial soul not only has amazing defense but also has magical space shuttle ability. Chen Xin, are you serious? Gurong knows that Chen Xin is not a person who likes to joke, mainly because this matter is really unimaginable. The myth of the most powerful title Douluo in the history of Soul Masters has been shattered. If it is really as you said, Uncle Jian, that boy definitely has unprecedented opportunities. Although Ning Fengzi's soul power is only level 79, his wisdom allows him to lead the entire 7 treasures glazed sect. And with his assistance, Jian Dao Chen Xin and Bon Douluo can cooperate to be invincible in the world. This is how the Wuhan Hall evaluates them. Don't worry about that. Although Rongrong suffered a lot this time, he seems to be more integrated into Shrek. It was Rongrong who asked for mercy, and the boy was really capable. Otherwise, how could the 7-killing sword be put back so easily? Ning Fengzi noticed a point. Rongrong asked for mercy. It seems that it was the right decision to indulge Rongrong to leave the section. Gurong was a little unhappy. Fengzi, the swordsman has been practicing swordsmanship for many years. If I were there, I would dare to let Rongrong become a beggar. Just destroy the shitty Shrek Academy and bring that kid back to make plans. No matter how strong that kid is, with your help, Fengzi, how many people in the world can be our opponents? Gurong didn't care so much. He was tired of living if he dared to bully his sweet little cotton jacket. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is one of the top 3 sects, how can a big force be all glamorous? At least it has fought out of the bloody rain. Even if there is no reputation, what's the problem with destroying an academy without backing? What's more, now there is a reason, it is even easier to destroy Shrek Academy. The heir is humiliated, this is a great sin. Over 100 investments, one more chapter. Please readers, please help, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 52 The Fool Who Makes People Feel Sorry, Asking for Monthly Tickets. Back Mountain. Guyi walked up the mountainside and looked at Zhuqing who was still standing at the foot of the mountain, frowning slightly, wondering what she wanted to do. Not long after, I saw Zhuqing began to cultivate soul power. So I didn't care about her anymore. Guyi continued to think about the skills of integrating body power. The existence of soul power has raised the upper limit of this world, but the understanding of the body is still at the most primitive level. This is also the case with him. It's too primitive. Even if he created the method of tiger leopard thunder sound to integrate soul power into the body and strengthen the body. But the control of the body still relies on soul power. Just like him now, he hasn't even developed what he has. In fact, there are still some skills to mobilize power in this world. It's the Chaos Cloak Hammer method of Haoshan sect, but it's only the most basic mobilization, and it can't exist without the hammer method. What Guyi has to do now is to condense the power of the whole body into one point and burst it out. This is somewhat in line with the legendary national martial arts realm, Ming Jin. Compared to ordinary people, it is much easier for Guyi to complete this step now. In just one day, most of the power has been integrated, and only some key places cannot be done. The coordination between the joints was still a little stiff, and the strength could not be condensed together in time. Even if his progress was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than that of ordinary people, it was still very difficult to practice Ming Jin within a day. After more than 2 hours in the back mountain, Guyi looked at the sky and planned to go back first. Don't be too impatient in doing anything. If it doesn't work today, leave it to tomorrow. Forcing is of no benefit to comprehension. Guyi met Zhuqing again on the way down the mountain. Zhuqing was a little embarrassed when he saw Guyi. After all, Guyi had taught him such a precious skill, and now he was bothering him. But thinking of his bleak future, he had to do it even if he was regarded as a greedy person. What do you want to talk to me about? Guyi could feel the uneasiness and caution in Zhuqing's heart. Fear of offending himself. Although he could feel other people's emotions, he couldn't read their minds and didn't know what Zhuqing was thinking. Do you have some questions about the technique? How many hours have you waited at the foot of the mountain for this? Guyi looked at Zhuqing in confusion. This kind of thing can be asked by him. As a teacher, it is his duty to answer questions. Zhuqing nodded. Guyi looked at this fool. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me directly. This is what a teacher should do and it is my duty. Perhaps for so many years, being careful and cautious may be her way of survival. After getting Guyi's consent, Zhuqing finally felt relieved to ask the doubts she had in her practice. After all, it was her first time to come into contact with this kind of internal technique. It was naturally difficult to understand it thoroughly in a short time. Another half an hour passed before Guyi finally explained Zhuqing's doubts. Zhuqing looked at the changes in the environment around her and felt a little sorry for delaying Guyi for so long. After Guyi left, Zhuqing looked at his disappearing back, and more questions arose in her heart. Could it be that Guyi, he, really likes me? Zhuqing looked at the direction where Guyi disappeared, fell into deep thought, and slapped herself after a moment. Zhuqing, what do you want? How could a genius like the vice president like me? She is just a young lady from a family with no future, and she could die at any time. Guyi has a bright future, and he is a well-deserved genius in terms of strength and knowledge. The two are like temporarily intersecting lines, and she can get help from Guyi during this period. When she graduated from this college, she and he were completely separated. The two intersecting lines can never meet again. But there was a heated discussion among the girls. In the middle of the night, Zhuqing had not returned to the dormitory, which was a problem. When it was not just Dai Mubai who discovered it, but everyone else also discovered it. Because of Guyi, and the dormitory was large enough for everyone to have a room. This not only allows the soul master to practice quietly, but also allows the soul master to do some of his own things that he does not want to be seen by others. However, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu are now gathered in Xiaowu's room, because her room is closer to Zhuqing's room, and it is easier to hear the movement. When it was early in the morning, the two finally waited for Zhuqing to come back. Even though Zhuqing's return was very small, Xiaowu still heard it. Rongrong, wake up, Zhuqing is back. Xiaowu excitedly woke up Ning Rongrong, who was half open and half closed, with the fire of gossip burning in her eyes. They had long discovered that Guyi treated Zhuqing differently, even better than Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who grew up together. They didn't believe there was no story behind this, and Zhuqing followed Guyi tonight and only came back now. They were not pure white flowers either, and they still understood some things. Men on Douluo continent develop quickly, and so do women. For example, Zhuqing gave an example. This is not a figure that a 12-year-old girl can have. The appearance of protruding front and back is completely the level that a mature woman can achieve, and the key is that because of her age, she has a baby face. This extremely inconsistent appearance is the most extreme temptation for men. Guyi usually behaves righteously, but how many men are not lustful? At least they have not seen one yet. Ning Rongrong has the most say in this matter. Her father has given birth to many sons. Let's go, the gossip team will attack. Ning Rongrong shouted, and her speed was much faster than that of the strong attack spirit master, and she arrived at the door first. Sure enough, human potential is infinite. The two of them pushed the door open while Zhuqing was closing it, and closed the door like a bully, staring at Zhuqing, who was confused. Xiaowu, Rongrong, what are you doing? Zhuqing looked at the two people blankly. Why did they run to her room in the middle of the night without sleeping? Tell me the truth, what did you do during the time you disappeared? Ning Rongrong stared at Zhuqing's headlights, which seemed to have not changed, and her clothes were not wrinkled. Xiaowu also stared at Zhuqing closely, obviously very curious. What can I do? I found a place to practice. Zhuqing told the truth, but her two good sisters did not believe her at all. Finding a place to practice does not require following the vice president. You lied, you obviously followed Guyi, this lie is too clumsy. Are you having an affair with Guyi? I know he is not a good person either. Ning Rongrong's fear of Guyi had long dissipated when Chen Xin arrived. The existence of a titled Douluo is reassuring. Guyi is a good person, Rongrong, don't say that about him. Zhuqing subconsciously refuted. But the two saw the trick. After a series of tortures, the three women wrestled together. Chapter 53 The King of Blue Silver Grass. 3 days after Zhuqing returned to the dormitory in the early morning, Guyi finally got what he wanted to accomplish. Pa! A punch was thrown, and although it didn't hit anything, it made a crisp sound. This punch was extremely powerful. Guyi estimated that even if a Soul King took this blow, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Even if he underestimated this punch, he might die. Ming Jin may not have such a big improvement. But don't forget that Gu Yi's physical fitness is not weak, much stronger than soul masters of the same level. The whole body's strength is integrated, this is not a small force. Ming Jin killed An Jin just by relying on a handful of strength. Realm is not everything. After reaching this realm, Gu Yi could feel that his body was particularly comfortable, and soon reached the pinnacle of this realm. What he wanted was just a beginning, or just a method. When the realm is reached, all methods can naturally be easily mastered. The premise is that there is a method to understand. Gu Yi also finally learned what happened in the Xingde Great Forest that day. Because of his battle with the Titan Ape, many soul beasts ran to the periphery, including the human-faced demon spider absorbed by Tang San. Xiao Wu was dispersed by the sudden soul beasts. According to her, 2 soul beasts fought and one of the lightning rabbits was killed. It happened that she broke through level 30 at that time, so she just happened to absorb the soul ring of the lightning rabbit and just happened to break through the soul master. Gu Yi naturally knew that Xiao Wu was lying. However, he did not break his promise and allocated credits according to the records they submitted. Tang San is worthy of being the protagonist in the original work. He has obtained 100 credits in less than a month since he came to this academy. Gu Yi did not make things difficult for him. As for Zhuqing, she had the second highest score, 78 points. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had the lowest score, one with 55 points and the other with 50 points. €. Gu Yi, who had not seen Yu Xiaogang for a few days, did not expect that Yu Xiaogang, who had a kind of magic skill, would still intervene in daily training and teaching. In fact, Gu Yi should have thought of it a long time ago. What does Yu Xiaogang value most in his life? First, strength. Second, the title of master. These 2 are his greatest pursuits in his life. Also, let the 7 people fight each other, and then comment on each other. Although Zhuqing has been practicing the skills taught by Gu Yi during this period, it is too early, and her soul power is low. The result is not much better. No matter how powerful and excellent a soul master is, he can't be perfect. And you? Before Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Ma Hongjun raised his hand and said, Master, I have seen a person who has no shortcomings in speed, strength, or defense. Have the ability to cope with any environment. Ma Hongjun has never seen Gu Yi suffer any big losses, and he has only been injured and vomited blood in the battle with Chen Xin. But Chen Xin is a titled Douluo. Everyone present knew who Ma Hongjun was talking about. Yu Xiaogang's face also turned black, which was simply a blatant opposition. No one's martial soul is perfect, and Gu Yi's martial soul is not strong, and is only slightly better than Xiao San's blue-silver grass. Master, I don't agree with what you said. Oscar also spoke up. The knowledge of martial spirits over the years was not learned in vain. Gu Yi also handed them a lot of secret knowledge that was not recorded in the martial spirit branch hall of Soto City. Among them was the concept of the body martial spirit. Master, the body martial spirit has never been weak, and it is even extremely rare and powerful. Especially after the second awakening of the martial spirit, it is even more powerful. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly. He had never heard of or seen such a statement. Nonsense. There has never been any second awakening in Douluo continent. All this knowledge was taught to you by Gu Yi. It seems that he is just like this, even if he has grasped some opportunity and grown to this point. But in order to cover up the defects in his martial spirit, he actually made up such a ridiculous statement. Yu Xiaogang spoke righteously and confidently, as if Gu Yi was a coward who dared not admit that his martial spirit was weak. But these words caused the 3 people to glare at him. Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. These 3 people have seen Gu Yi's ability, and they would not think that he would do such a thing. As for Dai Mubai, he was still brooding over what happened a few days ago. Tang San still had absolute faith in his teacher. Master, is this what you look like? It's really disappointing. Gu Yi came from a distance, dozens of meters away, and when the last word fell, he had already come to them. Also, I don't remember that you can use the Mei Muzhong to escape my students at will in this academy. Gu Yi showed no mercy to Yu Xiaogang. Teachers should be careful in their words and deeds, and should not impart wrong knowledge and understanding to students. This is the teacher's ethics, and it is also the most basic principle. You can keep doubts about unknown things, but you can't directly deny everything with wrong ideas. Yu Xiaogang's face was flushed, and his eyes were red with anger. Vice Dean, your strength is indeed strong. But you can't slander my teacher. Besides, I don't think there is anything wrong with the teacher's point of view. My martial soul is just blue silver grass, a well-known useless martial soul. It's not a very high achievement, but it's far beyond my peers. Tang San is Yu Xiaogong's mouthpiece at this moment, helping his teacher. If it weren't for Guyi's strength, he would have to die. Although the other 6 monsters didn't have a good impression of Yu Xiaogang, they should have real skills. After all, they taught Tang San, a soul master with a useless martial soul. Guyi didn't think so. Do you think your current achievements are good? Guyi asked back. Tang San stared at Guyi, not as good as the vice dean. It was full of gunpowder. Do you know the true path of cultivation of blue-silver grass? Knowing that there was still blue-silver emperor in this world, Guyi understood that Tang San's path of cultivation was wrong. Poison, has gone in the wrong direction. The true path of cultivation of blue-silver grass? Everyone was puzzled. In everyone's impression, blue-silver grass had never had a powerful soul master, so where did the path of cultivation come from? Tang San was the first person to break the record. Haha, Guyi, you are really talking nonsense. Blue-silver grass has never had a powerful soul master, so where did the path of cultivation come from? Don't think that you can suppress everyone with your strong strength. Yu Xiaogang laughed. Everyone looked at Guyi. Compared with Yu Xiaogang, they still trusted Guyi more. There has indeed been no powerful blue-silver grass soul master in this world. But it does not mean that there are no powerful blue-silver grass soul beasts. The most powerful of them is called Blue-Silver Emperor. No one had heard of Guyi's words, including Yu Xiaogang. After all, he had already left the spirit hall when he hunted the Blue-Silver Emperor. Naturally, he could not know about that past. Chapter 54, Angry to the point of vomiting blood. Shrek Academy. As for the Blue-Silver Emperor, there has never been a blue-silver grass that is more than 1,000 years old in Douluo continent. How could there be a soul beast that is more than 100,000 years old? Yu Xiaogang directly refuted. Even in the materials of the Spirit Hall, there has never been a record of the Blue-Silver Emperor. If the blue-silver grass can really evolve to that level, will it still be a useless spirit? Guyi did not comment on Yu Xiaogong's rebuttal, and said to the Shrek people, "Today I will teach you a truth. What the predecessors taught is not completely correct, and what the later generations said is not a fantasy. Always keep yourself sober." Guyi didn't want these people to become strong after his teaching. Think about the Tang sect 10,000 years later. They clearly have the world's largest treasure house, but they don't know how to explore and take the things left by their ancestors as the criterion. Although the inheritance has not been broken, they don't think about improvement. The times are progressing. If you just hold on to things from ancient times, the final result can only be extinction. Each generation is stronger than the previous one, and the world can continue to advance. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I just want to say one thing. If Tang San didn't have a great opportunity, the blue-silver grass martial soul would be useless. Guyi didn't say this nonsense. If Tang San hadn't obtained the fairy grass in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he would have successfully transformed the blue-silver grass and obtained fire and ice immunity. In addition, with the help of the Blue-Silver King, he successfully awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor and continued to absorb high-level soul ring. The blue-silver grass martial soul had long been useless. Guyi's words were like a needle piercing the hearts of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Especially Yu Xiaogang, who didn't believe what Guyi said. Tang San had always been his most proud disciple, and it was not difficult for him to become a titled Douluo under his guidance. Impossible, Xiao San is now much stronger than the soul masters of the same level. His martial soul accounts for a lot of it. I'm afraid the various secrets he knows are the real reason why he is so powerful. And these should not be taught by you, master. Control-type soul masters are the core of tactics, requiring soul masters to grasp the timing very accurately. If Tang San didn't have the various secrets that he secretly learned from the Tang sect in his previous life, his strength would probably have dropped by more than half. Especially the Ghost Shadow Trace and Purple Demon Eye, two martial arts that can be regarded as divine skills, which helped Tang San in the early stage. Tang San was thinking about what Guyi said, and had to admit that Guyi was right. The importance of Xiantian Baila far exceeds that of blue-silver grass. Guyi can feel that the demon species in the sea of a spirit is rapidly growing. It seems that this blow is greater than he imagined. By the way, Master Yu Xiaogang, Please don't promote the concept of limit in the academy in the future. Perhaps it is a good idea for ordinary people. But the world is not static, especially for soul masters. If Yu Xiaogong's theory makes him feel the most outrageous, it is to limit the number of soul rings that soul masters of each realm can obtain. He even doesn't know that the soul ring of 10,000 years produces soul vibration, but dares to make a statement. Everyone's situation is different, and their physical fitness is also very different. Yu Xiaogang just wanted to refute, and saw the 5 soul rings that Guyi revealed. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. It far exceeds his concept of soul ring limit. This time, Yu Xiaogang seemed to be greatly stimulated, and he spit out blood and fell unconscious. Tang San was stunned for a second, and quickly ran towards Yu Xiaogang. "Teacher, are you okay, teacher?" Soon Tang San found out that the teacher was angry, and he didn't get enough rest during this period, which led to his coma. Now he didn't have time to pay attention to Guyi's aggressiveness, so he picked up Yu Xiaogang and ran away. "Have you remembered everything I said today?" Guyi didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to be so fragile, with such poor psychological quality, and he couldn't stand it after just a few words. In fact, it's not that Yu Xiaogang's psychological quality is poor, but because Yu Xiaogang has smelled too much gas released by Luo Sanbao during this period, and his body can't stand it. It would be strange if he didn't faint after being said that. Go back to class. Guyi didn't have time to teach them now. At the beginning, he planned to show off his power to the characters in the original book, but now his mind has changed. Preach to ordinary people. After going out to hunt the 3rd soul ring alone, he planned to spread the skills all over the world. Not only can it help ordinary people gain strength, but it can also help him collect faith. But he was too weak at the time and was not enough to accomplish this great feat. Even if the skills are spread now, how many people will choose to support, and how many people will choose to oppose? I am afraid that the majority of people are against it. Why can the royal family be so high? Why are the 3 upper sects above the secular world? Why are soul masters noble? It is all because of strength. It led to this monopoly. The inheritance of martial spirits makes it difficult for civilians to rise. How many civilians have powerful soul masters? Don't a Euro trademark T look at the fact that Shrek Academy has 3 geniuses from civilians, but in the whole world, 2 or 3 people are so small. What Guyi wants is to let the lower class people have the strength to resist, which is also a channel to the upper class. Looks like we have to find her. Guyi looked at Tiandou Imperial City. He really didn't want to get in touch with that woman, but she was the only one who had the ability. But before that, he still needed to continue studying the way of the physical body. Tiandou Imperial City. Prince's Mansion. Snake Spear, what's going on with Guyi? Has there been any letter? Shueqing He, or Qianrongxiu, walked to a secret room and returned to her original state while asking. Replying to the young master, he has been in the limelight recently. He had a fight with Chen Xin, the swordsman of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Although we don't know who won or lost, there is no doubt that Chen Xin did not hold Shrek Academy accountable. As for our people in the Spirit Hall, they have not received Guyi's letter. Qianrongxiu heard that Guyi could actually resist Chen Xin, and couldn't help but sigh that this dog man is really getting stronger and stronger, but when she heard that there was no letter, she clenched her fists. Snake Spear glanced at Qianrongxiu, hesitated for a moment and then continued, "Young master, there is something I don't know whether I should say it or not. Just say it if you have anything." According to the spy's report, Guyi seems to be particularly concerned about a woman. He doesn't even want credits to help her create her own martial arts. Qianrongxiu didn't see any movement in her hands, but the table under her hands was destroyed for some reason. "Give me find out what happened, even if it's what they said, I want to know." "Yes." Wuhan Hall. Pope Hall. A beautiful woman sat on a chair, wearing a pope's long dress from head to toe, which fit her so well. Her slender legs were crossed, revealing the purple stockings on her legs. She looked even more elegant and luxurious. The dress was shining, with more than 100 red, blue, and gold gems inlaid on it, and the 9-curved purple gold crown on her head was even more radiant. Her fair skin and nearly perfect face made her look so different. There was also a man standing with his head down, but he didn't dare to look at this perfect woman with no flaws. After reading the letter in his hand, he threw the letter to the person standing below. "Give it to her." "Yes." After receiving the letter, the man quickened his pace and walked out. The woman recalled the contents of the letter, and a hint of ambiguous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I miss you more and more, Guyi. Chapter 55 A Cup Ointment Spirits. Guyi naturally didn't know that the letter he sent to Jianrongxiu had already been read by another woman. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Now he is still working hard to create a physical body in the back mountain. But he is about to have a new idea. After the Ming Jin training is completed, it is much easier to improve physical fitness than before. Swinging a punch is equivalent to exerting force on the whole body, which is very effective for physical training, but this is not the effect Guyi wants. This is not a way to strengthen the physical body, at least not now. There is more than one realm of Ming Jin in Chinese martial arts. The various realms after that are also powerful and inexplicably powerful. But he does not intend to study step by step. The realm of Chinese martial arts, the world may be in an unknown world, and it needs to be studied and practiced step by step. But he has his own unique method. Guyi reflects his own martial soul, but does not use his soul power. Every A-cup ointment is visible. Guyi may not have such a profound martial arts practice, but his understanding of the body has long reached an extremely high level. Since he cannot reproduce the entire realm of martial arts in a short time, he can achieve perfect mastery of acupoints through meridians. Break the void and see the gods. This realm requires an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. Guyi intends to force his way into this realm. After practicing martial souls until now, he has some control ability. Compared to other martial artists who need to patiently find acupoints. But he is different. The veins all over his body are enough to make him know every inch of his body. He directly promotes the circulation of qi and blood through the meridians, with the Yangchuan point on the bottom of his feet as the end point. Although his qi and blood are not presented in the form of energy, he is strong and healthy after all, and the qi and blood can still be condensed. But Guyi feels that it is a bit difficult to condense qi and blood. Even with his current physical fitness, the speed of qi and blood condensation is not much faster than that of a turtle. The various acupoints in the body have different functions. The acupoints in the legs can give the speed of the speed god. With the arrival of qi and blood, the A-cup ointment that has been sealed for a long time slowly opened. But this speed is even slower than condensing qi and blood. It seems that the world does not allow the existence of acupoints. Guyi could feel that the acupoints were opening up due to the infusion of blood and qi. And with the infusion of blood and qi, he even felt a little itchy in his right leg. After all the blood and qi in his body were infused, this A-cup ointment was not fully opened. Before he could feel it carefully, a feeling of weakness came into his brain. Oh no, the blood and qi were seriously depleted, and he practiced too much. Blood and qi are the foundation of human beings. If blood and qi are deficient, even if you have the body of an ancient dragon, it is just a castle in the air, a flower in the mirror, and a moon in the water. Guyi's figure flashed, and he quickly killed a wild boar. It was not a soul beast, but an ordinary wild beast. A flame was shot out. Mimi ate a whole wild boar into his stomach. Guyi was also stimulating the meridians at this moment, running blood and qi to digest the food in his body. Then transform it into blood and qi to make up for the deficiency in his body. €. Flanders also heard about the battle between Yu Xiaogang and Guyi at this moment. I naively thought that Guyi and Yu Xiaogang would have a lot to talk about before. They are both knowledgeable people. But I didn't expect that soul masters would compete with each other, and the verbal confrontation between them was fierce. Flanders couldn't say anything. Guyi had a complicated relationship with him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was his adopted son. He also brought so many changes to the academy and was not stingy with his own soul skills. Yu Xiaogang was his best brother in this life, and more importantly, the person he liked Yu Xiaogang. He was a little dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogang about this matter. After all, he chose to remain silent. Tang San sat by his teacher's bed, but was thinking about what Guyi said. Although Guyi's words could not be confirmed, his body told him that this was correct. Yu Xiaogang was also a soul master after all. He was not unconscious for a long time. When he woke up, he saw Tang San sitting by his bed. He seemed to remember what Guyi said before, and was excited. He held Tang San's hand. Xiao San, you must believe in the teacher. The teacher will definitely make you the most powerful title Douluo. After studying the theory for a lifetime, there can be no problem. Tang San has indeed grown up step by step under his teaching. Teacher, I believe in you. Tang San respected Yu Xiaogang very much. How could he doubt his teacher? It is already very good that the blue-silver grass can be strengthened to this extent. Tang San has never heard of the blue-silver emperor. Yu Xiaogang is somewhat relieved for Tang San's trust. These years of teaching him have not been in vain. Yu Xiaogang does not believe that he will lose to a child who has lived in Shrek since childhood with the knowledge of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect and the Spirit Hall. For more than 10 days, Gu Yi stayed in the back mountain to study the acupoints. By making himself skinny several times, he finally opened the acupoints at the same position of his left and right feet. Now he is as fast as lightning. With his physical body, he can move at 1/3 of his previous speed, and his leg strength has also increased by half. With the help of soul power and body skills, he can double his original speed. But Gu Yi has a headache. There are countless tiny acupoints all over the human body. Although he can feel these acupoints, he does not have enough blood to develop them. It's like having a treasure mountain but not being able to take it away. Gu Yi looked up at the sky and felt that the development of the acupoints was a bit difficult. You have to know that he is not an ordinary person, but a solid soul king, and his physical strength can be compared with ordinary weapon soul saints. It's not that he can defeat soul saints with his physical body, but his physical fitness can be compared with them. Even with such a body, it is still unimaginably slow. But at least he has successfully opened up a new way of cultivation. He has plenty of time, so he can grind it slowly. It will take another year or two to be exposed to the whole world, which is enough. Qianrongxiu on the other side finally received the letter that had been read once. Qianrongxiu personally. 5 big words were printed on the envelope. Qianrongxiu looked at the words with a very personal style and opened it without hesitation. €1. Soon after, Qianrongxiu frowned after reading the letter, and her mood was obviously not as good as before. But she was not angry, after all, she still held the letter in her hand. The table that had just been changed was spared and escaped the tragedy of being destroyed by humane means. Put the letter in her hand back into the envelope and put it into a small box, which contained 5 or 6 letters. The handwriting was very similar to this letter. I want to see if the person that the I1/2 alliance A1/2 said is really so powerful. That woman is not easy to deal with. Only 3 people know about this matter. Chapter 56 Big Handwriting. Shrek Academy. After the study of the Way of the Flesh, Gu Yi also had time to take care of the Shrek 7 devils. After all, some things still depend on them to complete. I don't trademark T know what he did after leaving the academy. Anyway, when Gu Yi came back 7 days later, his face was rarely tired. Gu Yi called Oscar, Zhuqing, and others to the playground. Since he wanted them to grow up, there was no way to use gentle means. The first outdoor survival drill of the academy is about to begin, and there are certain dangers. But as long as you can pass it, I will teach you a self-created soul skill that is most suitable for you. Of course, you can choose not to participate. ETA trademark S all voluntary. Gu Yi trademark S words are very tempting, especially for Zhuqing. From morning to night, she thinks about how to become stronger. Except for lying in bed and thinking about it every night, she basically has no rest time. I will participate. Zhuqing raised her hand without thinking. The others naturally did not want to lag behind and raised their hands one after another. They didn't trademark T believe that Gu Yi would really let them encounter danger. After all, they are all students. Very good, you are worthy of being the 7 monsters of our Shrek Academy. I wish you a happy 7 days. Gu Yi smiled, and before they could react, they felt a black screen in front of their eyes. When they woke up again, they found themselves in an extremely unfamiliar environment. Everything around them was unfamiliar, and there was no one around, and the rest of the people were not here either. It seemed that he was the only one in the world. Where is this? Although the 7 people were not in the same place, they all had this question. Soon the question disappeared. Because a familiar voice appeared in their minds. The place where the girl is safe within a 5-meter radius of her body. There is no food. If you want to eat, go outside. As for what will be outside, you will know when the time comes. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. After 7 days, I will release a signal. The first person to arrive will have a mysterious surprise. Good luck to you. Gu Yi's voice disappeared from their minds, and everyone understood what they were in now. It was dark at some point, and they couldn't see anything at all. But the constant calls of soul beasts made them realize that this was not a good place. They had nothing to do, so they could only practice. Since this was a safe area, Guyi's strength would not deceive them. Practice after a while, the 7 people suddenly opened their eyes. The training speed has increased. The time required to upgrade 1 level has shortened. Did you find it? Guyi stood on the sky, looking at the 7 places in the forest, and smiled. This is the mimic training place that he spent a lot of time to make. The most distinctive thing in Douluo world is the martial soul and soul beast. The stronger the martial soul, the faster the strength will increase and the higher the upper limit. And the martial soul can actually speed up the soul master's training speed under special circumstances. This is the so-called martial soul mimic training field. However, looking at the soul beast with bloodthirsty fangs outside the circle, Guyi was happy just thinking about their panic tomorrow. Guyi was not idle either, and was also studying the soul skills in the soul ring. This is also a good way for him to open up his mind. Especially the 4th soul skill has a strong improvement on his strength. If he didn't have this soul skill, he could only fight to death if he wanted to fight with a titled Douluo like Chen Xin. The 4th soul skill, which can gather a lot of heaven and earth energy, is a blessing for martial arts practitioners. What he wants now is to make the 5th soul skill his own, and many things in it can be used as reference. It was dawn, and the real experience began. Zhuqing completed a night of practice, and her whole state looked full of yin energy. In addition, she was wearing a black leather jacket, which made her look a little evil. Guyi frowned as he looked at Zhuqing in such a state in the sky. Zhuqing seemed to be a little abnormal. The area that Guyi specially found and arranged gathered a lot of yin energy. On weekdays, except for the soul beasts with yin and evil attributes, few soul beasts would come here. Originally, the skills he taught Zhuqing were a bit unconventional and eager for quick success. Originally, he practiced in a place like Shrek where the yin energy was not soft and strong, and he could not feel it. Now that he has come to a place with strong yin energy, this skill has been completely activated. Especially a woman like Zhuqing who harbors hatred and murderous intent. However, she has not lost control yet. Guyi also wants to see if Zhuqing can overcome this difficulty. Mental barriers are more difficult than physical barriers. Only by taking this step can Zhuqing achieve something. On the other side, Tang San is worthy of being the protagonist of the original work. His cultivation effect is only a little slower than Zhuqing. And it is also because Zhuqing practices the sword-like technique. Xian Gong is indeed extraordinary. Everyone finally realized what Guyi meant by the words he left in their minds. Ning Rongrong started to curse directly. She was just an auxiliary soul master. How could she survive here? Guyi had naturally considered this a long time ago. Ning Rongrong was not Oscar. She had not received his training since childhood. She had been in school for a short time and had not learned any real skills. Naturally, he would not arrange any hell difficulty for her, but it would not be easy. Although Guyi let them go in the Xingda Great Forest, he was always paying attention to the movements around them. Once there is any danger to life, he will take action. Training is just training after all, he will not joke with life. Guyi also wants to stimulate their potential as much as possible in this outdoor survival training. With the bonus of the simulated training field, they have combat experience and spirit power. The most outstanding performance is still Tang San. With the bonus of the previous life, plus the Xiantian treasure record and hidden weapons, he is like a fish in water. Life is very nourishing. The second is Zhuqing. Although she does not have Tang San's experience, hidden weapons, and various martial arts. But she also has experience in escaping in the jungle, and she is also a spirit master of the agile attack system. With the skills taught by Guyi, her speed is extremely fast. They also have an advantage in this environment. Compared with Tang San and Zhuqing, the performance of the others is not outstanding, but can only be said to be ordinary. When they were fighting, Guyi was also fighting against him. With the large amount of heaven and earth energy gathered by the 4th spirit skill, he has the ability to fly. But he had never been suspended in the air for such a long time, which was particularly important for the mastery of power. He had to unravel the mystery in order to sustain himself. Even if Guyi tried his best, he only lasted 2 days before falling from the air. Obviously, he had reached his limit. Chapter 57, Entering the Game. Everyone was making progress. In 7 days, the Shrek 7 devils had a more resolute temperament and were injured. But fortunately, they were only superficial injuries and there was no problem. Guyi also sent out a signal at the right time. This person was like the Buddha's light, shining brightly. A brilliant light appeared in the sky. That is, there were basically no 10,000-year soul beasts on the outskirts of the Tiandou Great Forest. If you dare to do this in the depths of the Tiandou Great Forest, even if you have strong strength, you will definitely die without a burial place. Although the 10,000-year soul beasts did not pose a great threat to him, once the number increased, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to survive. Unless it is really strong enough to cause qualitative change, quantity still plays a role to a certain extent. It has a great effect. It is hard for the Shrek 7 to ignore it. After all, they were still wondering how Guyi would transmit the signal. No one expected that the signal Guyi mentioned would be presented in this way. It turns out that geniuses have different minds, and even the transmission of a signal is so ostentatious. Even the other soul masters in the Tiandou Great Forest noticed Guyi's arrogance. Flying in the sky, this person is actually the titled Douluo. A beautiful woman looked at the figure in the sky, white clothes like snow, unstained by dust, as if a god descended to the world. Almost everyone has only one goal, that is, to be the first to rush to Guyi and grab that mysterious surprise. But there are exceptions, such as Ning Rongrong. She knows that she is just an auxiliary soul master, and it is impossible for her to rush to Tang San and Daimyo Bai and others. This is unrealistic. In fact, Ning Rongrong was wrong. Guyi still pays attention to fairness in teaching, and has made certain adjustments according to everyone's soul master profession. For example, Ning Rongrong and Oscar are the two people closest to him. Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun were arranged by him to the farthest place. The positions of the rest of the people are similar. Guyi will not deliberately favor any student just because he likes him. Even if he has some complaints about Tang San in his heart, he will not make things difficult for him during training. This is the teacher's ethics. But outside of teaching, the teaching will only be done according to his own preferences. Teaching Zhuqing the skills is to follow his own heart, not wanting this woman to lose hope in the world. Guyi did not release the light for too long, and the light on his body surface dissipated in about 30 seconds. Guyi maximized his perception. This is the time when problems are most likely to occur, and there must be no mistakes. Ghost Shadow is worthy of being the Tang Sect's most powerful body movement secret book. This body movement allows Tang San to maintain his speed in this situation. With his performance, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a quick attack spirit master. However, in his perception, although Zhuqing didn't know any body movements, she was born with a very agile martial soul, and with a woman's more coordinated body, her movements were no worse than Tang San's. She was even faster than Tang San. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were no worse, and Oscar was the closest. In the end, Tang San was better. When Oscar was about to arrive, he was entangled by a nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast, which delayed him. Zhuqing was the farthest away, so she barely ranked fourth. Ma Hongjun was third. Compared to these people, Zhuqing's foundation was still too poor. Not only was her body and martial soul poor, but even her soul power was inferior to others. Losing was inevitable. Guyi took out the mysterious surprise he had promised before. Tang San, this is a technique I created a few years ago that can condense the power of plants and trees. Maybe it can make up for the deficit in your martial soul. Guyi didn't even remember how many techniques he had created. There are so many meridians in the human body, and each of them has a different function. At the beginning, it was to test the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra. He really became the strongest, Saitama. Thank you, Vice President. Tang San took the martial arts from Guyi's hand. Although Xiantian Bailu was enough for him to practice. But Guyi was not simple, especially the martial soul and meridians. The martial arts created by such a person can be used as a reference even if you don't learn. Congratulations on completing the wilderness survival training. I won't lie. I have prepared a self-created soul skill for each of you. Guyi took out 7 books and handed them to them. Tang San, Jingzhenju. Zhuqing, Lingbo Weiabu. Oscar, Lai Mai Shenjian. Ma Hongjun, Flame Burst. Daimyo Bai, Vajra Fist. Xiao Wu, 9 Ring Legs. Ning Rongrong, Invisible. Guyi looked at the astonished 7 people. This was a martial arts that he had thought about for a long time. Basically, they made up for what they lacked. Tang San was the one who made him hesitate the longest. Compared to the other 6, Tang San basically had no shortage of martial arts. Heart method, eye training, hand training, light body, grappling, everything was available. After thinking about it, he finally thought of this heart method that he had accidentally developed. This heart method has no effect on improving strength, nor can it increase perception. It only has one effect, calming the mind. It makes the emotions less irritable and is used to reduce the heart fire. Maybe it can wash away his murderous intent and stop him from seeking death at every turn. As for whether he practices or not, it is his own business. Since the sister-in-laying skills are combined, let's go back together. I'll wait for you at Shrek Academy. After saying this, Guyi flew away directly. The 7 people looked at each other. What could they do? Just run. Guyi, who returned to Shrek Academy, finally waited for the person he wanted to wait for. Old Poison, you're finally here. Douluo was a little helpless. After all, he stood up Guyi on an appointment. But who could have thought that Tang Hao would be here? Over the years, he boasted that his strength had greatly improved, and he was no longer the titled Douluo goalkeeper. But facing Tang Hao, he had no confidence at all. The gap was too big. This is what you want? Why do you need these when you have good things? Douluo threw a leather bag to Guyi and asked puzzledly. Those things are not simple. I don't have the ability to move them now. Leave them for now. Guyi opened it and took a look. It was indeed what he needed. By the way, why didn't Douluo come with you this time? Guyi was a little confused. After all, Douluo used to come here often, but this time she didn't come with Douluo. Somewhat surprised. Alas, it's not that your strength has improved too fast. Yanner was completely stimulated by you. She only knows how to look for poison and practice hard all day. There is still no whereabouts until now. Douluo looked at Guyi with a very strange look. Old Poison, if we don't talk about this, we are still good friends. Guyi had a headache just thinking about it. Douluo also knew the limit and didn't mention it again. He suddenly became serious. Have you really decided on that matter? Of course, I've been preparing for this for 5 years. Guyi also put away his smile. Douluo looked at Guyi's increasingly mature appearance. From the moment he came to Soto City, no, from the moment Yanyan saw this kid, he had already joined the game. Chapter 58, Unable to Obtain. Douluo now recalled the scene when he met Guyi 4 years ago. Under the green and immature appearance, there was an extremely cold heart. That heart did not need warmth or love. It needed boiling blood to make it hot. The source of that blood was those high and mighty people. Douluo did not stay here for long. After all, he had to go back to look after that stubborn granddaughter. Guyi, this pervert, could not be caught up. If he accidentally killed himself, wouldn't it be that he was the one sending the black-haired man to the black-haired man? In less than a day, the 7 Shrek people returned to the academy. Guyi was found by Zhuqing. There was only one reason: she couldn't learn Lingbo Weibu. Without the foundation of Yujing, it would be useless even if martial arts were placed in front of her. Besides, Guyi also said last time that she could come to him at any time if she had any questions. Guyi looked at the black air looming in his pupils, frowned and reminded, you should stop. Zhuqing was like a demon. In just 7 days, she absorbed a lot of yin qi, and the soul power level that had just broken through in her body was almost halfway gone. Yin is strong and yang is weak. This kind of progress is superficial. It may be able to achieve a considerable improvement in a short period of time, but it is very likely to go astray. Zhuqing's current state of mind is not able to master this technique. If the mind is controlled by the technique, it is not the person who is practicing the technique, but the technique that drives the person to practice. No, you can't stop. For the first time, Zhuqing refuted Guyi's opinion and shook her head in opposition. During this period, the rapid improvement of strength is much faster than before. For her, it is a real chance to escape fate, and she will not stop even if she dies. Guyi understands that Zhuqing has fallen into paranoia now, just like a drowning person grabbing a straw, and will not let go even if he dies. Because it is not just a straw, but also hope. People who have been in despair for a long time, the desire and longing for light is something that ordinary people cannot feel. Perhaps, the life that is taken for granted is the life that some people pursue all their lives. It is the same for Zhuqing, just like after becoming Daimyo Bai's fiancé. She has already become a drowning person, and strength is the last straw for her to save herself. Otherwise, with her innate 7th level talent, she can cultivate to a 27th level soul master before the age of 12. How much effort she has put in this is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, it also made Guyi discover a problem. As a person with full innate soul power, Tang San also has a mysterious technique such as Xiantian Gong. At the age of 12, he should not be only 2 levels higher than Zhuqing. You should know that Zhuqing was 3 levels lower than Tang San at the beginning, and it was the 3rd level of innateness. 6 years have not only not widened the gap between them, but it has been constantly narrowing. This is an incredible thing. Perhaps Tang San's own talent is not outstanding, but it is only because of the blessing of Xiantian Gong that he has become a genius with innate full soul power in the eyes of the world. After all, he has already proved this point, that the inner strength can make ordinary people become soul masters. Guyi looked at the stubborn Zhuqing, feeling a little headache and a little distressed. Generally speaking, for such students who don't listen to discipline, the best way is to beat them. At least when he was a child, he was severely beaten when he was memorizing the efficacy of medicinal materials, and even in serious cases, he had to take off his pants and beat him. That feeling will never be forgotten for a lifetime. But after all, there is a difference between men and women. In Zhuqing's case, he can't let him take off his pants and beat him. This is immoral. Come with me. Guyi brought Zhuqing to the plum blossom pile where he had practiced before. This set of plum blossom piles is what I set up based on the steps above. As long as you can complete this process as quickly as possible, you will be considered to have entered the door. They discovered this thing a long time ago, and Tang San was thinking. He went up and walked several times but didn't find it. No matter what happened, he did not continue to study it. As for the others, they had never seen such a thing, and they felt it was useless. After all, everyone was a soul master. For a strong attacking soul master like Dai Mubai, even if he could not walk on flat ground, it was not a big obstacle. No one took it to heart. Now Guyi said that this was set up for practicing Lingbo Weibu. How could she not be surprised? Guyi did not have so much time to spend on Zhuqing now. The time was getting closer and closer, and he could not continue to delay. Otherwise, if he did not have the strength to deal with everything at that time, it would be a real failure. Zhuqing looked at the secret book in his hand, then looked at the plum blossom pile, and finally set his eyes on Guyi's leaving back. It seemed that every time, she was looking at his back. Zhuqing's spirit was active on the plum blossom pile, and according to the records in the secret book and the plum blossom pile with traces left, she walked on it. Now every student of Shrek has his own things to do, and Guyi also has things to do. Since he has already embarked on the path of physical body, he naturally needs to strengthen it. Guyi took out a bunch of herbs and a golden object from his treasure bag. The herbs came from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The golden object was a piece of whale glue. He would naturally not forget such a good treasure as whale glue, which can improve physical fitness and increase the number of years of absorbing spirit rings. But 1000-year whale glue is very rare, and people at this time did not have the concept of whale glue, and the currency is far more dangerous than the Tiandou Great Forest. So much so that even if he asked Douluo to start collecting it a few years ago, he only collected a dozen pieces. There is not even 10,000-year whale glue. After all, Douluo's strength is all in poison. If he is asked to kill the 10,000-year whale glue himself with poison, it will not only be dangerous, but no one will dare to eat it even if he gets it. The title of poison Douluo is not a joke. The essence of whale glue is actually a more powerful aphrodisiac, and some of the effects are permanent. Guyi planned to use whale glue and herbs to make a barrel of medicinal bath for himself. Strong qi and blood. However, he still kept some whale glue and herbs. After all, if Shrek wanted to become the champion of the all-continent high-level soul master competition, it would be almost impossible without the fairy herbs. Then he could only strengthen in other aspects. Only when they became the champions could things go smoothly. Guyi looked at Tiandou city. He believed that there was another person who was also working hard for this matter. Although the road was the same, the path was different. At this moment, there seemed to be 3 figures in the sky. One person was independent, and 2 people stood opposite him one after the other. The last figure seemed to be much bigger than them. It's your turn. After a month, it was finally time to put it on the shelves. To be honest, when the editor notified me to put it on the shelves, I was stunned. I had planned to accumulate more in the next few days for a burst. Now I can only see the situation. Of course, the minimum is 5 chapters. I hope everyone will support me. The first order is very important. The first order is very important. I'll say it for the last time. The first order is really important. Chapter 59 The Limits of the World. The Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong looked at the three people standing below, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulina. These three are the most outstanding young soul masters of this generation in the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu and Yan are both level 48 soul masters. Hulina's strength is one level lower, but she has also reached the level of level 47. I believe that by the time of the all-continent high-level soul master competition, they will all reach the realm of Soul King. I don't know how that person will win. From the correspondence between Guyi and that evil seed in the past few years, we should be vigilant. However, after that, if he is unwilling to join the Spirit Hall and listen to my orders, then the genius can only die. For those who destroy her plan, there is only one final outcome, death. The reason why he was not killed now is just because Guyi may be a person who can speed up the completion of the plan. Also because of a certain old immortal. As for the strength shown by Guyi, it is not worth mentioning in Bibi Dong's view. No matter how powerful Jiandao Chen Xin is, she can only bow down under the iron hoof of Wuhan Hall. As long as she can fulfill her ideas, she can do anything. This dirty and evil force and family should not exist in this world. A trace of evil spirit appeared on her body, but it was quickly taken back by Bibi Dong, and even the three people below did not feel it. From today on, you will go to the Death Canyon to practice. When you break through the Soul King, you will come back. The three did not dare to object and said in unison, "Yes, my lord." As the Pope, Bibi Dong has a very strong majesty. The powerful strength and the majesty of the Pope cultivated over the years make Bibi Dong look extremely noble. The most beautiful things in the world can only add glory to this woman, but will not take away her beauty. I hope you won't let me down. After the three retreated, Bibi Dong said a sentence, and then a large amount of evil spirit emerged from her body, and the noble aura on her body disappeared, and the world's most evil was just like this. The face also became Zhuqing, surrounded by a purple aura with a strong evil intent. Damn it! Bibi Dong disappeared in the Pope's palace. Guyi also successfully melted whale glue and a pile of herbs into a barrel of medicinal bath. The hot air that kept coming out of the medicine barrel made ordinary people feel full of vitality and old trees blooming when they took a breath. What's more, Guyi was still a virgin with blood and full of qi and blood, and his body reacted as soon as he smelled it. Some images that had long been swept into the depths of memory were awakened. The naked images in his mind made him even more hot and itchy. The emotions and images were directly integrated into the magic seed by Guyi, calming his heart. Stepping into the medicine barrel, Guyi was like waking up every morning, unable to control his body. The medicine is so effective. Guyi did not waste time, and used the meridians to promote qi and blood to absorb the medicine. Then he continued to open the acupoints of the human body. These micro-acupoints are very important to the human body, and they control everything related to life, such as birth, aging, illness, and death. If Guyi can control all his acupoints one day, and survive all disasters, at that time, the gods in this world. Maybe that's all. After absorbing the medicinal power in the medicine barrel, Guyi couldn't open the other two acupoints in his legs. Li Piyu's mother opened the door for Li Piyu, and Li Piyu came home. Guyi finally realized that there was something wrong with this world. No cultivation method that transcends the soul ring system is allowed to exist. Otherwise it would never be so difficult. The existence of soul beasts frightened the gods in the sky, or the dragon gods who had frightened the gods for tens of thousands of years. They were afraid that another new dragon god would appear, and this deformed world would be born. A system that needs to be hunted to grow is not just to make soul beasts extinct. Guyi jumped out of the medicine barrel with an indifferent look. The doubts of these days finally got the reason. Even if he forced his way into this realm, it doesn't mean his realm is low. In other words, his martial arts skills can be called a master. All meridians are open, organs are clean and intact, and his body is like glass. In addition, he has realized the martial arts will many years ago. All this makes him superior. Although the physical body and the inner strength are not from the same source, all the ways in the world have the same destination. At least the realm is not weak. Everything comes from this. Guyi walked out of the room, and not everyone was practicing the skills he taught seriously. Xiaowu is an example. She chewed a carrot in her mouth and watched Zhuqing practice her body skills idly. Guyi really didn't know the revenge for killing her mother. Such a great hatred can't arouse her interest in hard practice. She completely treated herself as an ordinary girl. With the foundation of 100,000 years of cultivation, as long as she practiced seriously in the human world, how could her cultivation progress be comparable to Tang San? Moreover, knowing that his true identity would be discovered by the titled Douluo, he still did things without considering the consequences. Gu Yi set his eyes on Zhuqing again. There was a lot of dust on her black leather coat. The whole person looked a little grey, and her hair was not so neat. However, the pace of her feet did not seem to improve much. She looked impatient and didn't care about anything at all. She rushed forward recklessly. She couldn't react to the next step at all. Zhuqing didn't leave any room for herself at all, and sprinted at full speed. She was not afraid of mistakes or falling. In her opinion, the body of a soul master could still withstand this height of fall, and it could also increase some muscle reaction. Gu Yi stood there, watching him fall from the plum blossom pile, without any movement. Quietly watching Zhuqing frowning and getting up from the ground, jumping onto the wooden pile again, still doing her best. Not afraid at all. It's just that the more impatient you are, the worse you will practice your steps. Zhuqing is now affected by the yin qi, and is completely paranoid, wanting to succeed with one mind. How can she succeed with this mentality? Gu Yi stood there and watched Zhuqing fall more than 10 times, frowning every time. Xiao Wu had already stopped eating carrots and looked at Zhuqing distressed. She had persuaded her long before Gu Yi came, but it was useless. And Zhuqing also became very strange, which even Xiao Wu could see. Gu Yi flashed and came to Zhuqing's side, shouting stop. With the strong spiritual power dispelling the shadow in her heart, Zhu was temporarily awakened from her paranoia. Follow me. Gu Yi really didn't expect Zhuqing's obsession to be so strong. The yin qi completely increased her obsession. Zhuqing followed Gu Yi after hearing this. Xiao Wu couldn't feel the spiritual power at all, and only felt that Gu Yi's words could make Zhuqing, who had been persuading her for a long time, obedient. There is something fishy going on between these two people. Chapter 60 Lotus out of water. Go in and soak yourself. Gu Yi threw a bag of herbs into the hot water and said to Zhuqing behind him. This dirty and stubborn look is simply unbearable to watch. Gu Yi after saying that, he walked out. Zhuqing looked back at the tightly closed door, feeling a little shy. After all, this was a man's room. It was indeed too difficult for her to undress here. But Zhuqing finally unzipped her zipper and walked in. Wrapped in the hot potion, Zhuqing felt unprecedented warmth, and a trace of the potency was unconsciously absorbed into the body to recover the injuries in the body. Even some minor hidden injuries left from the previous practice began to recover slowly. Even though she was born in an aristocratic family, Zhuqing had taken a medicinal bath before, so she naturally knew how the medicinal bath worked. But the effect of this bucket of medicinal bath was simply extraordinary. Not only was the potency extraordinary, but it could also improve some soul power. This was something that I dared not even think about. But this really happened to me. It was hard for Zhuqing to imagine how Gu Yi did it. At the age of 15, he was able to achieve a level that others could never reach in their lifetime. Is this a true genius? Compared to him, what geniuses are we considered? As she thought about it, a feeling of exhaustion came into her mind, and she fell into a deep sleep without knowing when. Zhuqing didn't wake up until the sky outside was getting light. The water in the medicine barrel had already cooled down. Fortunately, she was a soul master, and her body was different from ordinary people. This temperature wouldn't make her catch a cold or have a fever. After a night's sleep, she felt much better, perhaps because of her recovery from physical injuries. In short, the influence of yin qi on her was reduced a lot. Zhuqing didn't change into the black leather jacket she had worn before. After all, the jacket was a little tattered and covered with dust. But when she came out, she was still wearing a black leather jacket, and the style was exactly the same. She never liked to spend too much time on such boring things. With this time, it would be better to practice soul power and soul skills for a while. Zhuqing walked out of the door and saw Gu Yi standing outside to greet the sunrise. From her perspective, Zhuqing could even see Gu Yi's rare smile. Is it just the sunrise that makes him so happy? This is not the kind of happiness that sometimes comes when he jokes with them, but the real happiness from the heart. When you wake up, take a good look at the rising Sunday. Gu Yi did not turn his head, but felt that his body became warm under the warm sun. Zhuqing did not understand what the meaning was, but now she still listened to Gu Yi. Standing beside him, looking at the sun that just rose from the horizon, she did not feel anything. Gu Yi seemed to have lost interest in the sunrise, and turned his head to look at Zhuqing beside him. At this moment, she did not dress up at all, and her half-dried black long hair was casually draped behind her head. The flawless white face with a little moisture was even more pure, like a lotus emerging from the water, as if everything in the world had meaning at this moment. It was just that pair of eyes that were almost lifeless that destroyed everything. The coldness that isolated everything made this beautiful picture a huge contrast. If this was a natural scenery, Guyi would not only find it very beautiful, but when it was placed on a person, or a beautiful girl, he could not accept it. Zhuqing also noticed a little abnormality in Guyi at this moment, and turned her head to look at him. At this moment, the sun was shining on his face. Perhaps many years later, the two people who recalled this moment were a little emotional. Look at the sun every day, Guyi said earnestly. At this time, everything he said was wrong. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. Although Guyi knew some of Zhuqing's experiences, he couldn't empathize with her either. The word empathy is fundamentally wrong. You can often hear people say, I am looking at the problem from your perspective, forgive others when you can, I am putting myself in your shoes to consider you. It's easy to say, but it's hard for them to do it themselves. Zhuqing is like this at the moment. Just to stop at the right time is the greatest help to her. It is precisely because of this that Guyi pays special attention to this girl. Zhuqing nodded in ignorance. Although she didn't understand what looking at the sun meant, it didn't prevent her from practicing. She could try it when she had nothing to do. Tang San took the 2 exercises taught by Guyi to Yu Xiaogang, because of Ning Rongrong's previous example. Even Tang San, who had an example of stealing, didn't choose to show the exercises directly to Yu Xiaogang, but told Yu Xiaogang the theory and some effects. While torturing himself, Yu Xiaogang didn't forget to collect various knowledge in Shrek Academy, including not only Guyi's more complete martial arts knowledge, but also the most critical meridian theory. Even pure Yuan Gong he got through Flanders. As a life and death friend, this is just a piece of cake. Yu Xiaogang didn't think there was anything wrong with him. After all, he was also a teacher of Shrek now, and there was no problem in learning the basic exercises of the academy. If Guyi had not been so hostile to him, Yu Xiaogang would have wanted to study his martial spirit a long time ago. This is the first time I have heard of such a strange martial spirit. Human martial spirits are rare. The kind is even rarer in the world. Yu Xiaogang now disliked his martial soul even more. Except for farting, it is useless. After listening to Tang San's description, Yu Xiaogang became very interested in these 2 techniques. After all, these techniques were extremely new to him. After Yu Xiaogang made this request, Tang San said with some embarrassment, Guyi said that the techniques he taught can only be practiced by oneself, and cannot be taught to others. Tang San's refusal was beyond Yu Xiaogang's expectations. He didn't expect that Tang San, who had listened to him since childhood, would refuse him. It's just that the 24 bridges moonlit night are all my hidden weapons, and there is no room for other things. Both of them are fickle people, and they understand each other. The master and disciple smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. It's a pity that Yu Xiaogang's old face with unshaven beard and wrinkles looked a little funny. Although soul masters can have the ability to stay young forever, it is only true for high-level soul masters. Yu Xiaogang is only over 50 years old and a useless soul master who has not yet broken through level 30. If you want to have the ability to stay young forever, you must be at least level 70 or above. Chapter 61 Turn-Based Game. Guyi waited for half a month and finally let Oscar and others go to the fighting soul field. The main purpose is to give them good practical experience, instead of fighting with the same people all day long. It is also to make them familiar with their newly learned martial arts. With matching martial arts, it is naturally necessary to use them in conjunction with martial souls and soul rings. This is the best. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar were arranged to go to the fighting soul field. Oscar's requirement is to defeat the opponent. And Ning Rongrong hides, the longer the better. After all, Ning Rongrong does not have the ability to fight now. There are different requirements for others. At the same time, he began to really teach the Shrek 7. The first to end the battle was Tang San. It seems that you have practiced the herb art I taught you. Guyi could clearly feel that Tang San's blue-silver grass had become more vibrant than before. During this period, Tang San did not absorb spirit rings and stayed in the academy. Naturally, there was only one possibility, that he practiced the herb art. Tang San nodded. He did practice the herb art, and the effect was indeed very good. Not only that, he also practiced the meditation art, and the effect was the same as Gu Yi said. I guess even if I teach you to practice martial spirits, you should just take a good rest. Gu Yi understood that Tang San would not turn around and believe in his theory, and the blue-silver emperor he mentioned was also a figment of the imagination. Naturally, he could not convince Tang San. Tang San walked aside silently. He did not have a good impression of Gu Yi. Just because he angered his teacher to the point of vomiting blood, he could not get over it. If he was not as strong as him, and he was still studying at Shrek Academy, he would have kept this account in his heart for the time being. Besides, he could rely on Gu Yi to enhance his strength. Use the enemy's resources to improve your own strength. Gu Yi continued to wait for the next person to finish. According to the arrangement of the game, Zhuqing was the second one. In the original work, her first opponent in the fighting spirit field was Tang San, a cheater, and she lost miserably. But with Gu Yi's strengthening, she also practiced more agile and changeable body movements, which made her feel more at home in such a place. However, her current mastery of Lingbo Weibu is still too weak. And she has not yet integrated her own soul skills with it, but it is still easy to deal with ordinary great soul masters. But only Gu Yi's dark face greeted her. Go and rest first. Because there were other people's battles to come, Gu Yi did not immediately point out Zhuqing's mistakes. Gu Yi found that the people in this world have extremely rigid thinking, even these geniuses are also rigid thinking, as if they have no innovation ability. They only know how to release soul skills, then dodge attacks, and then release soul skills. Fighting is not a round-based game, and every opportunity cannot be ignored. In addition, soul skills are a kind of ability that is easier to acquire than martial arts. There is no need to learn or have any prerequisites. As long as you acquire them, you can use them. But I have never thought of making some changes to these soul skills. I have never thought of creating some other abilities based on these soul skills. Perhaps it is because it is too easy to acquire abilities that they have lost the ability to think. Just like a piglet living in a pigsty, 3 meals a day will be fed into the mouth, and there is no need to worry about not eating well or sleeping well. No need to think about anything, every day will pass in a daze. The only thing to do is to get fat and grow strong. The soul masters on Douluo continent are such a group of people, who have never thought about the reason. Even the strongest person in the theoretical knowledge of the soul master world, who is called a master by the world, has never thought about the reason. Looking at a series of people, Gu Yi did not look good. Among this group of people, only Oscar is better. After all, as an auxiliary soul master, he has no attack ability at all. They can only rely on the martial arts battle taught by Gu Yi. Do has a pretty good grasp of timing. Tang San's ability to leapfrog the battle level is not surprising. Ida Euro trademark S so original. Except for using soul skills, Ida Euro trademark S like he doesn't a Euro trademark T know how to fight at all. Ida Euro trademark S almost like a turn-based game. The Shrek 7 monsters faced off against the world for the first time, and their results were still very remarkable. Except for Wrong, the auxiliary soul master who had no attack ability, who lost, the others all won the battle. Oscar, on the other hand, found an advantage and met an opponent who had just broken through to soul master. He happened to be a beast spirit or a beast spirit master like Dai Mubai who could fight in close combat. A difficult victory. The few people who were originally very proud, saw that Gu Yi's face was not so good, and they also put away the smiles on their faces. Go back. Gu Yi walked directly outside. The other people had no idea what was wrong with Gu Yi. In their opinion, this result was already considered very good. Return to the academy. In your eyes, what should a battle between soul masters look like? Gu Yi didn't wait for their answer, and asked and answered, you release a soul skill, and I will release a soul skill. It depends on who has a higher level and stronger soul skills, right? Zhuqing and others looked at each other, isn't that how it should be? The rules of the soul master world have been like this for thousands of years, and there was one thing he still didn't understand, why he had to call out his name and martial spirit before fighting. Shouldn't these all be secrets? This is equivalent to stripping yourself naked for others to see. There is not much difference. To say that this is etiquette and respect for both parties in the battle, it is indeed a bit elusive that such a noble etiquette can be derived from such a world. Getting back to the subject, what Gu Yi couldn't understand the most was the lack of improvement in his soul skills. Zhuqing, your problem is the most serious. Gu Yi mercilessly called out Zhuqing, who had performed the worst today. Come, Attack me? Guyi really couldn't believe why they were all so confused. Maybe it had something to do with the environment in this world where people could be created in their teens or even a few years old. After all aspects of your body have not yet been fully developed. Zhuqing didn't talk nonsense, he just started with the first soul skill. Netherworld Thrust. Guyi stood there without moving, an invisible barrier blocking him. The speed is good, but what about your flexibility? Guyi stretched out a finger and flicked it on Zhuqing's snow-white forehead. The force used was not strong, but it was enough to cause her pain. The most important thing for a soul master is martial soul, soul power, and soul ring. But the various soul skills given by the soul ring are what we really need to understand and comprehend, rather than blindly use them. Guyi flashed behind Zhuqing and hit her on the back with a palm. Speed a euro is the most powerful part of the agility and attack system. But being able to control speed at will is an excellent quality of an excellent agility attack system soul master. After Zhuqing was slapped, he staggered a few steps, listened thoughtfully to Guyi's teachings, and used the first soul ring again. But how can the improvement of soul skills be so simple? Zhuqing now simply cannot control the speed attached to the first soul ring. A euro run directly in the other direction. I am really in a hurry today and I owe a chapter. Promise to add it back within this week. Chapter 62 A Grateful Person. Next, Guyi will search through the problems of the remaining people. Geniuses may have smarter minds than ordinary people. Next, he planned to take Shrek Academy to Tiandou City. Although Shrek Academy is also a regular academy, it is still not qualified to be invited to participate in the continent-wide Senior Soul Master competition. After all, Shrek is unknown, so this continent-wide event is out of their reach. And if his plan wants to continue to develop, he must attend this grand event. There were 3 options before him. One was to have Douluo as the introducer and directly participate in the competition in the name of Tiandou Royal Academy. The second is just like the original work, snatching away the colleges founded by Lu Erlong and euphemistically calling them Shrek Academy. Third, if you are qualified to participate in the competition, you can participate in the competition as Shrek. In fact, in the final analysis, Guyi would only choose the third option. The first type is that even if you become a champion in the future, your reputation will not be with you, but will be earned by Tiandou Royal Academy. It's not that he cares about reputation, but that he wants to spread the word to the world, so he has to do this. As for the second option, he didn't trademark want to choose either. The reason why Lu Erlong changed the name of the college he worked so hard to establish to Shrek College was because he gave up his position as the dean. Ida trademark entirely because of the relationship between Flanders and Yu Xiaogang. If this is the case, many things will not be so simple and pure. Besides, it is very easy to qualify for the competition with your own strength. After all, it is just a qualification for a Senior Soul Master Academy. Flanders can handle it by himself, but it is just a little troublesome. Now that Flanders has the strength of Contra, even if he doesn't take action, he must be able to qualify easily. Presumably with the strength of a Contra, it would be very simple to reach this step. Situation moreover, Guyi believed that Flanders would not refuse. After all, there was a woman in Tiandou City that he missed. It was out of reach, and he had been suppressing his emotions in his heart for more than 10 years. In fact, the entire Douluo continent is a tragedy, and no one's fate is good. In pursuit of love, Bibi Dong, who was originally in love, was defiled by her master and forced to give birth to a child. Later, she was chosen as the heir by Luosha God, a god who controls evil power. Even if the evil spirit is placed on an ordinary person, it may not be controlled at will, let alone Bibi Dong, a woman who has long gone to extremes. The tragedy is doomed. Guyi quickly found Flanders, and this kind of thing still needs the dean to step in. After all, he is just a small vice-dean. Go to Tiandou City. Yes, with our current strength, we can naturally become a high-level Soul Master Academy, but to become a high-level Soul Master Academy, you need to go to Tiandou City to apply for a certificate. Not everyone can establish a Soul Master Academy. After all, Soul Masters are very important to the Tiandou Empire. Especially high-level Soul Masters, who are particularly important. Of course, not every academy can be promoted to a high-level Soul Master Academy. What do you want to do? Flender was increasingly confused about what Guyi wanted to do. Not only did he make friends with Poison Douluo, but his strength could even compete with titled Douluo. Every few months, he would have correspondence with someone. Sometimes, he would even leave the academy secretly for a few days, and no one knew where he went during that time. Flender did not ask. Of course, it is to make Shrek Academy a legend. Guyi knew that Flender, who was both a teacher and a father, wished to carry forward Shrek Academy and make it a famous school. That's why he set such a demanding requirement. Besides, Dean, don't you want to meet that person? Flanders was dejected. Even if he met him, what's the use? He had no chance after all. Among the three people, someone will always be left alone. But what Guyi said was right. It's time to meet Long Mei again. Although he hasn't been to Tiandou city in these years, he still knows some information about her. Now that Xiao Gang has appeared, he can't let Long Mei sing like a woman in the boudoir behind the academy. Ego. Flanders closed his eyes and made such a difficult decision. In order to make Lu Erlong live a good life, he can do anything. Dean, some things are in your own hands. Don't do things that will make you regret for the rest of your life. Guyi really didn't want Flanders to be like this. Besides, does Yu Xiaogang have the qualifications to have Lu Erlong again? A coward who escaped from marriage in public, I don't know why he is so attractive. Guyi really couldn't figure it out. Is it because the world is full of reckless men, and there has never been a scholar? That's why the two women are obsessed with Yu Xiaogang. At least now he hasn't seen anything too outstanding about Yu Xiaogang. Flanders paused as he walked outside, and walked outside again without any reaction, but looked a little desolate. Regret for a lifetime? How long can he regret in this life? Flanders knew his talent. Even with the help of Guyi's skills, the title of Douluo was out of reach. Guyi looked at the dean flying out of the academy, and felt a little disappointed. Brotherhood bound his thoughts. 8 out of 10 things in the world are not satisfactory, but you can only tell others 1 out of 10. Sometimes, you chew the pain silently in the dark. Guyi came to a mountain village hundreds of miles away from Soto City without telling anyone. Relying on his flying ability, he landed directly on a large open space in the center of the village. His arrival quickly attracted the attention of the villagers. Soon, the whole village gathered in this large open space. Benefactor. The most respected old man in the village came out. His hair and beard were all white, and his face and hands were covered with age spots, but he did not use a crutch. He wanted to kneel in front of Guyi. Mr. Lin, you are shortening my life. Guyi hurriedly stepped forward and supported Mr. Lin to stop him from kneeling. I am confused. Girls, why don't you come up to meet our great benefactor? Mr. Lin turned around and shouted to the villagers behind him, who were either women or children, with full energy. Meet the benefactor. The villagers formed a big circle around the open space, surrounded Guyi in it, and knelt down as if they had rehearsed it. Guyi was a little helpless. He had said it countless times, but these people were still like this. Benefactor, these are all from our hearts. We, the Linjia village, have no way to repay your kindness. Old Lin looked at Guyi with tears in his eyes. The man in front of him not only saved them like a god. He also gave them the power to protect themselves. Don't worry, what is coming will come. Chapter 63 5 Years of Change. Time turns, and everything goes back to 5 years ago. The hateful, treacherous, and wanton laughing group of nobles came again. They still rode tall horses, wearing gorgeous clothes that they had never seen in their lives, and ruthlessly captured all the people in the village. Every household was searching for a woman with outstanding looks, and she didn't know when it would be her turn. She could only hide in the cellar and shiver, looking at the entrance where even some light couldn't penetrate. Even though she couldn't see anything, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands were going to grab her away. She couldn't breathe for a while, and tears had already flowed all over her face, but she didn't dare to make any sound. Even the cockroaches that she hated the most approached, climbed up her toes, and crawled to the other side. She still didn't dare to move. Listening to the cries for help and wanton laughter coming from outside from time to time. And the constant sound of horse hooves. All of these made this little girl, who was only 6 years old and had not awakened her soul power, feel a little bit of security. The only thing she remembered now was the last words her parents left: hide inside, and come out if there is no movement outside. The little girl just waited and waited. After an unknown amount of time, the screams and cries for help outside changed, and the sound of horse hooves stopped. The only sound was the begging for mercy. Until all the sounds disappeared, the little girl found a light above her head, a long-lost light. A drop of liquid dripped into the cellar. The little girl didn't know what it was yet, but it didn't stop her from being afraid. Shivering, but unable to make a sound, Guyi, wearing a bloody robe and holding a bloody long sword, looked at the trembling little girl in the cellar, and his heart seemed to be touched. Turned and left the entrance of the cellar. The little girl hesitated and glanced at the light at the entrance, but immediately retracted it. She was afraid of attracting the attention of that person. Not long after, the little girl felt that a large area of a euro light was covered, and it was this change that made her tremble more involuntarily. Guyi, who appeared again, changed into a clean white dress, put down the bloody long sword in his hand, and restrained the blood that was difficult to suppress. Adjusting her mood to the softest side, she slowly climbed down the ladder, and said in the softest voice of her life, "It's okay, it's okay. The bad guys were defeated by Big Brother." Guyi's gentle voice seemed to open her young heart. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes without any impurities seemed to be able to reflect all the evils in the world. But it was full of fear and terror. "Come, Big Brother will take you up." Guyi stretched out his hands, but did not take the initiative to hug her. The little girl's heart was fragile at this time, and any extra action would cause her to have a more serious psychological shadow. The little girl looked at Guyi, hesitantly stretched out her hands and hugged the Big Brother's neck. As if she had found a pillar. "Hold it tightly. Very firmly. Big Brother's name is Guyi, what's your name?" Guyi communicated with her as much as possible, letting her ignore this memory and time. "Linqing." The tender voice came from her ear. When walking out of the cellar, Guyi covered Linqing's eyes considerately. She shouldn't experience this at such an age. Walking out of the house where a corpse was lying, she came to the village. As the noise outside disappeared, some people began to walk out tentatively. There were old and young people, but there were very few young and middle-aged people. Most of them were women. But the people in these villages were all pale and thin, without a trace of blood on their faces. Even civilians shouldn't have such a hard life. On the village road, there were dozens of corpses, including noble young masters in gorgeous clothes, soldiers in armor, and civilians in coarse linen. Blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing the mud red, a dazzling red. Guyi, dressed in white and with fair skin, was completely out of place here. The little girl in her arms seemed to be the bond that pulled him in. Linqing recalled the past. That was the day when her fate changed, and it was also the saddest day. The figure of the gods descending from heaven will never be forgotten by her. Back to the present. "Get up, everyone." All the people in Linjia village slowly stood up. "Jinger, come here." Guyi called a group of children to him. As for the others, they knew that Guyi had something to do, so they left, not worrying that Guyi would ignore their children. There were 7 children around Guyi. "How is your cultivation recently?" Guyi looked at them. They were his real students and disciples. It was not a relationship between a teacher and an academy teacher, but a lifelong teacher-student relationship. "Master, I am almost at level 19. Linqing was the first to say, his eyes full of admiration and yearning for Guyi. "Well, very good, keep it up." Guyi rubbed Linqing's head and encouraged him. The other 6 also chattered and told Guyi about the progress. The one with the highest cultivation level among them is Linqing, who was able to cultivate from scratch to level 19 in 5 years. This progress speed can be said to be quite fast. In fact, he has never worried about the cultivation of the 7 people. These children are all survivors of the massacre. After experiencing the disaster, they all attach great importance to strength. "Go and play." The 6 people bid farewell to Guyi before leaving. They also have to help the villagers with farm work. Guyi has been doing this for many years. Although he didn't stay in Linjia village for a long time, he never relaxed his education for several people. Not only did he tell them some classics from his previous life, but he also guided them. Although strength is important, it is not the only means to measure things. Strength is only the fundamental means to prevent the enemy from wanting to kill you because they can't argue with you. The remaining person is naturally Linqing, who was rescued by Guyi himself. "Jinger, is there anything else?" Guyi squatted in front of Linqing and looked at her with some pity. That day, he came a little late and failed to save her parents. "Master, I want to become stronger." Linqing is not satisfied with the current cultivation speed. If she wants to take revenge, she must have stronger strength. Guyi is not unwilling, but now that Linqing is still laying the foundation, it is not conducive to her future practice to force her too much. "You've cultivated fast enough, Compared to Lin Bao and the others, you are more than one level higher than them. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Besides, I've said that your martial soul is inherently too weak. If it is not improved, there will be strong limitations in the future. Lin Qing looked at Gu Yi unwillingly, with a pair of big eyes looking at Gu Yi as he did 5 years ago. Okay, when you cultivate to level 20, I will take you to improve your martial soul. What Gu Yi couldn't stand the most was Lin Qing's eyes, which always caused a throbbing in his heart. It was as if he could see the poor and helpless little girl in the cellar through time. Chapter 64 Leakage. Gu Yi walked in this village with a lot of emotions. To say that the biggest change he made since he came to this world was not that he had a strong strength, nor that he transformed the original Shrek Academy into a qualified academy. It was not the skills he created. It was to let some people who should live live, and let those who should die die. Villagers walking in the village from time to time would stop when they saw him. Although this place is not his hometown, it made him feel familiar for a long time. Whenever he was here, the golden rice fields and the joy of harvest lingered on everyone's face. They made Gu Yi feel that everything he was doing was right. This feeling called hope has not appeared for a long time. Finally, before leaving, Gu Yi came to an area full of blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass here grows very well, and a blue sea is formed when the wind blows. There was a girl wearing linen clothes sitting inside, who was Lin Qing before. After meeting Gu Yi, she returned here. Strength is needed, and strength is needed extremely. A trace of grass essence was absorbed by Lin Qing into her body, specifically into the soul seal in her right hand, strengthening her martial soul. Gu Yi did not alarm her, stood aside and watched for a while before flying into the air. He did not want to interfere too much in the things here. Come and take a look every once in a while, feel the atmosphere here, and his 7 disciples. However, thinking of the evil still hidden in Tiandou city, Gu Yi felt sick. Sure enough, people can't eat too much, otherwise they will do things worse than animals. Gu Yi never thought that human nature could be so ugly. Perhaps in the eyes of those nobles, they are human. The villagers of Linjia village and other civilians are ants. They would be disgusted if they were stepped on to death. Before returning to the academy, Gu Yi restrained his somewhat violent aura and injected it into the demon seed. This person became calm and upright again. It seemed that he had never touched anything with blood on his hands. Gu Yi felt a little strange. During this period, he clearly felt that Yu Xiaogong's nourishment of the demon seed had slowed down. Although he didn't know why, he didn't care too much. Back to the academy, Gu Yi once again lived a life of teaching students. With his on-demand, there was finally a slight change. Fighting is also an art. Not long after, Gu Yi found that Flanders had returned with someone. It was a beautiful woman who looked no more than 30 years old. She wore a simple green dress, but her beautiful demeanor was not only not concealed, but her pale face and the sadness in her eyes made her look a bit withered. Gu Yi knew who this woman was. Lu Erlong, the killing horn in the golden iron triangle, the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Her strength had already reached the level of Soul Saint. Boss Fu, where is Xiao Gang? Lu Erlong was as anxious as if she would die if she couldn't see Yu Xiao Gang again. She had waited for 20 years for this day. She had also waited for so many years. Looking at her like this, Flanders had already buried the last bit of luck in his heart into the grave. He had no chance. Sister-in-law, this title is not bad. Flanders didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to bring Lu Erlong here so rashly. Maybe Xiao Gang hadn't figured out how to face his closest cousin. Even he himself didn't know how to deal with this. Bloodline is something more profound than martial soul. Martial soul can change, but bloodline cannot. From the moment of birth, no, from the moment of pregnancy in the mother's womb it's doomed. He should be in the room now. Flender pointed in a direction, and Lu Erlong couldn't hold back the throbbing in her heart any longer, and ran directly in that direction. Flender shook his head. After so many years, he was still so impetuous, and he was almost half a century old. However, compared with 20 years ago, he and Yu Xiaogang were much older, but Lu Erlong didn't look any older except that she was more plump and mature like a peach. Still so beautiful. Dean, let's go and see if your decision is correct. Gu Yi really felt a little disappointed with Flender. In the past 20 years, he not only didn't try to impress her, but suppressed his feelings in his heart. After knowing that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang were related by blood, it seemed as if he had never liked her. Flender nodded and followed. If there was any problem, he could intervene. When Guyi and Flender arrived, they saw this scene. Lu Erlong fell to the ground outside the door, tears in his eyes, and placed his hands on the door panel weakly, as if this would bring them closer. Flender was immediately furious. No matter what choice he made, he had been avoiding for so many years. He was too much to refuse the person when he was right in front of him. Flender directly used his soul power to shatter the single-family house. At this moment, he no longer felt sorry for any house. He only felt pity for Lu Erlong and anger towards Yu Xiaogang. As the eldest brother among the three, he didn't want anyone to be hurt. For a while, dust flew everywhere, with white papers falling to the ground one by one. Guyi glanced at it casually, his pupils shrank slightly. He sucked one of the papers into his hand. It was indeed. Guyi glanced at Flender, but didn't get angry immediately. It wouldn't be too late to settle the accounts after this matter was resolved. Lu Erlong rushed into the dust worriedly. Yu Xiaogang was not a powerful soul master like them. The dust dissipated. Two figures stood opposite each other, one of them stretched out his hand and hung in the air. One of them stepped back and leaned back slightly to avoid Lu Erlong's hand. Still can't let it go, Xiaogang. Flanders also came to the two of them. After all, this matter needs to be understood. It has been delayed for 20 years. Yu Xiaogang was silent. He didn't know how to let it go. They were connected by blood. Flanders also understood his struggle, but since the two had seen it, there would be a day to solve it sooner or later. If it weren't for Yu Luomian's obstruction, Lu Erlong would not have let Yu Xiaogang run away. Now Lu Erlong's strength is better than before, and Yu Xiaogang has not changed much and can't escape. Besides, he now has Tang San as his apprentice, so he will not leave. Erlong, didn't you say you would merge Blue Tyrant Academy into Shrek? It's a good opportunity to introduce you to the vice president of the academy. Flanders smiled and pointed at Guyi and said. Lu Erlong then focused on Guyi. She had only wanted to find Xiaogang before, and had not noticed his existence at all. Or she had simply ignored him. At this time, other people in the academy also arrived and saw the four people in the ruins. Boss Fu, are you okay? Zhao Wuji asked first. After so many years, the friendship between him and Flanders was still deep. What can I do? It's a good opportunity for everyone to get together now. Let's introduce you to Xiaogang. Guyi spoke when Flanders wanted to introduce Lu Erlong. Dean, since the matter between you has come to an end for the time being, it's time to deal with my matter. Guyi stood up, his face cold. Chapter 65, Unswerving. Shrek Academy. Everyone looked at Guyi, wondering why he interrupted Flanders' speech at this time. After all, everyone knew that Guyi respected Flanders very much. He had hardly refuted him. Why would he come out and refute him now? Flanders rarely saw Guyi's cold eyes, and knew that there was really a problem. Besides, as the vice president of the academy, he couldn't refute his face at this time. Stinky boy, just tell me what you want to say. Guyi nodded. I think I should have said that the secrets of the martial arts learned cannot be taught to others casually. There are always people who like to turn a deaf ear to what you say, right? A suction force emerged from Guyi's hand, aiming at Tang San. Tang San immediately felt a strong suction force, even if he controlled the crane and captured the dragon, and released the Xian Gong to the strongest, he could not resist. Tang San, I think you should understand what I mean. Tang San, who was pulled out of the crowd, caught the paper thrown by Guyi. Tang San, who had the purple demon eye, only needed to see at a glance that what was recorded in it was part of the Grass and Tree Sutra. The papers scattered on the ground were probably these. Tang San originally thought that the teacher would not practice this technique, after all, there was no matching martial spirit. Besides, with the existence of the Soul Guide, as long as he secretly studied it without practicing, there would basically be no problem. Flender smashed the house, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. No one could predict what would happen in the future. Just like now, no one knew how Guyi would treat Flender's good brother, Yu Xiaogang. This time was different from the last time. Ningrongrong just secretly learned the entry-level technique, which was not a secret. But the meditation technique and the grass technique are different. Flanders is a smart man, and he immediately judged the current situation. The character of his good brother has been broken again, and he wants to study knowledge as soon as he sees it. It was nothing to teach him the pure Yuan Gong before. But what Guyi is teaching Tang San and others now is a private technique, and even he, the dean, is not qualified to secretly learn these techniques before Guyi agrees. Stinky boy, let's talk about this later. Now let's welcome Dean Lu Erlong to merge Blue Tyrant Academy into Shrek's ceremony. Flanders tried to delay this matter first. He naturally knew the seriousness of this matter. But Yu Xiaogang, as his brother, can't let him just ignore it. Last time, Ning Rongrong just secretly learned the entrance technique of Shrek Academy and received that kind of punishment. Now that he has secretly learned a private technique, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. If it were other things, Guyi could still listen to Flanders, but there is no room for discussion now. Dean, there is no order without rules. Guyi did not let Yu Xiaogang go just because of what Flanders said. This matter has touched his bottom line. Dean, take a good look at what your good brother has done. Guyi's body was full of vigorous soul power, which gathered all the papers on the ground here. Flanders took it and looked at it, and was shocked. Quickly flipping through the papers in his hand, the contents on them were all from Guyi's meridian theory, and he also attributed all of this to himself. Flanders couldn't believe that Yu Xiaogang would be like this. What's the difference between plagiarism? He looked at Yu Xiaogang with regret, but still planned to protect him. Who made him his sworn brother, and the person Erlong liked, naturally he would not let him get into trouble. Stinky boy, for my sake, let's just forget about this matter. Flanders' tone became heavy, but the paper in his hand was crushed to dust under the pressure of his soul power. He only needs to read the contents above. Guyi did not expect that Flanders would go to such lengths and destroy the evidence. What if I don't want to? Guyi's tone was still bad. If it was just a matter of technique, he could still consider Flanders's face and not kill him. But Yu Xiaogang now intends to publish the Meridian Theory and Pure Yuan Gong for the sake of his master's reputation. This undoubtedly completely touched his bottom line. The Meridian cultivation system is not suitable for the emergence of the time, at least not now. A brand new road, not affected by the innate soul power and martial soul, and a road that can be cultivated is more attractive to people in this world than a 100,000-year soul ring. At that time, it will inevitably be a power monopoly, and it will be even more serious than before. The civilians in this world will never have a chance to stand out again. It will become a world shrouded by aristocrats from the very beginning. If he had not been concerned about Flanders, he would have slapped Yu Xiaogang to death. Now, I am still the dean of Shrek Academy. Flanders' tone became heavier. Lu Erlong understood. This guy wanted to make trouble for Xiaogang. Good guy, the man I chose, Yu Xiaogang, is the first time I met him in 20 years. Such an important occasion to make a monster, really think that the killing horn is a waste? Lu Erlong asked directly, Boss Fu, your subordinate is so ignorant, you must teach him a lesson. The desire to fight was revealed on her beautiful face. Anyone who wanted to harm Xiaogang would be burned with fire. The soul power bursting on her body was looming. She has killed many people over the years, especially when Yu Xiaogang left first. She slaughtered soul beasts in an entire area, and also killed some people who committed crimes that were not punishable by death in her hands. Lu Erlong has never been a kind woman. Or rather, her kindness is only to some people. Guyi undoubtedly ignited her anger. Flanders secretly said that it was not good. He was not worried about Guyi, but Lu Erlong. After the last battle with Chen Xin, he realized that the child he picked up had grown to a height that he needed to look up to. Erlong, don't be impulsive. Flanders stopped him. Yu Xiaogang also knew Guyi's strength and deeply understood that Guyi was absolutely invincible. Erlong, get out of the way. I did something wrong. I only thought about studying knowledge and benefiting the world, but forgot to ask for other people's opinions. Yu Xiaogang pulled Lu Erlong's arm, looking forward with deep eyes, with a righteous look on his face. It was completely like I was a saint. I did all this not for myself, but for all the soul masters in the world. Lu Erlong fell in love with Yu Xiaogang because of this, and now her face was full of admiration and love. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a nymphomaniac. Don't worry, Xiaogang. With me and Boss Fu here, no one can touch you. Lu Erlong looked at Guyi with a firm look, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. The world of soul masters has always been one where the strong are respected. If you are weak, you should endure. I am strong, I can do whatever I want. Chapter 66 Wuhan Fusion. No one expected that things would develop so quickly. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Now, except for Guyi, Flanders, and Yu Xiaogang, who knew what was recorded on the paper just now. Everyone else was confused. Including Tang San, who had read one page. He also only knew that the paper recorded the grass and tree formula. As for what else, it was also unknown. Guyi smiled at Lu Erlong, who was revealing murderous intent. It was really domineering. It seemed that the cultivation of the soul saint made her too confident. But this woman was really a love-brained and brain-dead person. For the coward who had run and hid for 20 years, she could still do this. However, it seemed that she had found the wrong person. Even if Xiaogang took something from you, it was for the sake of all the soul masters in the world. How about we let this go for the sake of Boss Fu? As Lu Erlong spoke, a shadow of a fire dragon appeared behind him, with 7 soul rings around him, showing his strength. After all, this is Boss Fu's territory, and he is also the vice president. If he is killed like this, it would be a bit disrespectful to Boss Fu. Is this a threat? Guyi really wanted to see what Lu Erlong wanted to do. This would also determine the strength of his attack. It depends on your choice. Lu Erlong looked at Guyi without comment. If he was in the wild, Guyi would have been lying on the ground at this moment. Really? I think threatening people is the best way. Except for Flanders, who could barely see Guyi's movements, everyone present only saw Guyi's voice fall. One person was suspended in the air. Guyi. Flanders had never expected that things would develop so quickly, and that they had already developed to the point of fighting. Looking at Lu Erlong being pinched by Guyi, he shouted anxiously. The others were even more shocked to see Guyi pinching someone's neck with a calm demeanor. It was as if tyranny and gentleness were fused together. Dean, you should understand that this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Guyi faced Flanders directly, and completely suppressed Lu Erlong with one hand, so that she could not even use her soul power. Except for her strong physique, she was no different from an ordinary woman. Let go of Erlong. Flanders did not answer Guyi's words, but looked at Guyi in a serious state. Guyi was a little disappointed. Flanders was also the one who witnessed his growth over the years. Even if he did not fully understand his ambitions, he knew something about them. Naturally, he understood the seriousness of it, but he still had to stop him. Guyi threw Lu Erlong to the ground like throwing a rag, without any pity that she was a woman. Lu Erlong is indeed a person who has experienced life and death. After being thrown to the ground, she quickly stood up and stood in front of Flanders, blocking Yu Xiaogang behind her. Boss Flanders is so fast that it's unbelievable. Lu Erlong looked at Guyi vigilantly. The speed just now was too fast. It felt like a gust of wind blew and he lost control. Guyi is definitely stronger than anyone she has ever met. Guyi, what are you going to do? Flanders asked. Only his words were effective here. The feelings of adoption and nurturing still exist. Erase his memory in Shrek and destroy his martial arts. Guyi still planned to leave a way out. After so many years of relationship, he didn't want to completely break up with Flanders because of a little Yu Xiaogang. Impossible, don't even think about it. Lu Erlong was the first to disagree. No one understood Xiaogang's desire for strength better than her. If his martial arts soul was destroyed, there would be no hope at all. Boss F, no matter how strong he is, as long as you use the martial soul fusion technique, now that you have broken through the soul Douluo, the power after the fusion will be even stronger. Even a titled Douluo can fight. Flanders understood that the martial soul fusion technique could only guarantee their invincibility for a while. Yu Xiaogang, who was standing behind them, came out and looked at Guyi confidently, without any fear. He slowly took out a token from the soul guide. There are 6 patterns on it, but anyone who knows a little bit of common sense in the soul master world knows what it is. The Pope's order. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. If you touch me, you will be the enemy of the entire Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang held up the Pope's order, not at all shy. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to offend the Pope's hall. Guyi almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. I really don't know what confidence he had to take out this Pope's order. Not to mention that he is not a member of the Spirit Hall at all, his strength that can rival that of a titled Douluo is enough to surpass a Pope's order. Not to mention that this Pope's order was given to him by Tang Hao. Isn't it ridiculous to hold a Pope's order given by the person who killed, actually was devoured by Bibi Dong, the previous Pope? Pope's order? Do you have it? Guyi stretched out his hand and tried to absorb the Pope's order in Yu Xiaogang's hand with his powerful soul power. A soul power broke his action. I really can't do it again. Spare him once. Flanders tried to stop the conflict, and the owner of the soul power just now was Flanders. No. Guyi was also very determined. He had ignored it before, and did not expect Yu Xiaogang to take this step, so he did not take precautions. Now it is natural to patch up. I will let you be the dean. No matter what decision you make, I will not interfere. Let him go. This is a huge concession, which means that even if Shrek really becomes a powerful academy in the future, it will no longer be him. Dean, it seems that you have never understood me. Guyi shook his head in disappointment. The person who should have understood him the most, didn't understand him at all. If he wanted to be the principal, he could always go out and create a college. There was no need to waste time on Shrek College. What did he want? Did he want it to be broken? Did he want it to have no resources? Or did he want it to have nothing? Sure enough, even if Yu Xiaogang did such a despicable thing, Flanders would still choose his good brother instead of his adopted child. No matter what, Xiaogang can't be in trouble. Flanders stood firmly in front of Yu Xiaogang. Being able to perform martial soul fusion skills represents the friendship between them. It is definitely not so easy to shake. Now it has not reached the last step, Flanders does not want to destroy the friendship with Guyi for so many years. 15 years of getting along also made their feelings very deep. Zhao Wuji standing aside was a little hesitant. If Guyi was targeting Flanders, he might help. But now it is obviously not the case. Stealing secret skills is something that the Soul Master world is ashamed of. Dean, you should understand. You can't stop me. Guyi still cares about Flanders' love for him, and he is still restraining himself. The sun and the moon shine, and gold turns. Flender chanted a mantra, and a golden light shot up into the sky, covering his feet at the same time. Lu Erlong was also very excited. After 20 years, he finally found the feeling of the past again. Soon, a strong pressure came from Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 67 Enlightenment in Battle. A giant dragon with golden scales and amazing breath appeared in the eyes of the Shrek people. No one expected that Yu Xiaogang, whose soul power was not even as good as theirs, actually cooperated with the dean and the woman named Lu Erlong to summon a dragon. The breath on his body even made them feel submissive. At this time, the three people were surrounded by a huge triangular light column. Luo Sanbao, who had completely turned into a golden dragon, stared at Guyi with a pair of dragon eyes. Yu Xiaogang estimated that now he, Flender, has entered the Soul Douluo level, and although Lu Erlong is a little worse, he has also reached the Soul Saint. In addition to the rich knowledge he has gained over the years, He wanted to improve his mental strength by practicing magic skills for a while. It made it easier for him to control the fused Luo Sanbao. Although Guyi's previous battle with Chen Xin was very impressive, he also estimated it. That attack was Guyi's limit, with the power of a titled Douluo. Thinking like this, Guyi's threat was not that big. Yu Xiaogang was confident that he could force Guyi back. Guyi was not afraid at all, even though Flanders had made some progress in recent years, from Soul Saint to Soul Douluo of level 82. But the foundation was still too weak, especially with Yu Xiaogang's existence as a drag. With their current martial soul fusion skills, they could only protect. Guyi also summoned his martial soul, and 5 soul rings surrounded him, and the first and fourth soul skills lit up in turn. A large amount of heaven and earth energy gathered towards him. Yu Xiaogang had seen that battle, so he naturally knew that Guyi could increase his strength to a level comparable to that of a titled Douluo. It was all thanks to this move. Otherwise, he would just be an ordinary soul king. Yu Xiaogang's mind moved, and he transformed into the golden holy dragon. Luo Sanpa directly spit out a golden lightning, attacking Guyi, who was gathering the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This move was extremely powerful, and any Soul Douluo level soul master would find it difficult to take it. Guyi had already changed. He was not playing around in the previous 7 days. With the mastery of the 4th soul skill, he became more proficient. The speed of gathering the yuan qi of heaven and earth was no longer the same as before. In a few breaths, the yuan qi of heaven and earth filled his body, and with his breathing, the yuan qi of heaven and earth also entered his body, forming an endless state. Guyi directly controlled the golden lightning with the true meaning of Tai Chi, felt something, and then annihilated it with the powerful yuan qi of heaven and earth. This method again? Yu Xiaogang relied on Luo Sanbao's perspective to see Guyi's magical method, and still felt a little incredible. This method has long surpassed his long-imprisoned brain. Tang San felt that Gu Yi's method was somewhat similar to the method of controlling the crane and catching the dragon, both of which used strength to dissolve power. But now it is obvious that Gu Yi is more sophisticated and more powerful. Gu Yi also stood in the sky and opposed the golden holy dragon, but such Gu Yi seemed particularly small. Looking at Flanders, who closed his eyes and sent soul power to the golden holy dragon below, Gu Yi had a new countermeasure. It happened that the 7 days before he had been constantly unraveling the mastery of the Sky Earth Chi, learned some interesting skills. It's just right to deal with Yu Xiaogang. But which soul beast is better? Let's use it. Gu Yi gathered a large amount of heaven and earth Chi in his body outside his body. In the shocked eyes of everyone, these heaven and earth Chi actually condensed into a white tiger. It looks not much different from Dai Muibai's martial soul. The word king on the forehead is clearly visible, and the other details are rough. Moreover, this white tiger has no charm at all, just like a dead thing. Even if it is condensed into a shape, it is just a ball of Qi. Could it be that Brother Yi is a twin martial soul? Oscar knew that the scene in front of him could not be the state of martial soul possession, but he still found it incredible. Is this method the martial arts that Brother Yi has always talked about? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's perception ability has improved a lot, and he can see it much more clearly than others. This is just a ball of energy aggregate, and even the attack it triggered is not enough to break the golden holy dragon. Gu Yi controls this white tiger and also knows what he is missing. The charm belongs to the king of beasts. Gu Yi has it all. The source of his third soul skill is a blood tiger, a murderous king of beasts. Gu Yi directly simulates the state and charm of the blood tiger with his mental power. For a moment, everyone felt cold hands and feet, suppressed and unable to move. Only a few teachers could move freely. Even Tang San, who was a killer in his previous life, was the same. Murderous aura and majesty came from the huge white tiger in the sky. It was as if this was a real king of beasts, mighty and domineering, murderous. Although Dai Muibai was suppressed and had difficulty breathing, his eyes were extremely hot. It would be great if he could be so domineering. Although his martial soul is a white tiger, it is not as good as the white tiger condensed by Gu Yi, as if Gu Yi is the real owner of the white tiger martial soul. That's fair. It was the first time that Gu Yi used this ability. It seemed to work well now, and he nodded with satisfaction. However, Zhuqing felt something strange at this moment. Yu Xiaogang witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and still felt incredible. The knowledge theory of more than 50 years seemed to have completely collapsed at this moment. He also heard about Gu Yi from Flanders, and understood how he went from a weak human martial spirit owner to such a powerful person step by step. Go, my pet! Gu Yi seemed to be freed from some kind of restraint, and actually shouted in a very second-year way. The tense atmosphere seemed to loosen a little at this moment. In fact, he had never realized that he had been suppressing himself and restraining himself for these years. He didn't do many things. Or maybe he discovered it, but deliberately let himself ignore it. Over the years, it seems that a lot has changed, but nothing has changed. Shrek, maybe not suitable for him. What happened today was the last straw that broke the camel's back. After figuring this out, Gu Yi's temperament changed. His soul power shook, and he reached the pinnacle of Soul King at this moment. He only needed one soul ring to become a soul emperor. Sure enough, his mind still needs to be changed. Over the years, his realm has been constantly improving, and his martial arts will has not lagged behind, but these are not the most fundamental things. The most fundamental thing should be his original intention. He couldn't find this in Shrek. Chapter 68 Resignation. The white tiger with murderous aura and endless pressure and the golden holy dragon with a sacred aura tore together. The scene of the two giant beasts fighting in the sky that covered the sky and the sun made ordinary people in the village feel like they saw a miracle. This scene can only be seen a few times in a lifetime. After fighting for a while, Gu Yi did not weaken at all, which made Yu Xiaogang a little hurried. Fart like thunder, 3 shots of heaven and earth. Golden smoke spewed out from under the dragon tail of the golden holy dragon, directly blocking the white tiger who wanted to continue attacking. He took this opportunity to attack Gu Yi himself. Yu Xiaogang knew that if he continued to fight, he would surely lose. He could only win by taking advantage of his remaining soul power. Yu Xiaogang, as a person with advanced theoretical knowledge, knew this, so how could Gu Yi not know it? The dragon roared louder and louder, and the golden light all over his body turned into flames, and another golden dragon condensed in front of him. This was his last trump card, the true form of the holy dragon. The power of this move was so strong that it needed to consume all the soul power of the three of them. The golden holy dragon that made this move shrank again and turned into a creature that looked like a pig but not a pig, and a dog but not a dog. But it still looked a bit cute. The three of them were pale, but Yu Xiaogang looked at the true form of the holy dragon rushing towards Guyi with hope. This attack condensed all his hopes. Guyi was very disdainful. This kind of attack was at most the level of an ordinary titled Douluo. Guyi had no intention of making a formal move, but the smoke released by the golden holy dragon trapped the white tiger for a while. The white tiger, who had escaped from the trap, faced the holy dragon's true form directly, let out a deafening tiger roar, and then rushed towards the holy dragon's true form. Guyi also improved and integrated his mental power and the vitality of heaven and earth to the limit of his control. However, he has not yet mastered the integration of the two. I don't know if he can stop the holy dragon's true form. The dragon and the tiger soon collided with each other, presenting a mysterious look of a dragon and a tiger fighting. After a stalemate of only a few breaths, the white tiger collapsed first, and the holy dragon's true form, which was weakened a little, still rushed towards Guyi unswervingly. It's still a little short. Guyi could feel that the integration between the vitality of heaven and earth and mental power had not reached the level of complementing each other, which led to his failure to defeat the holy dragon's true form. Flanders, with a pale face, looked at Guyi, who was fighting against the golden holy dragon alone in the sky, and closed his eyes in pain. His feelings for Guyi were also not low, but they were inferior to Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. "Brother Yi, get out of the way!" Oscar shouted in surprise. He didn't expect that Guyi would lose this competition. The mighty and murderous white tiger was no match for the more sacred golden dragon. The myth of invincibility seemed to collapse. Zhuqing also looked at Guyi with concern. After all, this man had given her too many things, giving her the courage to fight on. Tang San was expecting something. Guyi did not run away or avoid, but faced the true form of the holy dragon. He clenched his right hand, and the powerful soul power, the vitality of heaven and earth, and his own mental power merged. This punch did not have any moves, but was just swung out normally, and the power was released. The powerful force directly caused an air explosion, and even the air was squeezed. Before the fist arrived, the air that was knocked away hit the true form of the holy dragon first. As the fist landed on the true form of the holy dragon, the originally extremely solid holy dragon collapsed faster than the white tiger before, and turned into golden flames again. Oscar, Zhuqing, and others breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yi was indeed the strongest. Guyi's hand generated a great suction force, directly absorbing the golden flame into his body. After hiding this power in his body, Guyi also fell to the ground. Guyi did not speak again, but slowly walked towards Yu Xiaogang. Obviously, he would not let him go. Flanders stood in front of Yu Xiaogang with Lu Erlong, resisting his weakness. Obviously, he would not let Guyi pass before he fell. But would Guyi attack Flanders? Guyi glanced at Flanders, and a layer of heaven and earth energy barrier emanated from his body. He repelled Flanders while walking forward. He was not so gentle to Lu Erlong. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, and this is the consequence of causing trouble, Dean. At the same time, Guyi also sucked Lu Erlong, who was not far away. The strong cannot be insulted. He held Lu Erlong's neck and punched her in the abdomen. Lu Erlong, who had already exhausted her soul power, fainted after being hit hard. Erlong! Yu Xiaogang and Flanders shouted worriedly at the same time. Guyi didn't care. Since he had attacked him, he had to pay the price. He came to Yu Xiaogang, and his soul power was surging. He was going to destroy Yu Xiaogang in the next moment. Tang San couldn't stand it anymore. Yu Xiaogang was his master who he kowtowed to 3 times. They were like father and son. Several sounds of breaking through the air came from behind him, but Guyi didn't care at all. This level of hidden weapons couldn't hurt him. Before the hidden weapon touched his body, it was blocked by the air wall outside his body, and finally fell to the ground weakly. Guyi continued to reach out to Yu Xiaogang regardless. Lu Erlong lay on the ground, struggling weakly, with bloodshot eyes. She regretted why she hadn't practiced seriously for so many years and wasted her time like this. Otherwise, with her talent and martial spirit, it would not be difficult for her to become a soul Douluo, and the fused golden holy dragon would only be more powerful. Stop it, brat! From now on, there is no relationship between you and me. Flender closed his eyes, and a line of tears fell from his eyes. Only Guyi and Flender understood this sentence. It means that the grace of taking him in and raising him is severed from now on, and his kindness to Guyi offsets the punishment on Yu Xiaogang. Guyi's outstretched hand was stunned, and he didn't expect Flender to say this. Dean, it's not enough. Guyi's hand no longer hesitated, and directly printed on Yu Xiaogang's head, directly disturbing his spiritual sea with mental power. All the skills he secretly learned were forgotten. Not only that, but also his body meridians were blocked, and even the pure Yuan Gong he practiced before was imprisoned. From then on, Yu Xiaogang could no longer practice any martial arts skills. Unless Guyi personally breaks this layer of confinement, or someone stronger helps him to break it. As the person involved, Yu Xiaogang rolled his eyes and lost consciousness, and fainted on the ground. Dean, this is the last time I call you Dean. From now on, I choose to withdraw from Shrek Academy. He said that he used the energy of heaven and earth as ink, his fingers as pen and heaven and earth as paper to write a letter of resignation. Nearly 100 words were floating in the air. Flanders nodded helplessly. After all, he failed Guyi and gave up this opportunity that should have allowed Shrek to show a genius in front of the world. However important the academy is, it is not as important as Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang. After dealing with this, Guyi did not forget that there was another person, and turned his spearhead to Tang San. Tell me, did he steal it or did you give it to him on your own initiative? Don't lie, you can't escape my eyes. Chapter 69 Falling Apart. Tang San hesitated and thought. Guyi would naturally not speak nonsense, although he did not take the initiative to give it to the teacher. But in fact, it was almost the same. Besides, as a model of respecting teachers, what else can Tang San say? Besides, it is the fact. I gave it to him. Guyi also slapped out with a palm, trying to abolish his cultivation power. But Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't stand it. This is his and Ayan's son. Although he rarely cares about Tang San, he is also his blood. Dare to touch his son, live tired. A huge hammer smashed towards Guyi. If he insisted on continuing to attack Tang San, Guyi would also be attacked by the clear sky hammer. The power of this attack was even stronger than the previous holy dragon's true form. Guyi would naturally not be so arrogant and would directly rush back. The clear sky hammer suddenly hit the open ground, and the huge force directly caused a deep pit to appear on the ground. Guyi also set his sights on Tang Hao, who was approaching quickly. Can you touch my Tang Hao's son? Tang Hao, hidden under the black robe, was extremely domineering and arrogant, as if he didn't take anything seriously. Finally came out. Guyi could naturally sense that Tang Hao's breath had been outside the academy. Tang San looked at his father, who suddenly appeared in shock. Father. Same unshaven beard, same body shape, but with a domineering aura that had never been seen before. At the same time, he could also feel how powerful the clear sky hammer beside his father was. In comparison, his clear sky hammer was just a facade. This is the style of the world's #1 offensive spirit. You're in this state now, you'd better take care of yourself. Guyi clearly sensed that Tang Hao was more seriously injured now than when they met before. It seems that the battle with Chen Xin caused his old illness to relapse. It's not a problem to take down a junior like you. Tang Hao was still arrogant, and of course he had the capital to be arrogant. Not only was he the youngest titled Douluo in the world, but he was also able to fight against several titled Douluos at level 89 with his own strength. After becoming a titled Douluo, he even severely injured Kyung Sunji, who had already become a titled Douluo, which gave Bibi Dong a chance. With such strength, it's not wrong to be arrogant. However, arrogance also has to be directed at people. Really? How can you fight me with this body? Perhaps he was not the opponent of Tang Hao in his prime, but Tang Hao might not be able to take him down now. Even if he had a magical skill, the Great Zamura Hammer. He also had the trump card of dying together in the end. However, Guyi was still very interested in this magical skill. It could be said that it transformed the spirit ring system into his own strength. By condensing the power of the spirit ring into one, his own strength could be increased exponentially. At that time, it didn't matter whether there was a spirit skill or not. One hammer fell, and everything died. Really breaking all laws with force. However, given Tang Hao's current situation, if he used this move, he would probably die before killing the enemy. Family members understand their own affairs. Tang Hao knew that Guyi was right. The current level 95 strength he used would not cause much damage. Once he used a stronger force, he would most likely not be able to hold on. What do you want? Tang Hao compromised. It was most important to preserve his strength now. Not only did Tang San need to be protected, but Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, also needed to be taken care of. And those who could recognize a 100,000-year-old spirit beast were at least Soul Douluo, and most of them were titled Douluo. If you don't have strength, you can't do anything. Guyi looked at Tang Hao, and obviously didn't want to tear his face now. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious, not to mention that Tang Hao is not a rabbit at all, but a tiger, a fierce tiger. Guyi suddenly thought of what he promised Lin Qing before, and transmitted it to Tang Hao with soul power. Tang Hao's eyes widened immediately, and he really didn't understand how Guyi knew about this. If you don't agree, just fight. Guyi didn't care about Tang Hao's attitude at all. For him, this was just an extra condition. Tang Hao's eyes were gloomy. The existence of the Blue Silver King was the key to awakening the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline he was looking for his son. Guyi was able to ask this question. Obviously he had some intentions towards the Blue Silver King, but if he didn't tell him, a battle was inevitable. After Guyi's several battles, Tang Hao could feel that Guyi still had strength that had not been exerted. He never panicked. This was definitely not a posture that a person who showed all his strength could maintain. Tang Hao was also unwilling to face a powerful and unknown enemy now. I regretted why I didn't take the past 10 years to recuperate and regain my strength. A genius of his generation was actually coerced by a boy who was not even 16 years old. Guyi's aura surged, as if reminding him of something. Okay. Tang Hao told Guyi where the Blue Silver King was. After all, without this Blue Silver King, there was still another one. First, take the one in front of you. After getting over the predicament, Guyi kept his promise and would not touch Tang San again. The gap between Tang San and him was too big, and he could not catch up with him even if he had hatred. Guyi looked back at the Shrek Academy he had built for several years, and smiled with relief. This was not his end, but a new starting point. He was wrong from the beginning, and some things would not help no matter how much they were changed. He turned around and walked out firmly. From today on, he was truly integrated into this world. If he blindly used his previous life to change this world, he would end up with nothing. Looking at the direction where Guyi left, Oscar seemed to have made a decision, turned around and bowed deeply to Flanders, and then followed him out without looking back. For him, Guyi was undoubtedly the one who brought him a new life. Then it was Ma Hong-jun. Flanders awakened his martial soul for him and brought him to Shrek Academy. He was extremely grateful to Flanders. But Guyi was also good to him. Not only did he arrange a cultivation method for him, but he also continued to help him control the evil fire. What's more, after this incident, Ma Hong-jun and Flanders could give up Guyi, with whom they had a relationship for more than 10 years, as long as it was related to Yu Xiaogang. Then it was Ning Rong Rong. I came here for fun, to escape from the sect. Now there is another goal, to learn self-created soul skills from Guyi and increase my own combat effectiveness. A soul master who doesn't want to output is not a good auxiliary. Zhuqing originally wanted to follow Guyi when he left, but she glanced at Dai Mubai beside her. She was caught in a dilemma. Zhuqing looked at the figures that were about to disappear, gritted her teeth, and quickly followed. She was gambling that by staying with Guyi, she could truly get rid of the control of her family and the royal family and gain true freedom. Dai Mubai looked at Zhuqing who followed him, his face was ferocious, this bitch was really presumptuous. After just a moment of hesitation, Dai Mubai followed him. Not only because of Zhuqing, a woman who could fuse his spirit with him, but also because he wanted to learn more from Guyi. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu were left in the entire Shrek 7 Devils. A farce caused the Shrek Academy to fall apart. Chapter 70 Come to the door. Flender looked at the sparsely populated academy and felt a little desolate for some reason. Tang Hao's appearance also made Xiao Wu's fear reach its peak. The face turned even paler than Flender and the other two who had exhausted their spirit power, without a trace of blood. What to do? Xiao Wu knew that her transformed form could only hide from spirit masters below the title Douluo level, and she might even be discovered by some powerful spirit Douluos. Even the weakest title Douluo could see her true form at a glance. Third brother's father must be hiding nearby to protect him. Her identity might have been discovered long ago, and even, she was a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone that was raised. Xiao Wu thought a lot for a while. What she thought most about was whether Tang San knew her identity. This was crucial to her. At this moment, Tang San had no time to care about Xiao Wu's situation. Tang Hao's arrival made him understand what Guyi meant before. But who could have thought that a decadent middle-aged man who drank and forged iron all day in the Holy Soul village would be a spirit master with the top title on the Douluo continent? Completely subverted his previous image. Tang Hao had no intention of explaining here, so he grabbed his son, took a last look at Xiao Wu, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Flanders didn't care about recovering his soul power, and checked Yu Xiaogong's condition. Zhao Wuji and others looked at each other, and all set their sights on the unconscious culprit Yu Xiaogang. If he hadn't secretly learned the skills, which violated the taboo of the Soul Master world, Flanders wouldn't have turned against Guyi. What is this? Such a shocking change happened in one day. Guyi grew up under their eyes, and they have a very good relationship with them. Let's all go. Flanders looked at everyone weakly. Guyi and the 5 people who followed him stood in an open space. Brother Yi, where are you going? I'll follow you. Oscar said. The others also looked at Guyi in the same way. Of course, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were the only 2 people who followed Guyi wholeheartedly. Even Zhuqing had her own selfishness, and she was not qualified to be willful now. Where to go? Guyi fell into deep thought. Although it was a sudden decision to leave, he had a destination in mind. Of course, I will rebuild a school and participate in the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition in more than a year, and win the championship. Fulfill the agreement. Guyi's words shocked everyone. If Guyi just wanted to build a school, there would be no problem, but if he wanted to win the championship, he would have to do it himself. Who can take the championship away from the Spirit Hall? Will you come? Guyi invited them. After all, the 5 of them were really talented. Especially Oscar, whose innate full soul power of the food system is unprecedented in this world. He is also a true innate full soul power genius of Shrek Academy. After all, Tang San was able to awaken his innate full soul power most likely because he practiced Xian Gong, otherwise it is very likely that his own talent is not strong. Of course, as long as it is your academy, I will join. Oscar was still the first to express his opinion. Then came Ma Hongjun and others. Among them, Ning Rongrong was the most excited. After all, she was the only one in this group who had not experienced the pressure of life. She was born to live in the love of thousands, and she was naturally indispensable for the fun of creating an academy. Creating an academy, Guyi was not just talking. He would not expect to create an academy by himself, which was impossible. This is not about forming a team, only a few people are needed. It's time to go to Tiandou City. Guyi knew that he couldn't accomplish his idea in Soto City. There was no one who could help him here. Qianrongxiu, I'm here to see you. Tang Hao on the other side also told Tang San some things. For example, Xiao Wu is a 100,000 year soul beast. For example, his mother is a 100,000 year soul beast. Tang San said that no matter whether Xiao Wu is a human or a beast, I only know that she is my sister. Tang Hao looked at his young son, just like himself back then. The idea of a euro turning Xiao Wu into a soul ring faded in his heart. Even if his wife is a 100,000 year soul beast, it doesn't mean that he will let her go if he sees a 100,000 year soul beast in human form. Tang Hao is very clear about this. His son is like this, obviously he is deeply in love. Even if Tang San knew Xiao Wu's true identity when he returned to the academy alone, he couldn't see it at all. It seems that nothing has changed between the 2 of them, but everything has changed. It took a few days for Guyi and his party to finally arrive at Tiandou City. Tiandou City is indeed the imperial city of Tiandou Empire, and it is not ordinary prosperous. When they came here, Guyi just let them rest in the hotel and went out alone. Tiandou Royal Academy. My name is Guyi, please inform me, I'm looking for Ye Lingling. The guarding students saw Guyi in gorgeous clothes and outstanding temperament, and subconsciously went to inform. In their hearts, only nobles have such temperament. Not only are they not aggressive, but they chat with Guyi in a friendly way. The disciples who will be sent here to guard the gate are obviously not from big families or nobles with high status. They are all small nobles, and their talents are not outstanding. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to the point of guarding the gate. Soon a beautiful figure walked out of the academy. Just like when they first met. Black clothes, black gauze, and long blue hair draped behind her. However, unlike a few years ago, Ye Lingling's temperament is more outstanding now, and her figure is more convex and curvy, and she has grown into a mature woman. Especially the black veil on her face made her look hazy and beautiful. In short, Ye Lingling now can make men salivate. What do you want to talk to me about? Ye Lingling looked at Gu Yi, who was becoming more and more mature, and was furious. After all, no one would be happy if their best friend was kidnapped. It was a sign of her good upbringing that she could come out to see Gu Yi. I want to find Duguyan. Gu Yi really didn't know where Duguyan would be now. Tiandou city was so big that it was not easy to find someone. The quickest way was to find Ye Lingling, Duguyan's best friend. I don't know. Ye Lingling's voice turned cold and she turned to leave. As for the gatekeepers before, they had left long ago. Ye Lingling was not a small noble, although there were only 2 owners of the 9-hearted begonia in the entire Soul Master world. But they had the same status in the 7 treasures glazed Sect tower. No one can guarantee that they will not get hurt. The 9-heart begonia is the most powerful healing spirit, bar none. If it weren't for the fact that the conditions for the inheritance of the 9-heart begonia Zen city were too harsh and the number was rare. Otherwise, the world's number 1 auxiliary spirit would not be the 7 treasures glazed tower. Gu Yi didn't expect Ye Lingling to have such a bad impression of him, and he didn't make any noise and said goodbye and walked back. It seems that he can only go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire first. Ye Lingling hesitated at the last moment, and a cold voice reached Gu Yi's ears. Yan Yan should be in the auction house now. There is a poisonous grass to be auctioned today. But when talking about the poisonous grass, his tone changed a little. Gu Yi smiled, turned around and shouted to Ye Lingling, whose back he could only see, "Thank you." Chapter 71 The Temptation of Duguyan. Following Ye Lingling's words, Gu Yi also came to the Tiandou auction house. 4 young and beautiful women stood outside, like 4 flowers. Gu Yi also walked over, and before they could speak, he took out a golden card from his soul guide. One of the women took the gold soul coin card very naturally and walked into the auction house. Soon, someone came out with a better attitude and welcomed Gu Yi in. Gu Yi put away the gold soul coin card and followed them in. The VIPs of the entire Tiandou auction house are divided into 5 levels. Red, black, purple, yellow, and white. The waiter in the auction house took Gu Yi directly to the yellow area. The yellow area requires seats above 100,000 gold soul coins. Gu Yi also wore a mask at this time, which was for the auction house to ensure the safety of the guests. Otherwise, he would be killed after auctioning the treasures. Who would dare to come here to auction in the future? The mask may be a good help for ordinary people. But for Gu Yi, it doesn't matter whether he has a mask or not. Soon he found his target this time, Duguyan. Like him, Duguyan was also sitting in the yellow area, wearing a beautiful green snake mask on her face. Very eye-catching. Gu Yi didn't come here to auction things, so naturally he didn't have much interest, and slowly walked towards Duguyan. However, Duguyan didn't pay attention to the surroundings at this time. She looked at the herb on the stage with fiery eyes. Wang Yang Chun. This is the purpose of her coming here today. If she takes this herb, her soul power may be able to break through the current shackles. Duguyan. Gu Yi walked over and patted her shoulder. But this action scared Duguyan. Who are you? Duguyan looked at the man wearing a silver-white mask in front of her vigilantly. She didn't expect that the person coming would be Gu Yi. After all, in her impression, Gu Yi was still in Shrek Academy in Soto City. It's impossible to appear in Tiandou City, let alone here. With the continuous growth over the years, Gu Yi's figure has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his voice is also a little different. Even the breath on his body is extremely restrained. It's natural that Duguyan couldn't recognize him. It's me, Gu Yi. Gu Yi didn't intend to tease Duguyan. After all, the occasion here is not right. Duguyan was a little unconvinced, but became more alert. Who are you? At this moment, she could not even care about Wang Yangchun who was auctioning on the stage. You know, she was wearing a mask at the moment, and few people could recognize her. Even Gu Yi had never seen this mask before. This person definitely came with bad intentions. When did Duguyan become so alert? Gu Yi was surprised and took off the mask on his face. Duguyan was stunned. She remembered this face. Just when she was about to do something, she heard the shouting on the stage, and then she remembered what the most important task was. immediately raised the price. This thing can't be auctioned off by others, those shameless nobles will use it to harm more women. Guyi also noticed the herbs on the stage and was stunned. Wang Yangchun? He knew this herb. Before, he was still wondering why Ye Lingling's tone changed. It turned out to be because of this. Wang Yangchun, it's not too appropriate to say that it's poison. Because Wang Yangchun is the best aphrodisiac if used well. However, this herb is extremely rare, and it will be snatched away by nobles early. But it is also a very powerful aphrodisiac for women. If it is refined into liquid medicine, the medicinal power will be even stronger. Guyi never thought that Duguyan would be so radical now, even dabbling in this kind of poison. She almost feels like a witch. Guyi did not regret bringing such a change to Duguyan, and gradually walked out of his own path. This made him very pleased and a little emotional. Although Duguyan did not have much money, don't forget that there is a titled Douluo behind her, Poison Douluo. Money is not something that is too difficult for her to get. Wang Yangchun finally fell into Duguyan's hands. However, Guyi still noticed a greedy look sweeping over them. No, it should be sweeping over Duguyan. Especially Duguyan's graceful figure, the youthful and lively aura she exudes, is a great temptation for nobles who are tired of playing with all kinds of women. What's more, Duguyan now has Wang Yangchun, which is the most deadly poison for women. With the blessing of both, the nobles sitting in the purple seats behind them said a few words to their subordinates and left the auction house expectantly. Since Wang Yangchun has been auctioned, there is nothing to attract him. But his subordinates are destined to return empty-handed, especially Guyi showed his strength and ran away directly. Duguyan put away the green soul power in his hand without interest. If Guyi doesn't take action, these people will not survive. Even the nobles behind these people can't escape. Title Douluo cannot be insulted. Tell me, what exactly do you want to see me for, little brother? Duguyan approached Guyi step by step, her eyes were as charming as silk, and her legs, which were already longer than those of ordinary women, became even longer. Especially with a pair of high heels and purple stockings on her legs, she was only a little shorter than Guyi. Guyi took a few steps back in embarrassment, but ignored the wall behind him and could not retreat. Or do you want to continue studying your sister? Duguyan's words were full of temptation, like a beautiful snake. Guyi subconsciously glanced at Duguyan, even more fiery. Especially during this period of time, the blood and qi flowed down, and some could not control themselves. Duguyan also saw Guyi's state, not only did she get closer, but she could also feel the heat from time to time, and looked at Guyi seductively. Be normal, I have something serious to talk to you about this time. Guyi cut off his worries, broke away from Duguyan, and took a deep breath with his back to her. What a goblin, almost losing his Tao heart. Guyi looked down at his body, and ran a few rounds of exercises before he calmed down completely. Both of them are soul masters, not to mention that Guyi's heavy breathing can be heard at such a close distance. The red lips outlined a beautiful arc. I am still quite attractive. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Duguyan also put away her previous seductive look. I've left Shrek Academy. Guyi's words shocked Duguyan. She and her grandfather had persuaded him to leave the academy and come to Tiandou city a few years ago. Guyi was very determined at the beginning and would not go no matter what. Why did he suddenly leave Shrek now? The second news really surprised Duguyan. I plan to create an academy. Will you come? Chapter 72 The Spirit of the Secret Chamber. Duguyan glanced at him without hesitation. Come. One word is enough to show everything. Guyi also smiled at her. The two walked side by side on the street. The handsome man and the beautiful woman looked particularly well matched. Duguyan also enjoyed this kind of life. Take you to meet your future classmates. Guyi took Duguyan to the hotel where Zhuqing and others lived. They did not go out. After all, they were exhausted from the journey. When Guyi and Duguyan walked into their field of vision side by side, everyone was stunned. Especially Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they have never seen Guyi get close to any woman in these years. He is only nicer to Zhuqing. It turns out that he has secretly had a lover. Now Duguyan is 20 years old, which is the most perfect time for a woman. Especially since she is a soul master, her body is more mature than that of ordinary women, plus those straight and slender legs. For these children, the temptation is too great. Brother Yi, you are really worthy of you. Oscar gave Guyi a thumbs up. Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are a little ashamed of themselves, especially Ning Rongrong. After all, Zhuqing's figure is better than Duguyan's now, which means she has not grown up yet. As for Ning Rongrong, it is a bit of a compliment to say that she is just beginning to show her tip. Duguyan also took in the eyes of these people, and finally focused on Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. It must be admitted that the two are extremely beautiful. Especially the girl in black leather, her figure is simply foul, even a woman who has given birth may not be older than her. Introduce yourself. Guyi touched Duguyan's arm and said. This action was overinterpreted again. The relationship between the two is indeed not simple. Hello, my name is Duguyan. Martial Soul, Green Scale Viper, 45th level Combat Soul Master. Everyone took a breath of cold air. It turned out that Guyi was not bragging when he said he wanted to win the championship. There is still more than a year before the start of the competition. If Duguyan can improve a few more levels, it is very likely that he will be able to approach the cultivation level of the Soul King before the start of the competition. Duguyan was the first to play with the two girls. After all, girls have more topics to talk about, but Guyi and others don't have the blessing to listen. Little secrets between girls. Finding Duguyan is just the first step. He hasn't even gathered the 7 people who will participate in the competition. The shadow of the academy has not yet been seen. There are too many things to do. The next step is to need Dugubo's help. As an old man here, Dugubozu is more familiar with Tiandou city than him. Guyi took out a piece of green snake scale from the soul guide, and he didn't care anymore. Feeling the breath of his own scales, Dugubo would naturally come. Shueqing he in the prince's mansion, that is, Qianrongxiu, also received the news and knew that Guyi came to Tiandou city. But seeing the information on the intelligence again, he was not calm again. But if you are worried, don't think about leaving easily. Qianrongxiu looked at the well-hidden secret room behind her, which was very suitable for living. But thinking that there were not only Guyi but also several people from Shrek Academy, including the daughter of teacher Shueqing he. It just so happened that I had something to ask the teacher, and it was time to go to the 7 treasures glazed sect. The snake spear and the thorny porpoise hiding in the dark looked at each other. What could they do? Guyi didn't know that Qianrongxiu thought so much about him, and she was thinking of locking him in the secret room. If he knew, he would probably say, he really has his father's style. Dugubo felt the aura of his snake scales before he returned to Tiandou city, and flew towards the aura with some surprise. He gave 2 snake scales in total, one in Guyi's hand and one in Duguyan's hand. Although they are all his snake scales, there are some subtle differences in the aura. Dugubo is now also trapped in the granddaughter's doubts before. It's really you. Dugubo looked at Guyi standing on the balcony and flew to him in surprise. Help me get the procedures for the Advanced Academy. I want to participate in the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition. Only you can help me with this matter. Guyi went straight to the point without any nonsense. Can't Flanders do this kind of thing? Dugubo was a little confused. After all, although Flanders was weaker than him, he was also a Soul Master at the Soul Douluo level. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is still no problem. Guyi's pupils showed a trace of pain. 15 years of feelings are not so easy to cut off. This time is different. I plan to build a new academy. Dugubo was very smart and understood the hidden message in Guyi's words. Guyi and Flanders broke up. No problem, leave it to me. You will still give me this face. Dugubo waved his hand and took over the matter directly. This is not a difficult task. The 2 empires had very few title Douluo that they could mobilize, so naturally they would not let him, who had no faction, lean towards the other side. What's the name of the academy? Dugubo asked. Guyi fell into deep thought, and this question was really ignored by him. Name? Looking at the white clouds and blue sky in the sky, a name entered his mind and never disappeared. Tianwen Academy. Dugubo did not care what the academy was called, it was just a code name. Give me 3 days. Guyi looked at the direction where Dugubo left, and this step was finally taken. After solving the problems here, he should set off to obtain the 6th soul ring. This will be the last soul ring before he has a martial soul body, so he must be extremely cautious. He has already chosen the target. The dark demon evil god tiger in the forest. Although this soul beast is not a 100,000 year soul beast, its strength is not weaker than that of a 100,000 year soul beast, and it is even stronger. Not only does it have various attributes, but it also has a treasure. If you get the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. Douluo is worthy of being a titled Douluo, and he has a lot of face. In 3 days, not only did he get all the procedures done, but he also found him a recently abandoned intermediate soul master academy as a place to stay. In 3 days, Douluo completely became friends with the 5 people. She is the eldest sister, so impressive. At the same time, Ning Fengzi, Bon Douluo, and Zhuqing he are rushing towards them. Qianrongxiu has been looking forward to meeting Gu Yi again. Even though she has tried every way to increase her cultivation time over the years, she has not yet reached the soul saint. At most, her strength can be comparable to that of an ordinary high-level soul saint. She is not as abnormal as Gu Yi, who can fight a titled Douluo with the cultivation of a soul king. Everyone didn't know that Gu Yi didn't use all soul power when fighting, but more of the vitality of heaven and earth, which came from the power of heaven and earth. That's why he was able to have such a strong strength. Chapter 73 Raid. Ning Fengzi and his party arrived at the gate of Tianwen Academy. Compared to other high-level Soul Master academies, it can be summarized as simple. But it is extremely clean, broken but not messy. Teacher, let's go in. Zhuqing he stood beside Ning Fengzi and said. Even if she was a little anxious in her heart, she didn't show any expression on her face. It was this ability to remain calm in the face of a collapse that allowed her to successfully hide for so many years without being exposed. Soul bones can only hide the body and pretend to be a martial soul. Everything else depends on herself. If the most tragic woman in the world is Bibi Dong, the second person is undoubtedly Qianrongxiu, who was a mistake from birth. She came to a strange place as an undercover in her teens, pretending to be a prince who attracted everyone's attention. In the academy, Gu Yi suddenly said to Ning Rongrong who was still cleaning, "Your father is here, go and bring them in." Ning Rongrong immediately let go of the hand holding the broom. She missed Ning Fengzi a little after not seeing him for a while. No matter how fast people in this world grow up, she is still a 12-year-old girl after all. The others paid attention to it for a while and continued to clean the academy. If you don't clean, you can't live there. But Daimyo Bai was a little reluctant. In his opinion, why did they have to do these things? They could just find a servant. Not only did they do it quickly, but it was also good. Gu Yi saw the situation of several people and kept it in mind. The others didn't have any complaints. After all, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were not nobles, and they had been doing these things since they were young. Zhuqing was convinced by Gu Yi's words, and naturally there would be no problem. Ning Rongrong was very fast and saw 3 people at the entrance of the academy. Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong threw herself into Gu Rong's arms under Ning Fengzi's complicated gaze. Ning Fengzi withdrew his hand awkwardly. After all, he overestimated his position in his daughter's heart. Alas! Zhuqing he standing aside couldn't help laughing. Only Rongrong could make the teacher showed this expression. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong gave him a big hug in the end, and Ning Fengzi stroked his daughter's head with satisfaction. She has grown taller. By the way, Rongrong, how did you know we were here? Ning Fengzi could naturally see that Rongrong was not going out to play, but was targeting them. After all, Rongrong was not surprised to see them. I don't know either. Teacher Gu Yi asked me to pick you up, so I came out. Ning Fengzi was stunned. He didn't expect Gu Yi's perception ability to be so strong. Zhuqing he also fell into deep thought. It's been a long time since we last met. Only Gu Rong, who had a kind face before, changed his face. He didn't forget what happened before. He used the space shuttle ability directly and disappeared in front of everyone. Oh no, let's go in quickly. Ning Fengzi's calm face was also a little anxious. I didn't expect Gu Rong to care about this matter. He had carefully analyzed the intelligence sent back by the spies before. Rongrong had not suffered any substantial damage and had been secretly protected by a strong man. Enduring a little hardship was his original idea. If she did not experience some worldly affairs, when would Ning Rongrong be able to grow up and how could she bear such a heavy burden as the 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future? Strength is the eternal pass, but it also requires a certain degree of cunning. Gu Rong came to the academy, where there were 5 people. Although he did not know who Gu Yi was. But it did not prevent him from finding the person with the strongest soul power. The figure flashed directly to Gu Yi's side and kicked him up. Gu Yi's spiritual sense issued a warning, but the speed of this attack was indeed too fast, and he did not use soul skills to gather the vitality of heaven and earth. When he reacted, he could only resist with his arms. The huge force directly caused Guyi to fly backwards, knocking down a house, and dust was everywhere. There was no movement in the ruins for a long time. Everything came too fast. How could Zhuqing bear to summon his martial soul directly, and his soul ring lit up. A cloud of green poisonous mist surrounded Gurong. Poison, even if it is an old poisonous creature, I don't care about it. Little girl, you have no mercy on me. Gurong just shook his soul power, and the poisonous mist around him was blown away directly. What a weird speed! Gurong blocked the black figure that suddenly attacked from behind and threw it out directly. Oscar's attack in front also came, and an invisible sword energy attacked him. At the same time, a fierce flame bloomed in front of him. Although the temperature of the flame was very high and the sword energy was very fast, it was still too weak for him, a titled Douluo. He didn't even want to summon his martial soul. Flashed behind Ma Hongjun and knocked him down directly, then came to Oscar and knocked him to the ground as well. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of killing people, but just taught a few people a lesson, and rested for half a month. It's all right. For a moment, several people were defeated. A titled Douluo cannot be insulted. Gurong felt a little bored. Didn't they say Guyi was very strong? Is it just this level? Now I really doubt whether Chen Xian has become stupid from practicing swordsmanship. Not good. Gurong suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation coming from the ruins, and it was still increasing, as if there was no end. The next moment, Gurong disappeared. It must be interrupted before this power surpasses him. He has the ability of space, so he can't use speed to express it. Oh no, let's hurry up. Several people looked at the aura that was getting stronger and stronger, and immediately knew that something was wrong. Zhuqing he was a little bit expectant, as he had always been getting news about Guyi and the progress of his strength from intelligence. Finally, he had the opportunity to see it with his own eyes. Qianrongxiu couldn't understand why Guyi's strength improved so quickly, it was simply incredible. She, Qianrongxiu, was a genius with an innate level 20 soul power, and she was completely inferior to Guyi in terms of cultivation speed. Outrageous! Outrageous! On the other side of the academy, Gurong had summoned his martial soul and flew out of the ruins, but he was not injured. It was just that his expression was extremely solemn. Now he finally understood what Chen Xian said before was true. Guyi's strength was not inferior to that of a titled Douluo. Good, very good. Guyi looked at the people lying on the ground, and his anger reached its peak. The figure disappeared, and the next moment Guyi's attack arrived. So fast! Gurong himself is a spirit master with both defense and agility. If he does not use spatial ability, his speed will be just like this. But he also wants to see how strong Guyi is. So he did not dodge, but chose to resist head-on. His martial spirit is the Bone Dragon, and his defense is known as the best in the world. Guyi is still far from breaking his defense. Bang! The fist and the bone collided with each other, with the dull sound of impact. Under the blow, Gurong actually only retreated a little, and there was nothing wrong with the bone that was hit. The strong defense can be seen. Guyi, however, punched violently regardless, and each punch was heavier than the last. Chapter 74 Dark Power Explodes. The aftermath of the battle directly made the surrounding buildings shaky and looked like they would become ruins at any time. At this time, Ning Fengzi and his group finally arrived. Uncle Gu, stop! Although Gurong wanted to continue fighting, he still listened to Ning Fengzi's words and used his space ability to teleport to avoid Guyi's fierce fist. Gurong glanced at his slightly cracked bones. This kid really has some tricks. But Guyi did not stop because Gurong stopped. What kind of place is he here? He wants to stop and leave after beating someone. There is no such good thing in the world. Guyi found Gurong again and said that he would finish the fight no matter what. This time it was not as simple as before. All his strength was concentrated on one point, and with the vitality of heaven and earth and soul power, he punched out with this punch. Crack! Everyone present could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Ning Fengzi showed an incredible expression. Uncle Gu's defense was broken? How could this be possible? Gurong himself was even more shocked. The bones he was proud of were actually broken. However, Gurong didn't care. It was too early for Guyi to completely break his defense. The damaged soul power recovered in the process of circulation. Gurong no longer resisted. If his defense was really broken by the junior, he would be laughed to death by Chen Xin, the swordsman. Gurong, the world's best defense, also has another title, the most bizarre and difficult titled Douluo. This has a strong spatial ability. One punch missed, Gu Yi's spiritual perception was inhumanly strong, and he adjusted his body in an instant. After all, he hid in another direction. And that direction was where Gurong appeared. What the hell? Gurong looked unbelievable, and reacted very quickly to block the blow with his bones. How did Gu Yi know where he appeared? Gurong escaped into the space again and appeared from Gu Yi's right. He was still greeted by Gu Yi's iron fist. The next situation was very dramatic. Gurong would be intercepted by Gu Yi in advance every time he appeared. It was like playing whack-a-mole. Punch after punch, Gu Yi had a new understanding. Gurong did try to fight back, but Gu Yi was not a pushover. He either used footwork to dodge or attacked with attack, leaving him with no way out. The key was his 9th soul skill, which had a large range and was not suitable for use here. He was a little restrained. Ning Fengzi also knew that this would not work, so he summoned his martial soul, and 7 rays of light shone on Gurong. The soul power and physical strength that had been consumed before were constantly restored, and his strength and speed also increased greatly. Gu Yi also saw this scene, and could not help but sigh at the powerful auxiliary ability of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Gurong's aura was more than doubled. Gu Yi, please stop. Ning Fengzi knew that he could not continue to fight. If the battle between titled Douluo was fought, the true Fire Heaven Do city would suffer great losses. If there was a shadow of their 7 treasures glazed sect in this, it would not be a big deal, but it was still necessary to avoid such a thing from happening. Stop it, why didn't you tell me to stop when you were touching my student? Gu Yi didn't give him any face and punched him hard again, but Gurong, who had undergone an epic enhancement, was not at all weak now. Head on, I'm not afraid of you. Bones and fists collided, and Gu Yi flew back 3 or 4 meters, somewhat at a disadvantage. This kind of enhancement? Gu Yi immediately set his sights on Ning Fengzi. If he wanted to win, he had to interrupt his assistants. Gurong had much more combat experience than Gu Yi, and he knew what Gu Yi was going to do with just one look. Even if Gu Yi took the lead, he couldn't match Gurong, who had spatial abilities, no matter how fast he was. He was about to attack Ning Fengzi when he was blocked. Gurong's soul ring flashed, and countless bones were separated at an extremely fast speed. Gu Yi dodged in a hurry. If he was hit, it would be a big problem. But how could a titled Douluo's soul skill be so easy to dodge? These bones can actually track him, or it can be said that Gurong is controlling them. Give it back to you. Gu Yi stopped and struggled to condense these bones into a ball and hit them back. But the price of doing so is a mouthful of blood. Just now, he forcibly reversed the direction of the attack, which required a lot of energy. Even with the first soul skill to protect the meridians, it was a bit overloaded. The meridians and internal organs were a little injured. When had Gurong ever seen such an ability? Now even he couldn't control this group of bones. Gu Yi didn't delay, and didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and quickly closed the distance between the few people. Although Gurong had never seen this ability, he was not panicked at all. With Feng Zhi's assistance, even Chen Xin would not be his opponent. The defense is even stronger. He punched again, and it still fell on the bone dragon, without any effect. However, this recoil force made Gu Yi stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood the key point of the dark energy explosion that he had been seeking before. The goal is to draw the force without releasing it, so that it can penetrate the surface and go deep into the internal organs. Gu Yi concentrated all his strength on his fist, and Gurong also fought with the bone dragon. But this time it was different. The force from the punch actually passed into Gurong's body through the bone dragon. Oh no! Gurong had rich combat experience, and the moment the force entered his body, he used his soul power to resist. This world has soul power, and the means of dark power have been reduced a lot, but there are still some useful. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Gurong's mouth. Obviously, it was not completely blocked. The ability of dark energy to control strength is still very effective for opponents with strong defense. It's just a pity that only strength can be transmitted, and soul power and heaven and earth vitality can't be thought of. However, this injury was quickly recovered with the help of Ning Fengzi. How about stopping? We, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, will be responsible for all the losses caused today. Ning Fengzi didn't want to fight anymore. Gu Yi glanced at Ning Fengzi, not enough. Ning Fengzi seemed to have considered this result a long time ago, each person will pay another 100,000 gold soul coins. Gu Yi glanced at Zhuqing he obscurely, nodded and agreed, and it would not be a good thing to continue fighting. Gu Rong's combat power may not be as high as Chen Xin, but his defense is far superior to Chen Xin. Even if he has now comprehended the dark energy, it is difficult to win without using the fifth soul skill. Ning Fengzi also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if he continued to fight, he could only call Chen Xin. The two titled Douluo took Gu Yi down directly. But they would not do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Everyone soon woke up under Ning Fengzi's treatment, and when they saw Gu Rong on the side, they immediately took a defensive look. Ning Rong looked at them a little embarrassedly. After all, this encounter was related to her. Chapter 75 Jianrongxiu, you don't want to reveal your identity, do you? Chapter 75 Jianrongxiu, you don't want to reveal your identity, do you? Tianwen Academy. Brother Yi, is this true? Is this true? Oscar and Ma Hongjun couldn't believe it at all. Now it's so easy to earn gold soul coins. You can get 100,000 gold soul coins by getting hurt. The Seven Treasures glazed sect is simply inhumane. No wonder Ning Rong was so arrogant and unruly before. If they also lived in a sect that was rich enough to rival a country, they would not be much better than Ning Rong, or even worse. For the last time. Third time is the limit. If he really reaches the bottom line, even if he has to sacrifice his cultivation, he will make the two pillars of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect disappear. Gu Yi's murderous aura without any disguise makes everyone understand that he is not lying. But does he have the ability to do so? What a courage! Zhuqing he stood aside, secretly admiring Gu Yi's courage. The only person in the world who dares to say such words in front of Ning Fengzi, I am afraid that even Emperor Shuiye would not dare to do so. Ning Fengzi did not change at all on the surface, as if he was not the one who was threatened just now. Please rest assured, Dean Gu, this will not happen again. Please teach Rong well. Ning Fengzi actually bowed to Gu Yi in the end. This move shocked Gu Rong and Jianrongxiu. Even Gu Yi was shocked. Is this the courage of the leader of a sect? Gu Yi found that he still underestimated Ning Fengzi. However, it is also possible to make the two titled Douluo stay in the sect willingly. Needless to say, his personality charm is natural. No matter who it is, treat them equally. Gu Yi will not deliberately target a certain person, just like Tang San before. Even if he hates or dislikes him in his heart, he will not deliberately target him in teaching. No one will be an exception to this. Do not treat differently because of preferences. Ning Fengzi looked into Gu Yi's eyes. He had seen countless people, and even if he only looked at one person's eyes, he could see a lot. This sentence is not a lie. I'll leave it to you. Ning Fengzi left, and Zhuqing he naturally followed him. Today's project seems to be increased again. Gu Yi looked at the academy, which was even more dilapidated at the moment, and said to everyone. Remember, you can't use soul power during this period. It is to sharpen their hearts. The growth of strength does not mean the growth of the heart. Becoming a slave to power hurts others and yourself. More importantly, if one does not have a strong enough heart, the profound secrets of the martial arts will lead people astray. Gu Yi now regrets why he taught Zhuqing the advanced martial arts so early. Fortunately, her long-term experience made her mind quite strong. She was not affected too much by the martial arts. But it was affected in the end. Gu Yi did not stay in the academy for long. After all, he had not seen his old friend for many years, so he naturally needed to communicate with him. I just don't know whether Jianrongxiu was more surprised to see him or wanted to kill him. Gu Yi really wanted to see the scene. With his current strength, it would be too easy to sneak into the prince's mansion. Now the snake spear and the thorn porpoise are with Jianrongxiu, and he came to Zhuqing He's office without any obstacles. Sitting on the chair, he looked through the reports on the table boredly. I felt bored after reading a few copies. They were all whining without any real substance. Zhuqing he did not follow Ning Fengzi back to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. After bidding Ning Fengzi farewell, he returned to the prince's mansion. Young master, be careful. There are people inside. The snake spear was hidden around and sent a message to Jianrongxiu. Jianrongxiu paused and then returned to her normal state. As the prince and future heir of the Tiandou Empire. Over the years, he has dealt with countless assassins, spy, I didn't expect someone to come again today. Qian Rongxiu pushed the door open and was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that it would be Gu Yi inside, and I didn't expect that he would come to her place. Dean Gu, entering without notice is not a gentleman's behavior. Having said that, Qian Rongxiu still didn't say anything, stepped forward, turned around and closed the door. If you are really Zhuqing he, it is indeed wrong. But are you? Gu Yi sat in the position that should have been Zhuqing he, looking at Zhuqing he who was still calm with a smile on his face. What does Dean Gu mean by this? If I am not Zhuqing he, who else could it be? The two people, the thorny porpoise and the snake spear, who were in the dark, had already made preparations and were ready to take down Gu Yi at any time. Really? Qian Rongxiu. With just 5 words, the scene instantly became tense, and the thorny porpoise and the snake spear hidden in the dark showed up. You two, really want to do it? Unless you are sure to kill me instantly, you can't do it. Gu Yi was not panicked at all. In fact, if you want to control a person, you have to find his weak spot and hit him with one strike. There is no doubt that Qian Rongxiu's weak spot is Zhuqing he's identity. After lurking for so many years, the importance of this identity to her can be imagined. Back off. Zhuqing he asked the two to retreat. Although he didn't know how Gu Yi knew it, it was obvious from his current performance that he was not going to expose her. Otherwise, her identity would have been exposed long ago. Change back to your original appearance. It's really awkward to look at you like this. Gu Yi frowned and looked at the man's appearance, always feeling uncomfortable. Qian Rongxiu hesitated for a while, took a few steps forward, and performed a big transformation in front of Gu Yi. A golden-haired peerless beauty appeared in front of him. Well, it looks much better. Better looking than a few years ago. Gu Yi nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that Qian Rongxiu is more charming now than a few years ago. Where did I reveal my true colors? Qian Rongxiu ignored Gu Yi's compliments, somewhat puzzled. It stands to reason that no one could see through her disguise. Nothing can escape my eyes. Qian Rongxiu was speechless. What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? But she knew that Gu Yi didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask any more questions. The relationship between her and him was maintained by letters. It's not a good thing to ask questions. What do you want to find me for? Do you remember what happened before? Gu Yi looked at Qian Rongxiu, extremely serious. Of course, if you win. I'll listen to you about the next thing, but if I win, you will. Gu Yi smiled and interrupted her next words, don't worry, I won't regret the decision I made. Qian Rongxiu looked at Gu Yi who was so confident, and didn't understand how he could rely on an academy that couldn't even gather enough players to win the championship from the Spirit Hall, which selected talents from all over the world. Unless he played himself. But this was impossible. Looking forward to your performance. I'll leave now that I've finished talking. There's no need to send letters to the Spirit Hall in the future. Gu Yi left after he finished talking, without a trace of nostalgia. Snake spear, thorny pig, can you see my true form? Qian Rongxiu turned back to her original form and asked. The two shook their heads in unison, unable to see through it. If they hadn't known it in advance, they wouldn't have been able to tell the difference at all. Qian Suren looked at the place where Gu Yi had just sat, her eyes deep, she still underestimated Gu Yi. Chapter 76 Dark Demon Evil Tiger. After leaving the prince's mansion, Gu Yi also wandered around Tiandou city. After all, it is the capital of the Tiandou Empire. The level of prosperity here is not comparable to that of Soto City. But today seems to be a bit unsatisfactory. Not long after walking, I saw a nobleman entangled with a sweet-looking woman. The obscene expression on his face really didn't show any noble temperament, but more like a stink bug in a stinky ditch. Gu Yi took a few steps forward and was about to step forward, but the matter seemed to be stopped. Zhou Long, why don't you let go quickly? A cold and elegant voice came from not far away. Gu Yi turned his head and saw a beautiful woman coming from not far away. The light blue palace dress, the neatly groomed blue hair, the whole body exudes a noble temperament. There is no doubt that this woman's temperament is the best Gu Yi has ever seen. Even if she is standing among thousands of people, Gu Yi believes that he can still see this woman at a glance. Outstanding temperament, beautiful appearance. The noble who was still entangled with the woman trembled when he heard this familiar voice. Turned away stiffly. Xian Master. Zhou Long really didn't expect Tang Yuehua to come out today, and couldn't help cursing his bad luck. It seems that all these years, I still haven't taught you what noble etiquette is. Tang Yuehua shook her head somewhat dejectedly. Some things were really beyond the reach of a lowly woman like her. Even though she was famous all over the world and had taught countless people with true aristocratic etiquette, she still couldn't change the status quo. Or in other words, this world there are too many nobles in the world. As long as the soul power meets the standard, it is easy to obtain the title, and from then on, it has evolved into an aristocratic family. You can't expect a group of people who only know how to fight and kill to be like her. They believe that the strong are respected. In order to be refined and get rid of their status as a grassroots person, they sent their offspring to learn aristocratic etiquette. But they still have arrogance that looks down on ordinary people. Zhou Long is naturally one of them. Tang Yuehua walked in front of the woman who was harassed just now, and a special breath began to spread from her. Elegant and natural, all the sadness in the world was resolved at this moment, and the woman who was originally terrified also became gentle and calm. Even if he stood so far away, Gu Yi could feel this gentle breath. Finally understood who the person in front of him was. Tang Yuehua, Soul Power Level 9, Martial Soul is a mutated aristocratic ring, and can never break through level 10 in his life. Born with a domain, aristocratic domain. Can smooth everything out. Gu Yi does not think this is a problem with Tang Yuehua's martial soul, but her own problem. There are very few martial souls that can bring their own domains. Gu Yi speculated that Tang Yuehua's martial soul was probably not fully awakened. If it could awaken again, it would definitely not be inferior to any martial soul. Just like Yu Xiaogong's Luo Sanbao, it was because the mutation was not thorough enough that it evolved into Luo Sanbao's current appearance. Otherwise, it would be like the Golden Holy Dragon martial soul, which is extremely powerful. But these have nothing to do with him. Just from this one thing, the Tiandou Empire is rotten to the core. Gu Yi doesn't think there is anything wrong with unification. Only great unification can build a more peaceful world. But the person who completes the great unification cannot be Bibi Dong, who has lost his mind. After walking around, Gu Yi, who was disturbed, returned to the academy in boredom. Ning Fengzi's speed is still very fast. Now a large number of construction personnel have arrived here. Now there is only more than a year left before the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Tianwen Academy has not even found enough basic participants. To participate in the competition, 7 regular players and several substitutes are required. It just so happens that there are already 6 members now, and he has already chosen the remaining one. In the next period of time, Gu Yi plans to obtain the 6th soul ring first to make himself stronger. The previous attack by Gu Rong made him realize that if there is really a speed type titled Douluo who wants to kill him, it would be difficult to defend. After all, his current high combat power relies on devouring the vitality of heaven and earth to improve his strength. It is impossible for him to devour the vitality of heaven and earth all day to strengthen himself. The rest of the time, his strength will never reach the level of titled Douluo. Therefore, the 6th soul skill can no longer be delayed. Old Poison, I really need your help this time. The dark demon evil god tiger is not simple. Its strength is only stronger than that of a 100,000-year soul beast that helps the weak. More importantly, the aftermath of this battle will definitely spread widely. Even if he can defeat the dark demon evil god tiger, it will be difficult to absorb it safely. If there is Douluo as a guardian, it will obviously be much safer. Let's go. Douluo made a prompt decision. The stronger Gu Yi is, the greater the benefit to him. It will be better for Yanyan. He had long seen that his granddaughter was seduced by Gu Yi, saying that she was going to catch up with him. But Gu Yi was always on his lips all day. Gu Yi explained something and flew away with Douluo. This time they were going to the Xingde Great Forest. If they were to travel normally, it would take at least 10 days, but for soul masters like them who have the ability to fly, this distance can be reached in less than a day. Where should we go next to find the soul beast? In the huge Xingde Great Forest, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a soul beast. Wait for me to sense it for a while. Gu Yi stood in the air, and the effect of the demon seed in the sea of a spirit was brought to the limit by him. A series of auras such as evil thoughts were sensed. Gu Yi deliberately selected some weak auras and specifically looked for powerful evil thoughts. The dark demon evil god tiger is a soul beast that is more bloodthirsty and terrifying than the human-faced demon spider. It is said that the dark demon evil god tiger was originally a white tiger, but because of the power of the evil god, it became what it is now. The evil aura in its body is more powerful than that of all soul beasts. Guyi quietly sensed for a stick of incense, and finally found a very powerful evil thought in the southwest direction, surpassing any evil thought. It seemed that only evil aura was left, without a trace of impurities. This way. Guyi pointed in a direction, and the two flew all the way there. With their current strength, they could handle a 100,000-year-old soul beast. That's why they dared to be so arrogant. Not long after flying, Guyi and Douluo found a black giant tiger. It was not ordinary black, but the kind of black that was pure to the extreme. Any light shining into it would be devoured, but it had an amazing breath and evil spirit. When they flew closer, they found that this dark demon evil god tiger was actually devouring its own kind. It was indeed an evil soul beast. However, starting today, this giant tiger is his soul ring. Old poison, help me hold the line. Guyi shouted, and rushed towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 77 Complete Liberation's Strength. There is already a blood-red longsword in his hand. This sword has been nurtured by murderous aura for many years, and it has undergone a complete transformation. Even if ordinary people get close, they will be affected by the murderous aura on it. However, this is Guyi's best weapon, which can not only amplify his third soul skill, but also increase the lethality. The blood-red sword energy bursts out from the sword of killing. The dark demon evil god tiger, which is still devouring the soul beast, has already sensed it. It directly gave up the fat meat in its mouth and dodged to the other side. The soul beast corpse that was still in place was directly divided by the sword energy and became a broken corpse. The dark demon evil god tiger watched the food that he had hunted hard for being destroyed, and the evil energy on his body became more turbulent, especially the word king on his forehead, which became darker. The cold evil energy spread from the dark demon evil god tiger's body and slowly surrounded him. Guyi couldn't help but shudder. When he came back to his senses, the dark demon evil god tiger in front of him disappeared. Wind. During this year, his mental power has become much stronger, and he immediately found the trace of the dark demon evil god tiger. He flew a few meters to the left, and at the same time, he subconsciously swung the killing sword in his hand. The murderous aura is not weak, and the dark demon evil god tiger is not a soul beast with low intelligence. On the contrary, it is extremely spiritual. Especially for fighting, it is extremely sharp. Even more sharp than Guyi. The top hunter in the forest is not that simple. Douluo also noticed the situation here from a distance. To be honest, he can't match this speed. Even though he has gradually refined the poison for his own use over the years, he is still too weak. However, he is not without ability. Especially his 8th soul skill, which is the best means of control. Thinking of this, Douluo no longer hesitated, flew to a distance, summoned his martial soul, and the 8th soul ring lit up. Time freezes. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole world had calmed down, even Guyi and the dark demon evil god tiger were frozen. What a strong power! Douluo tried his best to maintain the 8th soul skill, and at the same time used the only 10,000-year head soul bone, Medusa's gaze. This move was his real killer move. A white light condensed and flew directly towards the dark demon evil god tiger at a very fast speed. It approached the dark demon evil god tiger in the blink of an eye, but here Douluo found that his soul power was rapidly consumed. The 8th soul skill was actually broken. The speed of the dark demon evil god tiger was not slow at all, and it directly dodged the white light. The white light shot on the ground directly petrified the blue-silver grass that hit it. What kind of soul beast is this? Douluo never thought that his soul skill would be directly broken, and this soul beast obviously has not reached the level of 100,000 years. Guyi actually wanted to attach this kind of soul beast to the 6th soul ring? Even after what happened just now, the dark demon evil god tiger still did not regard Douluo as its primary target. It could feel that the man in front of it was extremely powerful and could definitely help him reach a higher level. Douluo gave it a fishy feeling, and even it had no appetite. So fast. The dark demon evil god tiger rushed towards him at an unimaginable speed, and the evil power on its body eroded everything in front of it. Guyi was knocked away before he could react. Pain. Incomparable pain. Guyi felt that more than half of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were also injured to a certain extent. This was not the worst. The evil power that invaded his body was the real big trouble. Not only did it make his body decay, but even the vitality of heaven and earth was a little difficult to control. The dark demon evil god tiger would not leave any room for the enemy, and quickly approached Guyi, who fell under the tree. Enduring the pain in his body, Guyi dodged and left the place, and escaped the attack of the dark demon evil god tiger in a very thrilling way. I really underestimated the strength of the dark demon evil god tiger. Guyi used part of his strength to resist the erosion of the evil power in his body, and at the same time he needed to pay attention to the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger did not seem to be in a hurry and moved carefully. For a while, Guyi was in great danger. Douluo did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Also, he did not expect the strength of this soul beast to be so strong. It's time to use special means at this point. Guyi thought secretly. With the thought, the surrounding heaven and earth energy was directly absorbed into his body by Guyi. The amount and energy were unprecedented. At this time, Guyi did not care whether his body could bear it, and swallowed it all in one go. Puff! Guyi's body suddenly cracked open, blood overflowed, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. The state was extremely terrifying. Are you crazy? You actually swallowed such a large amount of energy. Douluo did not understand why Guyi did this. It was completely self-destructive. No one can control such a large amount of energy. Not to mention that Guyi is only a quasi-soul emperor. Even if his strength can reach the level of titled Douluo, it is impossible. Even the energy within a radius of hundreds of miles has gathered here. Originally, it was still possible. The dark demon evil god tiger, ready to enjoy its prey, had its hair standing up and a look of fear in its pupils. Without the slightest hesitation, it turned and ran. This energy was too strong. Guyi, however, didn't care at all. He calmly raised the killing sword in his hand, and the amazing sword energy contained the killing energy to condense into an energy blood sword. Douluo stared at the blood sword that was dozens of meters long with wide eyes, and was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. There was no doubt that this move could kill him. Guyi really controlled this huge energy and was able to use such a powerful ability. Douluo understood why Guyi was so confident. My sword is nearly 100 meters long. What's wrong with letting you run 99 meters first? Guyi looked at the fleeing dark demon evil god tiger and swung his sword. The surrounding trees were immediately destroyed, and the dark demon evil god tiger once again used the extreme speed it had just displayed. He dodged the sword to the right. It's not over yet. Guyi's hand was horizontal, and the sword energy turned to continue attacking the dark demon evil god tiger. This change caused dozens of trees to suffer, and the surrounding area of a dozens of meters became an open space. Even if the dark demon evil god tiger was fast, it could not keep that speed. Guyi's sword swinging speed was not slow at all. A bit of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, and it turned around and attacked Guyi quickly. At the same time, the evil hook behind it turned into a spike, and a layer of grey protective shield was added to its body. The distance of less than 100 meters was crossed in almost the blink of an eye. Guyi's sword energy also arrived, and with an unparalleled force, it instantly broke the protective shield of the dark demon evil god tiger. Just when he was about to kill, he suddenly felt a strong suction force. Even with his current strength, he could not resist this force. He was directly sucked in. Chapter 78 Heaven Swallowing Secret Art. All the power in his body was suppressed, and even the large amount of heaven and earth energy that had been absorbed into his body before could not be sensed. The body, mind, and soul power are all weakening. The darkness disappeared, and Guyi saw the dark demon evil god tiger opposite him at the first time, which had become much smaller. At the same time, he also noticed his current state, which was exactly the same as when he was 6 years old. The martial soul has not awakened, there is no internal force in the body, nothing. That is, his physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary children. But it is also limited. Now he is not as good as Tang San of the same age. The arena of life and death. Guyi was somewhat fortunate that he broke the protective shield of the dark demon evil god tiger before entering. Otherwise he would not face the dark demon evil god tiger in its childhood, but the extremely powerful adult dark demon evil god tiger. Then there would be no need to fight at all. Now there is no soul power, and it is impossible to mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth. All he can rely on is not strong physical strength and fighting skills. Fortunately, this skill can only limit strength, not memory, otherwise there would be no chance. Guyi knew this. The dark demon evil god tiger in its infancy was at most a 10-year soul beast. Although it had the top bloodline, which made it stronger than a 10-year soul beast, it was not much stronger. Perhaps with the two combat realms of Mingjin and Anjin, there would be a possibility of victory. The dark demon evil god tiger pounced directly, and its scarlet eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Although Guyi had no soul power now and could not use his body skills to dodge, he could still do it with simple steps. All the strength in his body was concentrated at one point and burst out. There was an extremely crisp sound in the air, and it quickly fell on the back of the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger screamed and fell to the ground. Although the 6-year-old Guyi's physical fitness was much stronger than his peers, it was impossible for him to surpass adults, let alone soul beasts. Just this one blow, Guyi felt exhausted. The dark demon evil god tiger didn't understand why the human in front of him, who didn't even have a trace of soul power, could dodge its tiger pounce and cause it such great damage. The dark demon evil god tiger stood up with his head shaking, and continued to attack Guyi without stopping. A punch with all his strength was actually of no use. Guyi was a little surprised. Carefully avoiding the attack, Guyi knew that it would be difficult for him to win with simple external injuries. The real way to win is to break from the inside out. Guyi estimated that he could only throw 3 more punches with the power just now. Everything must be grasped. Otherwise, he would really capsize in the ditch. Guyi calmly observed the dark demon evil god tiger, and his right hand was already prepared, just waiting for a sure hit. Soul beasts are indeed soul beasts. Even if they have the most advanced hunting experience, they still have the thinking of beasts. The dark demon evil god tiger seemed to be a little afraid of Guyi's attack just now, and did not choose to pounce directly, but condensed a black light ball. However, the speed was indeed a bit slow. However, Guyi felt a strong threat from it. If he could not dodge, he would be dead or injured. Guyi was extremely alert. If he had his previous body, he would have rushed over and interrupted the dark demon evil tiger's spell, but with his current speed, he might not have been able to rush over. Was hit. He didn't dare to gamble. The condensed dark demon thunder ball flew directly towards Guyi, and the speed was unknown how many times faster than before. Guyi felt his scalp tingling instantly, and he had no image at all at this moment, and he rolled on the ground like a donkey. The dark demon thunder ball bloomed not far behind him, and black light overflowed. One of the rays hit Guyi's leg before he had time to hide too far. Just this one ray, Guyi felt that his whole leg had no feeling, as if it was broken. Blood flowed all over the ground, and a bowl-sized wound appeared on his thigh, which was horrible. The dark demon evil god tiger showed a human-like expression and pounced on him again. This time it would definitely kill this damn human. Step on his body and climb up. And those 2 damn monkeys and bull pythons. Guyi seemed to be unable to control the pain, and he didn't even hide. Just when the claws of the dark demon evil god tiger were only a dozen centimeters away from tearing his neck, Guyi suddenly raised his head, and a majestic expression appeared on his delicate face. This was the most daring move he had made. He had a way to dodge the dark demon thunder ball just now, but what about after dodging it? What can a 6-year-old child use to fight a soul beast? Die! Guyi had already gathered his strength and punched the dark demon evil god tiger in the head. The fist did not make any sound this time, just like the strength a 6-year-old child should have. It contained extremely powerful dark energy, which did not hurt the appearance but only the internal organs. This punch hit the dark demon evil god tiger's head, and once it hit, it would directly destroy the brain. The dark demon evil god tiger felt something was wrong at this moment, but now it could not dodge at all, and could only see who hit the other party first. There was a bloodthirsty and fierce light in his eyes. Bang! After all, the fist was faster. The attack of the dark demon evil god tiger came to an abrupt halt, and its sharp claws stopped less than 5 centimeters in front of Guyi. If it had been 1 step faster, Guyi would have died. But there is no if in the world, Guyi was faster, so he survived. The full-strength attack just now made the wound on his leg bleed faster, but Guyi didn't care. He would be able to get out soon, and the blocked power would be restored. This injury was less than 1/10 of the damage caused by the secret technique. Besides, he would leave this life and death arena soon, and the blocked power would be restored soon. This injury was just one more wound that needed to be repaired. Douluo looked at Guyi, who appeared again, and his heart was relieved. But he also saw the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger at this time. I didn't expect that Guyi could really kill this powerful soul beast. However, what he was worried about now was how Guyi would survive. Under such a huge amount of heaven and earth energy, no one could survive. Guyi didn't care about so many things at this moment. The moment he came out, he grabbed the bead that wanted to drill into the black hole. This is a good treasure. After putting it into the soul guide, Gu Yi began to remember to deal with his own problems. Now he has already become a blood man, and his white clothes are stained with blood. The meridians in his body are broken inch by inch. If it weren't for the strengthening over the years, he would even be crushed into powder by the huge heaven and earth energy. At this moment, he can't even use his soul power. Gu Yi is not panicked at all. He has already planned for this situation. It can even be said that this heaven-swallowing secret art was created because of the fifth soul skill. If it weren't for the fifth soul skill and the external soul bone, the heaven-swallowing secret art would not be used now. Gu Yi communicated with the soul power stored in the external soul bones in his body, the soul ring appeared, and the fifth soul skill lit up. Chapter 79 Domain Skills. The flames burned from his body, and the heaven and earth energy in his body was burned out instantly. At the same time, Gu Yi also felt that his martial soul, that is, his meridians, were being reshaped. The injuries on his body were also constantly recovering, and even the blood in his body was evaporated. At the same time, his clothes, hair, eyebrows, and other hair were burned out, and his body returned to its previous state, even better than before. Just when the wind blew, he felt his body cold. Gu Yi had already made this preparation and quickly put on a piece of clothes, but this big bald head could not recover quickly. Now the most important thing is not the hair, but the soul ring. Gu Yi looked at the black soul ring that had already risen, and the mission this time was already half completed. The rest was to absorb it. Douluo flew over. The strength of this soul beast was too powerful, even not inferior to the 100,000-year soul beast. Just now he could see that Gu Yi's ability to turn defeat into victory was entirely dependent on that powerful soul skill, otherwise it would be almost impossible to win. It is too risky to absorb this kind of spirit ring. Don't worry, I'm sure. Gu Yi looked at Douluo confidently. With his current endurance, he can still absorb this level, otherwise he can't withstand the strength of the titled Douluo. As for the soul shock, let alone, his current mental power is probably even stronger than Douluo. Besides, he feels that the evil power contained in the dark demon evil god tiger is likely to produce some kind of chemical reaction with the demon species. Just now during the battle, he had some feelings. Be careful, I will protect you. Gu Yi sat in front of the dark demon evil god tiger's corpse and began to guide the spirit ring into the body. These energies entering the body, Gu Yi groaned, and it was obvious that the energy was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. However, this had not exceeded his limit. The Jotian Liuhi Sutra was running wildly in his body, continuously transforming these energies into his own soul power. The barrier of level 60 was also quietly broken. In the sea of a euro spirit, the evil power was quietly eroding. The evil power spread in the sea of a euro spirit, but when it came into contact with the demon seeds in the middle of the sea of a euro spirit, these evil powers seemed to be attracted, and actually gave up continuing to erode Gu Yi's sea of a euro spirit, but instead condensed into the demon seeds. After absorbing the evil power, the demon seeds were growing rapidly, but this also caused Gu Yi to be affected. If the demon seeds were too strong, they would affect the host. However, these did not affect Gu Yi's absorption of soul rings. During the period, he did not encounter the soul shock caused by the dark demon evil god tiger. It seemed that its soul was hidden in the black bead. The whole process lasted for nearly 3 hours. It can be imagined how huge the energy contained in the dark demon evil god tiger is. Not only that, all the attributes of the body have made a qualitative leap, especially the strength, which has been greatly enhanced. If he can condense the vitality of heaven and earth again, his strength will probably be even higher, and he will be more confident. But this time he was not so lucky. The dark demon evil god tiger did not drop even a soul bone. Gu Yi did not get up immediately. The erosion of the demon species on him became more and more serious, and all kinds of emotions impacted his mind. If he could not hold on, he would even sink into it and become another person. Maybe he would become an evil soul master, and he might become extreme like Bibi Dong. If he did not suppress it, the consequences would be unimaginable. While Gu Yi was busy suppressing these evil thoughts, there was a person in the distant god realm watching him. I didn't expect that an interesting person appeared on Douluo continent. It's just that the power of evil is not so easy to master. The corner of the evil god king's mouth curled, and the eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything saw Gu Yi far away on Douluo continent through the clouds. Evil, have you found a good seedling? The kind God King came over and looked at evil. He hadn't seen him show such an expression for a long time. It can only be regarded as the first step. The more difficult things are still behind. Whether he can succeed depends on his luck. The evil God King replied. In these countless years, he has long been tired of this unchanging God realm, but his responsibilities make it impossible for him to leave. If there is really a good seedling who can inherit his throne, it would be great. You can't go alone. If not, I have to find a successor quickly. The kind God King left in a hurry, obviously wanting to find a successor quickly. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang was also eroded by a strong evil thought because of his practice of a kind of magic skill. His temperament changed, and even the elegance of a scholar disappeared. The whole person was evil. However, Yu Xiaogang felt that his mental power had made a qualitative leap. It was much stronger than before. A euro. Guyi also suppressed the evil thoughts with his own will. However, he had a new view on what to do next. Douluo came over after seeing Guyi absorb the soul ring, and wanted to know how powerful the soul ring would be given to Guyi by such a powerful soul beast. Guyi also checked his sixth soul skill. It's this. Guyi himself didn't expect that he didn't get a soul bone but got something more precious. Not only that, Guyi also felt that his third soul ring and sixth soul ring were very compatible, and seemed to be somewhat enhanced. Sixth soul skill, Evil Domain. It can trigger the evil thoughts of creatures within the domain, weaken the enemy's strength, and at the same time make its own attack attached with evil power. This time, he didn't get any soul skills, but got an extremely rare domain. Only those who have a domain know that soul skills are not worth mentioning at all. The power of the domain is beyond imagination. Old poison, feel it carefully. The sixth soul ring lit up, and a grey light spread out from his body, covering a distance of dozens of meters. Douluo, who was in this range, suddenly felt a lot of evil thoughts in his mind. Things that he would not normally imagine in his mind seemed to come out under the guidance of this force. He also felt that his own power was suppressed. Guyi did not want to deal with Douluo, but just showed the domain and took it back. What a powerful soul skill! Douluo suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, but he was still frightened. This ability is simply the temptation of the devil. Guyi was quite satisfied with the effect. After all, this domain had just been obtained, and he could continue to grow. The future is limitless, and Guyi felt that the third soul skill could be used in conjunction with the sixth soul skill. Perhaps it would have some kind of chemical reaction. In short, this time the strength has been greatly improved. The mental strength has also made considerable progress. Chapter 80 Choice and Yuexuan go back on the way. Douluo did not ask what soul skill Guyi used before. Everyone has a trump card. If he has such an almost overwhelming trump card, he will definitely kill anyone he sees. The biggest secret of a soul master is his soul skill. If his soul skill is known by others, relying on the difference in intelligence, he can even defeat the strong with the weak. Guyi did not take the initiative to explain. Besides, if he wants to use the heaven-devouring secret technique again next time, he may have to wait until 3 months later. Otherwise, he will die. However, Guyi believes that as long as he continues to strengthen his martial soul, improve his physique, and increase his control over the vitality of heaven and earth, sooner or later he will be able to use this secret technique without limit. This is also the direction he needs to move forward now. Douluo did not follow Guyi back to the academy, but left halfway. After all, now that Guyi exists, he also knows how precious the herbs grown in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are. If it weren't for Guyi, he would have wanted to stay in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire every moment. Back at the academy, Guyi looked at the sparsely populated academy and decided to recruit students and teachers in 3 months. One was to expand the academy. The other was to spread martial arts. The reason why he chose to implement it 3 months later was because of the cooling time of the fifth soul skill, and he needed time to absorb the beads left by the dark demon evil tiger in the soul guide. At that time, his combat power might be improved. And now his level has reached level 64 because of absorbing the soul ring of the dark demon evil tiger, almost halfway to the soul emperor level. Guyi can only say that it is worthy of being the top human soul beast, which can bring such a big increase to himself. With the evil domain, he has a different idea about the future training plan. Before, he thought of using some trivial things in daily life to hone their characters so that they can withstand the influence of powerful skills. But now he can directly use the evil domain to stimulate the evil thoughts in their hearts. No matter who it is, even if he is a good person who has done good deeds all his life, he still has evil thoughts in his heart. It is precisely because of these 7 emotions and 6 desires that people can be called human beings, not beasts. However, his grasp of the evil domain is not perfect yet, and he does not understand it very well. He dare not use this method on Zhuqing and others at will. What if he accidentally creates a demon? After all, people like Dai Mubai, whose brains are full of yellow waste, are particularly susceptible to the influence of evil thoughts and completely degenerate into a lustful tiger. The same is true for Ma Heng-jun, especially since his evil fire is not yet fully controlled. If his evil thoughts are aroused again, it is difficult to guarantee that Ma Heng-jun will not lose his mind. Therefore, he must use it on them after fully controlling the evil domain. In fact, what worries him most is Zhuqing now. In just a few months, she is about to reach level 29. This growth rate can be said to be extremely fast, but the faster the soul power increases, the greater the impact on Zhuqing. The most direct manifestation is that she is becoming more and more unkind, and can even be regarded as a gloomy person. She even can't say a few words to Ning Rongrong, who is also a girl. However, he didn't care about it now, because things have not reached the point where they can't be controlled. In the next month, Gu Yi taught several people to practice martial arts and combat skills in the morning, and some theoretical knowledge in the afternoon, as well as some other knowledge in the world. In the evening, he comprehended the evil realm and studied the evil god beads, which were the beads left after the death of the dark demon evil god tiger. As the days passed, he became more and more proficient in the evil realm and developed several interesting skills. Not only that, the research on the evil god beads also had some new ideas. Perhaps the evil god beads can be used as a carrier, a tool to carry evil thoughts. The dark demon evil god tiger was originally just a white tiger, and it became like that because it was baptized by the power of the evil god king and couldn't bear it. Gu Yi is now going to transform the demon seeds in the sea of a spirituality into the evil god beads. At this point, perhaps the evil god pearl can be used to gather the evil thoughts of the world. From now on, the evil thoughts of the world can become the nourishment for his growth. The spiritual power may reach a level that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. The premise is that he can control it. If he does that, he will not just bear the evil thoughts generated by himself, but the evil thoughts of everyone in the world. All the unbearable things in the world will be presented in his mind one by one. In fact, as early as half a month ago, Gu Yi realized the use of the evil god pearl, but it was because of this point. Hesitated and lost confidence. Now he has the top strength on the Douluo continent. If he goes on step by step, it will not be too difficult to become a god. Enjoy eternal life. There is no need to do this at all. Gu Yi kept persuading himself not to do stupid things. Walk out of the room. Close your eyes comfortably and feel the warmth of the rising sun. This is the most comfortable moment. It happened that Gu Yi also saw the girl Zhuqing came out of the dormitory. Unlike him, Zhuqing stared at the sun. He looked up at the sky and looked cute. Zhuqing also felt a gaze and turned away subconsciously. Their eyes met. Gu Yi nodded and left. Admiration is admiration, but he was worried at the moment and didn't care. Zhuqing followed Gu Yi out and returned to the room. It was still early, and with today's rest, he could continue to practice for a while. Walking on the streets of Tiandou, Tiandou city was already bustling in the early morning. Walking aimlessly, a little hesitant. As he walked, Gu Yi walked to the door of Yuexuan. He walked in by fate. Perhaps Tang Yuehua's noble domain can make him realize something. The guard did not stop Gu Yi, after all, he was not disheveled. The temperament was also outstanding, more noble than the nobles. When he entered the door, Gu Yi smelled a wisp of fragrance, and it seemed that all the boredom in his heart was swept away. As expected, there are some tricks. Gu Yi did not go directly to Tang Yuehua, after all, he is just an unknown junior now, and he does not know Tang Yuehua. At the same time, he also planned to see what is special about this place to learn etiquette. So he stood in the corner, quietly watching the pedestrians coming in and out, and listening to their conversations. But he finally saw a relatively normal place. Although there are still some dirty words, it is very good compared to the nobles in other places. Other people in Yuexuan also noticed Gu Yi, but they did not care, just thought he was a suitor of Madame Yuehua. After all, there have been many suitors in these years. Madame Yuehua's appearance is first class, and her temperament is beyond words, which is simply incomparable. Chapter 81 Staying overnight and playing. Yuexuan. Guyi stood below for more than half an hour. Very patient, standing there motionlessly. The silver palace dress seemed to be born for her, so perfect. As expected, he is the only person in Douluo continent who has a domain with the 9th level soul power. Guyi's mouth moved, but he didn't make a sound. Tang Yuehua turned around excitedly and looked at Guyi standing in the corner. Despite the extreme shock, Tang Yuehua's noble aura still didn't change much. But the excitement couldn't be concealed. Sir, can you go upstairs to talk? Tang Yuehua walked to Guyi and said softly. Guyi had no objection, he came to see her. Seeing Guyi agreed, Tang Yuehua turned around and said to the people behind him, don't let anyone disturb me. Yes. Everyone present was shocked. No one thought that the famous Madame Yuehua would personally meet someone who didn't know where he came from. Especially the men present had their eyes burning with jealousy. I'm afraid there is no man in the whole Tiandou city who would refuse to be alone with Madame Yuehua. Even if you can only watch but not move, it is an extremely enjoyable thing. Mature women can be divided into two types, coquettish and charming. In short, coquettishness makes people want to sleep, and charming makes people want to love. Tang Yuehua is the latter. Every frown and smile seems to be full of charm, and elegance is engraved in her bones. Tang Yuehua directly took Guyi to the top floor, which is her own private space. It is quiet enough here and no one will disturb you. You can talk about some private things with confidence. After all, Tang Hao is still wanted by the Spirit Hall, and everything needs to be done with caution. Tang Yuehua led Guyi to sit at a table on the side. Where is Tang Hao? The reason why she took Guyi directly to the top floor was because Guyi said that he knew Tang Hao's whereabouts. That made Tang Yuehua so excited. After all, they haven't seen each other for more than 20 years, and they were closest to their two brothers when they were young. Even though things have changed and the three siblings are separated, their feelings are getting stronger. Guyi is now the dean of Tianwen College. Tang Yuehua obviously didn't want to hear this. Guyi didn't deliberately tease her, and said directly, Soto City, the last time I met him was in Soto City. Soto City? Why would Tang Yuehua's second brother go there? I forgot to tell you that Tang Hao has a son who is quite capable. Tang Yuehua fell into deep thought, and Guyi was not in a hurry, waiting for her quietly. Took a sip of tea on the table, and it tasted good. What is your purpose in looking for me? Tang Yuehua didn't believe that someone would take the initiative to come to her door to tell her this news. Then I'll say it straight, I hope you can use the noble domain on me. Some things need to be explained. Guyi tried to use Tang Yuehua to help himself sort out his current thoughts. It's that simple? Tang Yuehua had thought that Guyi might ask for a high price, but she didn't expect that he would just let her use the noble domain. This was just a matter of raising her hand for her. Okay. Now. Tang Yuehua agreed and asked. Guyi nodded. A wave completely different from the evil domain appeared on the top floor. Elegant and natural, as if it could make everything calm down. Guyi also resisted, allowing this fluctuation to affect himself, as if the exhaustion in the depths of his soul was drawn out. He had been somewhat empty-minded, but under this gentle power, he gradually became sleepy. Finally, he fell asleep on the table. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she saw this. Didn't this man say he wanted to solve some problems? Could it be sleeping? Tang Yuehua was puzzled. Looking at Guyi sleeping on the table, Tang Yuehua was a little confused. I can't let him sleep here, it's too indecent. But she was the only place in Yuexuan where she could rest. Looking at Guyi, she remembered the news he had brought to her just now, and she couldn't bear to let him sleep like this. Walked forward and gently helped Guyi up, and then hugged him like a princess. Although she looked weak, she actually had soul power and was quite strong. At least she had no problem hugging a man. Luckily, she didn't have only one room here. After opening a door, a warm bed came into view. She gently put Guyi on the bed. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Guyi who was sleeping peacefully. She had never served a man like this in her life. In his sleep, Guyi seemed to dream of something and began to talk in his sleep. Kill kill. Tang Yuehua had just rested for less than 2 minutes. Looking at Guyi who was moving around on the bed, the evil power and murderous aura on her body slowly emerged. I really felt a little tired. She reluctantly took out the harp in another room and began to play it with the power of the fusion domain. Tang Yuehua even felt that she had fallen several times in this day. The sound of the harp spread far away, and the people in the first floor of the Moon Pavilion also heard it. The moving sound of the harp seemed to have cleansed their souls. Sure enough, only Madame Yuehua's harp sound is the most enjoyable. One of the nobles in white couldn't help but sigh. No student has ever been able to surpass Tang Yuehua in playing the piano, temperament, and appearance. Top floor. Tang Yuehua looked at Guyi, who had regained his composure, and the murderous aura and evil power on her body were suppressed. It was not until the next morning that Guyi slowly woke up. Comfortable, I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. With a wisp of fragrance entering his body, Guyi looked at everything unfamiliar in front of him. Where was he? Wake up, you can sleep well, a whole day and a night. If there is nothing wrong, leave quickly. Tang Yuehua didn't expect that this man would sleep for a whole day and a night. The key is that this person is extremely dishonest when sleeping, and he would move around from time to time, and the murderous aura and evil aura were out of control at this time. But she was exhausted. If it were someone with a bad temper, Guyi would have woken up long ago. It was because she was kind-hearted that she could tolerate Guyi. In addition, she hoped that he would bring more news about Tang Hao and his son. Without strength, she is just a noble in Tiandou city. Once she leaves Tiandou city, it will be difficult for her to survive in other places. Excuse me. Guyi also noticed the change in the sky. He didn't expect that he slept for a whole day and a night. It seems that he is really tired. Guyi didn't continue to disturb Tang Yuehua and left the top floor. Guyi, who walked down from the top floor step by step, was stared at by a pair of shocked eyes. Mrs. Yuehua had never kept any man for so long that it was a bit outrageous. Guyi walked out of Yuexuan in the murderous eyes. Chapter 82 on Tang Yuehua's help in fusing the evil god beads. In the following period of time, Guyi came to see Tang Yuehua every few days. For some reason, Tang Yuehua did not refuse and let Guyi go to the top floor every time. Here, Guyi finally calmed down and his heart gradually calmed down. Even if the evil power had been suppressed before, it still had some divinity. Even if it was suppressed well, there would be side effects. Emotions are inevitably affected a little. Just like Tang San, who just left the slaughter city, he couldn't control his murderous aura at all. He didn't reach that level, but he shouldn't be underestimated. Guyi felt that Tang Yuehua, who had the noble domain, was the most suitable for cultivation. It could even easily reach the state of unity between man and nature. This innate advantage could not be matched by any powerful martial soul. Besides, Guyi also felt that Tang Yuehua's martial soul was very likely to be the same as Yu Xiaogang, and had not yet mutated completely. It was very likely to be a super martial soul more powerful than the clear sky hammer. There are not many martial souls who have domains innately. That day, Guyi came to Yuexuan again. I said, you really regard this place as a resting place? Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyebrows tightened, looking at Guyi, who had already come uninvited, and said unhappily. How dare I? Guyi drank the tea on the table very naturally. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Guyi again. In the past half-month, he and Tang Yuehua have been getting along well. By the way, I remember your soul power is level 9, right? What do you mean? Tang Yuehua was a little puzzled. She couldn't break through to level 10. Although this matter is not well known, it is not a secret. Why did Guyi talk about this matter? Was it to humiliate her? After these days of contact, I know a little about Guyi's strength. He is less than 16 years old but has the level of Soul Emperor. Even her second brother, who is extremely talented, can't have such a strong strength at Guyi's age. Genius, peerless genius. But Tang Yuehua couldn't understand why Guyi was so idle every day, and he didn't work hard like a genius. When Tang Hao was his age, I don't know how hard he worked to practice Haoshan Jutsu. Do you want to try the feeling of a soul master? Guyi stared at Tang Yuehua's black and white eyes, and said seriously and seriously. Tang Yuehua wanted to become a soul master, but the level shackles were like a natural chasm in front of her, making it difficult to make progress. Even if she never gave up practicing all these years, it didn't help. A martial soul that failed to mutate could not be practiced after all. Even the masters who were famous in the soul master world more than 10 years ago, didn't they have no way to deal with their own martial souls? Fortunately, she has let it go over the years and doesn't care whether she has cultivation or not. What do you want to say? Tang Yuehua also wanted to play dumb with Guyi. I can help you. Guyi stared at Tang Yuehua's eyes and said. Guyi had already considered her cultivation. Perhaps Tang Yuehua needed to smooth out the consequences of the evil god bead for him. It's just that Tang Yuehua is obviously too weak now. Even helping him smooth out the consequences of absorbing evil power took so long. Once the evil god bead is integrated, evil thoughts will continue to arise. At that time, her current noble domain will not be able to help him suppress it at all. He thought of helping Tang Yuehua improve his strength. The reason why he brought it up now is because he didn't think of how to help Tang Yuehua before. Although internal strength can allow people who have not awakened soul power to practice, it cannot help practice the one who breaks the natural barrier should have. Just like the martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it can only be cultivated to the 79th level by nature and cannot accommodate the 8th soul ring. This is extremely difficult to break even if you practice internal skills. Tang Yuehua's martial soul is not the same as the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Although both cannot break the shackles of level, they are essentially different. Therefore, Guyi intends to use his own internal skills to help Tang Yuehua open up the 8 meridians and force her soul power to improve. As long as she can break through the 10th level, she will have the possibility of further progress. And this is the possibility he wants. But before that, he has a very important thing to do. This joke is not funny. I know you are a genius, but you shouldn't humiliate people like this. Tang Yuehua was a little annoyed. Even though she had forgotten about it over the years, this world was ultimately a world of soul masters, where the strong were respected. She seemed very popular and respected on weekdays, but she knew that once something happened, all this respect would vanish. Strength is everything. She is not a person who likes to joke. And this joke is not funny. We have known each other for a while. Have you ever seen me joke? Guyi asked back. Listening to Guyi's firm tone, Tang Yuehua still couldn't believe it. There have been many examples of people who could not break through due to martial spirits for thousands of years. Guyi is just a teenager. What can he do? If you can really help me break through, I will receive you whenever you come. The fact that Tang Yuehua was able to develop so well in Tiandou city, where nobles are everywhere, shows that she is not a stupid person. Moreover, the murderous aura and evil thoughts that Guyi occasionally reveals make her understand. Guyi needs her noble domain to suppress these murderous aura and evil thoughts. Remember what you said, no matter when I come to you, you are not allowed to refuse. Tang Yuehua nodded. This kind of thing is still very simple. It's just that soon, she will understand that her thoughts at that time were too naive. Not only did she give away her time, she also gave away her whole person. Okay. Guyi took Tang Yuehua to his usual resting place, asked her to sit cross-legged on the bed, and sat cross-legged behind her. Concentrate and feel carefully. Guyi placed his palms on Tang Yuehua's back, and the soul power in his body flowed into Tang Yuehua's body along the meridians on his hands. Compared to his meridians, it was simply a world of difference. There was no comparison at all. Even the movement of soul power became cautious, for fear that the power used was too strong and accidentally broke through her weak meridians. If we talk about the understanding of meridians in this world, absolutely no one can compare with him. Just wanting to help someone open up the 8 extraordinary meridians is not a simple matter. It may even damage one's own cultivation, just like a master passing on skills. But Guyi didn't care much. After all, it was not difficult for him to improve his current cultivation. Tang Yuehua could clearly feel a peaceful and neutral soul coming from behind her. The power was not the murderous and violent power she imagined. But the murderous aura and evil thoughts coming from Guyi were not fake. This little brat was really full of mystery. Yes, Guyi was just a little brat in her eyes. Chapter 83 Wet Body. These days, Guyi has learned a lot about Tang Yuehua's soul power. Although he can't simulate it to 100%, 80% or 90% is no problem. Otherwise, don't think about helping Tang Yuehua open up the 8 meridians. Guyi is not using 2 advanced skills now, and Tang Yuehua can't learn 2 advanced skills now. Pure Yuan Gong is just right, very suitable for her to lay the foundation. Tang Yuehua also felt a completely different way from meditation. Meditation is to use the martial soul to absorb the heaven and earth energy and transform it into soul power. It is completely dependent on the strength of the martial soul to practice. The stronger the martial soul, the faster the practice. It was because of the failure of the martial soul mutation that she could not become a soul master. Today, she actually saw another completely different cultivation system. Concentrate, the next step requires both of us to work together. Although Guyi intended to help Tang Yuehua open the 8 extraordinary meridians, her soul power must be the dominant force in this process. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on Tang Yuehua's subsequent cultivation. Guyi guided Tang Yuehua's soul power to one of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Yunwei meridian. This 8 extraordinary meridian is also very easy to open. The number of times you can attack the meridians at one time is limited. If you attack too many times, it is easy to damage the meridians. In addition to Tang Yuehua's weak meridians and weak cultivation, Guyi set this number at 4 times. If 4 times don't work, you have to wait a few more days before you can attack again. The first time, Guyi completely led Tang Yuehua to attack together. Tang Yuehua, who was hit by this attack, turned pale in an instant, gritted her teeth, and refused to make a sound. It was obvious that the first time failed. Guyi was not discouraged. He never expected to succeed in the first attack. The second time, it failed as well, but it was a little bit of progress. Tang Yuehua's face became even paler, like a blank sheet of paper. Her meridians were too weak, even better than those of ordinary people. But she still didn't say a word. The third time, Guyi was confident. After all, he almost broke through the obstacle before. Tang Yuehua didn't make a sound, but Guyi knew that she couldn't hold on. If she couldn't succeed this time, she could only wait for the next time. One less than the 4 times he estimated. Soon the third impact came. This time Guyi was just a behind-the-scenes promoter. Tang Yuehua was even more ruthless than Guyi, and didn't leave herself a way out. Perhaps this was the first time she acted so boldly in all these years. But it was this spirit of fearlessness that actually made her break through. The cool air merged into the soul power from the Yunwei meridian, and Tang Yuehua, who was almost fainted by the pain, also recovered a lot because of the integration of this cool air. At the same time, Guyi also left his soul power in Tang Yuehua's body. This kind of power, which is basically of the same origin, quickly merged into Tang Yuehua's soul power. Breakthrough, definitely breakthrough. Although it was the first time for Tang Yuehua to break through a major realm, her instinct told her that she had broken through. With the addition of the Yunwei meridian and Guyi's soul power, the soul power would definitely increase by more than 1 level. Sitting behind Tang Yuehua, Guyi's own soul power was reduced by about half a level, which was not a big loss. What he wanted to know now was whether Tang Yuehua's domain could be improved. This was the most important thing. After spending so much effort, if the noble domain could not become stronger, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Although this possibility was extremely small, it was not impossible. Guyi did not urge her. Tang Yuehua practiced according to Guyi's previous route and merged all the soul power into the Danshan. He exhaled and opened his eyes. I didn't lie to you. Guyi smiled at Tang Yuehua, who was soaked in sweat. A few strands of hair were also stuck to her face, and her clothes were also stuck to her body, highlighting her exquisite figure. With her pale and somewhat haggard appearance, she looked different. Thank you. Even with her interpersonal skills, she didn't know what to say at this moment, only thank you. In this world where strength is respected, the greatest help is to give others strength. Before that, I have a small suggestion. Guyi looked at the elegant Tang Yuehua and said with some intention. Just say it. Clothes. Guyi only said 2 words and continued to appreciate the beautiful scenery. The mountains were gathered. Tang Yuehua looked down and immediately grabbed the quilt on the bed and wrapped her whole body in it. She didn't shout, but her blushing earlobes showed that she was not calm inside. Get out now. Tang Yuehua looked at Guyi who was still standing there, and said angrily. It was so embarrassing. Guyi smiled. Tang Yuehua looked very attractive, but she was even more extraordinary under her clothes. Walked out. Until Guyi closed the door, Tang Yuehua carefully came out of the quilt. Looking down at the peaks that could be seen through the palace dress outside. Fortunately, there was a layer of underwear inside, otherwise she really didn't know how to face Guyi. Quickly took out the soul guide, take out a casual outfit for daily wear. Before changing, she carefully glanced at the door. This was the first time she changed clothes when there were men outside. If Guyi walked in, everything would be seen clearly. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yuehua came out of the room. Calmly walked in front of Guyi. Let's go, I'll take you to hunt soul rings. No matter what kind of skills you practice on the Douluo continent, no matter how strong your martial soul is, you can't break through the shackles of level. Even if you have a strong soul power, it won't work. This kind of rule is not something that a mortal like him can master, nor can he resist it. Even if he has the strength of a titled Douluo, it is impossible to do it. Can you wait for me for a few days? I still have some things to arrange. Tang Yuehua is not like Gu Yi, who is very casual about time. As the owner of Yuexuan, who is very famous in Tiandou city and even the entire Douluo continent, even if she disappears for just one day, it will cause an uproar. Work also needs to be handed over. After all, these nobles in Tiandou city are not so easy to get along with. It's okay, but my time is also precious. Gu Yi looked at Tang Yuehua and said. Suddenly, he couldn't forget the headlights that were enough to blind his eyes. Okay, wait for me to explain and we'll go. Tang Yuehua also knew that he needed Gu Yi now, so he should naturally arrange it according to his schedule. That's not what I meant. As an equivalent exchange, there is something I need to do. These days, the research on the evil field has been deepening, and naturally it is also intended to use this to train the will and character of the students. However, doing so is somewhat risky after all. If there is the help of Tang Yuehua's noble field, it can be foolproof. Tomorrow, normal updates will resume. Chapter 84 Evil Thoughts Invasion. The next day, Zhuqing and others saw Gu Yi walking into the academy with a charming beauty and coming to their side. Mrs. Yuehua. Ning Rongrong shouted in surprise, and at the same time ran to stand beside Tang Yuehua, smiling. Duguyan also knew Tang Yuehua, but she didn't understand why Tang Yuehua came here. As for the other four people, they were all amazed at Tang Yuehua's beauty, but they didn't know this woman. Dai Mubai and Zhuqing, needless to say, were originally from the Xingluo Empire and had never seen Tang Yuehua. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were children from ordinary civilian families. This was their first time in Tiandou city, and it was impossible for them to know Tang Yuehua. Zhuqing lowered her head but couldn't see her toes, so she nodded with satisfaction. In this regard, she has absolute confidence. As for other aspects, Tang Yuehua now is not comparable to Zhuqing. Tang Yuehua has been ripe for a long time, and it's time for someone to pick it. Pay attention, there will be a dangerous course next, and the one next to me is the doctor I asked to protect you. Euro. Tang Yuehua was not at all stage frightened, and this small scene was simply not worth mentioning. Nice to meet you, you are indeed a group of young men with great potential. My name is Tang Yuehua, and I will serve as your psychological safety doctor during this period. Euro. Tang Yuehua trademark's speech skills can be said to have reached the pinnacle, even when facing this group of young men. Euro psychological safety, Euro. Even Oscar, who knew Gu Yi best, didn't Euro trademark T understand what kind of psychological danger they would have. Euro I have practiced pure Yuan Gong, and I only think it is another way to practice soul power, but in fact, pure Yuan Gong is just the simplest way to practice Euro. Zhuqing has a deep understanding of this point. Now the speed of practice can be said to be 2 to 3 times that of practicing pure Yuan Gong. Euro advanced exercises need to be guided by the spirit, fit the martial spirit, and achieve a harmonious scene. But before that, you need to complete a special training. Advanced exercises are not just enough to simply run soul power, but also need to be guided by Oni Euro trademark's own spirit to be able to practice successfully. But if a person is not determined, it is easy to become a slave of the method. So be prepared. As he said, Gu Yi activated the 6th soul ring, and a grey wave surged in all directions. At this moment, Gu Yi no longer had the previous elegance and easygoing, and became evil. Everyone trembled. Tang Yuehua finally understood why Gu Yi had such a strong evil thought before. It turned out to be caused by the 6th soul ring. She couldn't imagine what kind of soul beast produced a soul ring that would carry such a strong evil power. Tang Yuehua opened the noble domain at the first time, but the range was very small, enough to wrap herself in it. As for the rest of the people, she didn't care. This was also what she and Gu Yi had agreed before they came. She was just a guarantee, and when these people couldn't resist the evil thoughts, she would use the noble domain to let Ning Rongrong and the others recover. She didn't need to take action for the rest. Almost instantly, the 6 people present were invaded by evil thoughts, and their bodies also showed evil thoughts. Some had ferocious faces, some blushed, some full of grief, in short, no one was awake. Although Gu Yi's evil domain was only produced by a soul ring, this soul ring was condensed after the death of the dark demon evil god Tiger that was more than 50,000 years old, and it contained a trace of evil divine power. Under such circumstances, if they could resist the invasion of evil thoughts, it would be truly incredible. Guyi looked calmly at the people who were deeply trapped in evil thoughts. It was also the first time that Tang Yuehua heard of this kind of cultivation method. During the time she knew Guyi, she constantly refreshed her cognition and subverted the routine. It must be said that Guyi's evil domain was really strong. Even Tang Yuehua, who had a noble domain, could feel a little oppression. The most unbearable among them was Ma Hongzhen. His eyes were red like fire, and he made a low gasp. His lower body was even more unbearable. His evil thoughts were also the strongest among all people, and wisps of evil fire emerged from his body from time to time. Guyi looked at Ma Hongzhen, who was gradually immersed in it. As expected, it was almost the same as he thought. The evil thoughts in his heart would definitely trigger the evil fire. Although Ma Hongzhen's martial soul was powerful, it had too many flaws. It seemed that Tang Yuehua had to take action. Guyi glanced at Tang Yuehua, and she knew what to do. A gentle breath flowed into Ma Hongzhen's body, and in an instant, the evil thoughts and desires in Ma Hongzhen's body melted away like snow and ice, and soon returned to normal. Looking at the 5 people who were still struggling, his eyes were a little dim. The first failure made him a little difficult to accept. This was a big blow to him. Who would think that he was inferior to others? He walked aside silently, and he was eager to completely control the evil fire and become a real fire phoenix. Instead of being ridiculed as an evil fire chicken. Guyi saw all this, but did not take the initiative to comfort him. This required Ma Hongzhen to come out of it himself. Kill you. Dai Mubai's voice reached Guyi and Tang Yuehua. At this moment, Dai Mubai's face was full of murderous intent and desire, like a tyrant. Another loser. This time, Guyi didn't need to use his eyes. With the help of the noble domain, Dai Mubai also recovered. Recalling the scene he had just fallen into, he felt a little yearning but also a lingering fear. Guyi was a little surprised. Apart from Ma Hongzhen, because of the evil fire, in his opinion, Ning Rongrong's will should be the least firm. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai would be the first to fail. This was a little unexpected. After a cup of tea, Oscar and Zhuqing were the only 2 people who were still holding on and not trapped in the evil thoughts. As for Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, they both failed one after another. Zhuqing's failure so quickly was not unexpected to him. After all, she had been affected by the practice before, or it could be said that part of her personality was magnified. In the end, Oscar was the only one who persisted the longest, persisting for half an incense stick before he could not hold on any longer. This is already an amazing will. Guyi just wanted to say that he is worthy of being the first genius with full innate soul power in history. In the original book, even if Oscar did not have the help of the fairy grass, he would have become a god. Oscar has both talent and will. Now I have recorded the time each of you persisted for the first time, and I hope to see your progress next time. After that, Guyi sent Tang Yuehua back to Yuexuan, and he himself stayed there for a while, because Tang Yuehua's noble domain made him feel very comfortable. But it was not the case in the eyes of others. Once the gossip heart is up, it can't be stopped. A good book worth reading. Let's see how the Waste Master counterattacks and returns home with Bibi. Chapter 85 Fusion Failure. Now there are a lot of gossips in Tiandou City. Tang Yuehua is a celebrity in Tiandou City, and she is also the master that Yuexuan, the noble, longs for. Every move is watched. A man frequently enters Madame Yuehua's private territory, which has never happened in these years. More importantly, there were rumors that Madame Yuehua had a different relationship with Emperor Shuiyat. As for Guyi's information, it has long been placed on the desks of prominent nobles. However, they only know that Guyi is the dean of a high-level Soul Master Academy, and they dare not continue to investigate the information afterwards. Because they saw the figure of Douluo behind Guyi. And this high-level academy was handled by Douluo himself. No one in Tiandou City dares to offend a titled Douluo. Tianwen Academy. Now I finally understand why Brother Yi has not looked for women for so many years. It turns out that he doesn't like those rouge and powder. Even if Ma Hongzhen has changed a little, he still can't change his gossip-loving heart. But Brother Yi's hobbies are quite consistent. He still likes broad-minded women. Oscar couldn't help but say something, but they also have this hobby. Zhuqing was stunned when she left, and then left here with a normal expression. Today's failure made her a little frustrated. It can be seen that today's training is a test of willpower. It has nothing to do with talent and cultivation, and she failed early in this training that she should have persisted to the end. Thinking of the scenes that kept flashing in her mind when she was trapped in evil thoughts, the yin energy on her body became heavier. Lanba Academy, no, it should be called Shrek Academy now. Flender and his group followed Lu Erlong to Tiandou city and successfully took over the academy that Lu Erlong had worked hard for 20 years. At the same time, Flender also heard about the things between Guyi and Tang Yuehua. It was inevitable to sigh. Flender, let's try again to see if we can fuse our martial souls. Yu Xiaogang walked over and said. For some reason, the martial soul induction between him, Flender, and Lu Erlong disappeared some time ago. Yes, it disappeared. Originally, the compatibility of their martial soul fusion was as high as 99%, and they could sense each other's martial souls, but now they can't feel it. It's as if they have never been fused. From that day on, they could no longer perform the martial soul fusion technique. You should know that the reason why the three of them became known as the Golden Iron Triangle was entirely because of the martial soul fusion technique. Otherwise, with their original cultivation, it would be almost impossible for them to become famous in the Soul Master world, especially with a burden. Come on! Flender couldn't figure out why the martial soul fusion technique would fail. Even if they had been separated for more than 20 years, they could still fuse the Golden Holy Dragon as soon as they saw each other. But now there was no feeling at all. Lu Erlong and Flender poured their soul power into Luo Sanbao's body as usual. If it was the case before, Luo Sanbao would have stimulated the Golden Holy Dragon under their soul power. But now nothing happened. Puff! Yu Xiaogang suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Luo Sanbao also dissipated when Yu Xiaogang fell. Xiaogang, are you okay? Flanders was the fastest and immediately hugged Yu Xiaogang. Even if the martial soul fusion failed, he should not be injured. Yu Xiaogang was not unconscious, but just suffered some internal injuries. The martial soul and the human body are connected. If the martial soul is damaged, the body will also be damaged. Luo Sanbao is just a martial soul that failed to mutate. It would be fine if he could still fuse soul power and evolve into a Golden Holy Dragon. But now that the martial soul cannot be fused, it is naturally unable to withstand such a powerful soul power. Naturally, it will be backfired. Why? Why? Yu Xiaogang roared to the sky. Only when the martial soul is fused can one enjoy the feeling of a strong man. Now even if he has forgotten the magic skills, the traces of his practice are still there. He has turned back to the waste before. Flanders, is it you? Are you unwilling to cooperate? Yu Xiaogang fell into Flanders' arms and questioned. Martial soul fusion requires the three of them to work together, and it is impossible for him to do it no matter how much he wants to merge. There are only two reasons why martial soul fusion can fail. One is that the martial soul compatibility is not high enough. Two is that the people who are fusing martial souls are not in tune with each other. The first point is impossible. Their martial souls have been fused for so many years, and there has never been a problem with the compatibility of martial souls. Since the first one is impossible, there is only the second possibility, that someone is resisting martial soul fusion. Yu Xiaogang knew that he could never resist it, and it was impossible for Lu Erlong to be so obsessed with him. The only reason could only be Flanders. Especially because he wanted to study the skills, Guyi left and the teacher-student relationship was severed from then on. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's question, Flanders was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect that he would cut off the kindness between him and Guyi even for the sake of protecting him. He even took the initiative to withdraw from the opportunity to pursue Lu Erlong. Even though he loved her so much, he still hid it in his heart. What he got in return was a questioning and disbelief. His face suddenly turned cold, and his worried look disappeared. Lu Erlong also noticed the change in Flanders at this moment. She didn't understand why Xiaogang would say such a thing. They have been friends and brothers for so many years. It really hurts feelings to say such a thing. Even Lu Erlong couldn't understand Yu Xiaogang now. But this didn't stop her from worrying about Yu Xiaogang. Erlong, don't worry. Yu Xiaogang just suffered some internal injuries. He will be fine after eating some candy beans later. Flanders helped Yu Xiaogang up, then put away his hand and turned away. There was no answer to Yu Xiaogang's question. But his back looked a little lonely and sad. It was a bit uncomfortable to be distrusted. Yu Xiaogang seemed to be crazy. It's him. Flanders must still be resenting me for driving away his apprentice. He actually chose to resist the fusion of martial spirits, and caused me to be so seriously injured. Lu Erlong looked at the nearly crazy Yu Xiaogang and comforted him, Boss Flanders is not that kind of person. Maybe there is something wrong somewhere else. Don't worry, Xiaogang, I believe that you can find the problem with your knowledge. Lu Erlong's voice was very soft, and it was completely different from the female Tyrannosaurus Rex that was circulated in the outside world. It's a pity that Yu Xiaogang couldn't listen at all now. Hey, have been studying for more than 10 days, but I haven't found even a hair. If Flanders were here, he would definitely say, more than 10 days is nothing. When Guyi was studying his own soul skills, it took much longer than 10 days. Chapter 86 Warning and Difference. Tiandou City. Today, Yuexuan has an uninvited guest. I saw a man covered in a black robe, hiding his whole broad figure in it, obviously not wanting anyone to know his true identity. After a busy day, Tang Yuehua walked up to the top floor of Yuexuan and was about to take a leisurely bath, but she keenly discovered that the position of the chairs in the room was different. In this cannibalistic Tiandou city, careless people have long died. Tang Yuehua's survival is enough to explain everything. She walked downstairs calmly. Whether there was anyone or not, she would not take this risk. Even if she had successfully reached level 10, she was still too weak and had almost no help in improving her strength. At most, it would make her feel a little more relaxed every day. Yuehua, wait. Although Tang Hao didn't know where he was exposed, if he let Yuehua go down like this, he was afraid that he would cause unnecessary trouble again. Tang Yuehua paused as she went downstairs. This voice, it must be right. She turned around suddenly and looked at the person who came out of the shadows, and excitedly shouted, "How, is that you? Sister, it's me." Tang Hao lifted the black hood on his head and showed his whole face. The old face made Tang Yuehua a little unrecognizable for a while. Is this still her high-spirited and talented second brother? Where have you been all these years? Why don't you return to the sect and come to see me? Tang Yuehua was very excited, and even her noble temperament could not be maintained. The excitement of seeing her relatives had long made her forget all these. Yuehua, I came to you this time because I have something to ask you. Tang San and Xiao Wu came to Tiandou City, so he naturally needed to come here to protect them. Especially Xiao Wu. At the beginning, Ayan didn't have as much courage as Xiao Wu. She dared to come to the center of Tiandou Empire before she was fully transformed, as if she didn't worry about meeting a titled Douluo at all. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Tang Hao, so why didn't she come to see her sister if there was nothing to do? What is your relationship with that Guyi? Tang Yuehua thought Tang Hao would ask about the situation of the sect over the years, or at least ask about the situation of her younger sister and elder brother. She didn't expect that he would question her relationship with Guyi. Although she also knew that there were rumors that she and Guyi had an ambiguous relationship, she knew that she and Guyi were just like-minded and needed each other, and it was not as ambiguous as the outside world said. But speaking of ambiguity, it was once. Tang Yuehua was still a little shy when she thought about what happened that day. After all, that day could be regarded as exposing her body to him. Before she could answer, she heard Tang Hao continue, no matter what your relationship is, you can no longer have any connection in the future. We are not on the same path with this person. Tang Hao was almost using an imperative tone to warn Tang Yuehua. Since he and Guyi had a complete falling out last time, if he hadn't used the position of Blue Silver King to exchange for temporary peace, he would not be the kind of person who could easily swallow this breath. If he hadn't been injured, he would have swung a sledgehammer to smash him. How dare Amir Jr. to be so presumptuous in front of him? Tang Yuehua no longer had the excitement she had when she saw her second brother before. Over the years, she had secretly explored Tang Hao's location and found nothing. Anyone would be unhappy if he asked her directly in an imperative tone before he met her again without greeting her. I have nothing to do with him, and you have no right to control who I get along with. Tang Yuehua was angry at Tang Hao's indifference. For a moment, the atmosphere became frozen, and the first meeting between the two relatives after more than 10 years was a little unpleasant. Anyway, remember what I said, Guyi is not the same kind of person as us. Tang Hao left Yuexuan after he finished speaking. Tears flowed down her cheeks as Tang Yuehua watched Tang Hao disappear into the darkness. What she said just now was just a momentary angry remark. She would still consider Tang Hao's words. The next day, Guyi came to the top floor of Yuexuan as usual. He came here more often, so the people below did not stop him. They were even a little respectful, perhaps because they regarded him as the male host. Sitting in the guest room, waiting for Tang Yuehua to finish her work, Gu Yi was not idle either. He also continued to study the evil god bead. Although he had not yet decided to fuse the evil god bead, the evil power contained in it is still very valuable for research. It is of great help to him to perfect the magic cultivation technique. The magic cultivation technique was originally a spiritual cultivation technique he created according to the Tao Heart magic cultivation technique, but the current magic cultivation technique only covers the step of becoming a demon, but lacks the Tao, which is the opposite side of the demon. Things will turn into opposites when they reach their extremes. Yin will give birth to Yang, and Yang will give birth to Yin. When a thing reaches its extreme, it will evolve into a completely opposite side. This is the truth, and it is here waiting for Gu Yi to develop. But the truth is only the truth after all, and it cannot create a complete method out of thin air. It's like saying and doing are always the farthest distance. He understands the truth, but how to turn it into reality is what he needs to do now. Perhaps when he studies it, he will become a god. This will be a long road, an endless road. Before Gu Yi studied for long, Tang Yuehua went upstairs. Without any temptation, she asked directly, "What is your relationship with Tang Hao?" Tang Yuehua is still very confident in her ability to judge people. She can still tell whether a person is lying or not. What's more, Gu Yi is a genius, and he disdains to lie. How to say it, anyway, it's not a friend, it's okay to say it's an enemy. Gu Yi sat on the bed and said frankly. He didn't think of hiding this kind of thing. Tang Yuehua is different from Tang San and his son. He still admires her very much, and now Tang Yuehua is the person he needs to fuse the evil god bead. Naturally, he can't have any grudges. You lied to me. Tang Yuehua had always thought that Gu Yi and Tang Hao were friends, and she came to tell her second brother's news out of kindness. Unexpectedly, they were not only not friends, but enemies. I never said that Tang Hao and I were friends, and everything I told you before was true. Tang Yuehua recalled the previous conversation. Gu Yi had indeed never said that he and his second brother were friends. Everything was just his imagination. In that case, why did you help me improve my cultivation? Aren't you afraid that I won't help you after I know the truth? If you really regret it halfway, I am sure that you will help me willingly. But I know you are not that kind of person. Gu Yi was still a little lazy, as if he didn't have to worry so much here, and he was relaxed physically and mentally. The questions are over, it's time to start. Tang Yuehua looked at Gu Yi silently for a few seconds, then took out the harp and played it, and the noble domain was released with the sound of the harp. Gu Yi listened to the pleasant sound of the harp with a look of enjoyment. In this world of low entertainment, it is a good enjoyment. It would be even better if there were a few beautiful women dancing. The idea of a euro indulgence suddenly emerged in my mind, but it was quickly suppressed by the noble domain. While staring at the abyss is also staring at you. Chapter 87 Potential. Sunset Forest. 3 days have passed since the questioning that day. Tang Yuehua finally arranged the things on hand and could go hunting for spirit rings. A carriage, 2 people. The two sat in the carriage, but Gu Yi was explaining to Tang Yuehua what happened after arriving at the Sunset Forest. Gu Yi had already planned what spirit ring to hunt. According to my speculation, your martial soul should have failed when it was awakened and mutated, but this is not a weaker mutation, but a stronger mutation. Tang Yuehua was a little puzzled. If nothing unexpected happened, the direct descendants of the Haoshan sect should awaken the Haoshan hammer, a martial soul with the world's best attack power. What other martial souls in this world can be more advanced than the Haoshan hammer? Seeing Tang Yuehua's puzzled look, Gu Yi explained, "This is not my guess, but based on facts. First of all, your martial soul has an innate domain, which is not comparable to the clear sky hammer. The second is your soul power that cannot be broken. As far as I know, only those with broken martial souls can't improve their soul power, which means that they are not good enough. Of course, all this is my guess. Only after you get the first soul ring, you can see if your martial soul will change. You will know whether my guess is right or not." Gu Yi didn't dare to guarantee that Tang Yuehua's martial soul must be stronger than the clear sky hammer. Yu Xiaogang was able to confidently infer that Tang San had twin martial souls based on a martial soul certificate, and there was still some luck involved. Douluo continent is so big, there are many bizarre things, and the information is not static. It can only be seen after hunting soul rings. What soul beast should I choose this time? Tang Yuehua nodded and continued to ask. This was her first time to obtain a soul ring, and she had to rely on Guyi for many things. Crystal beast, this kind of soul beast is made of gems all over, and the gems are very strong. Of course, this is not the basis for me to choose it as your first soul ring. The biggest feature of crystal beast is not the hard gems, but the spiritual power. Now the biggest feature of your martial soul Ruyi ring is the noble domain, and this domain makes people gentle and quiet spiritually. It is also a kind of spiritual power application. Tang Yuehua naturally knew about spiritual power, but she didn't expect Guyi to know her martial soul better than herself, which might take a lot of effort. As they were talking, they arrived at the sunset forest. The next part of the journey must be disembarked to find soul beasts. Tang Yuehua has been pampered all her life. Although she was born in a large sect like Haoshan sect, her martial soul was not good, so she had no chance to venture into the soul master world, and she rarely came to such a place. Basically, she taught and educated people in Tiandou city. He had already figured out the living habits of the soul beasts in the sunset forest. The crystal beasts were in the east of the forest. It took half a day for Guyi to bring Tang Yuehua to the east of the sunset forest. Tang Yuehua was still very interested in the soul beasts in the sunset forest. After all, it was the first time in so many years that she had seen them so close. Contact soul beast. Tang Yuehua is not like him. The age of the first soul ring is at most 300 or 400 years. Soul beasts of this age are not difficult to find. Soon he found a crystal beast of the right age, and quickly injured it and brought it to Tang Yuehua. Kill it. Tang Yuehua did not have any saintly complex. She took out a pocket dagger and stabbed it into the head of the crystal beast. This pocket dagger is not simple, but a rare soul guide in the world. It is extremely sharp, and it is no problem to break gold and jade. It is also a treasure she uses for self-defense. Even if she has never used this dagger. The crystal beast struggled and screamed a few times before it completely lost its vitality. The yellow soul ring emerged from the body of the crystal beast. Absorb it, I will protect you. Tang Yuehua nodded, and did not mind the dirt on the ground. She sat down cross-legged and pulled the soul ring into her body. Guyi was alert to all directions. Even though there would be no danger with his strength, he couldn't be careless in absorbing the soul ring. Tang Yuehua was an indispensable figure after him, so it was better to be cautious. However, things went very smoothly. In less than an hour, Tang Yuehua absorbed the soul ring. Now Tang Yuehua held the Ruyi ring in her hand, and a yellow soul ring was suspended on her body. Her figure was more outstanding than before, and the whole person became more beautiful. Although Tang Yuehua was a beauty that would make people's hearts beat at first sight, no matter how well she took care of herself, her skin could not be compared with that of a young woman in her 20s. But this time, after the transformation of the soul ring, her body returned to youth and developed a second time. Her snow-white skin became more beautiful. If Tang Yuehua didn't still have the charm of a mature woman, no one would question that she was a girl in her early 20s. Although the soul ring system was criticized, it was also a shortcut for human cultivation. As long as you practice to the critical level, you can gain the cultivation of a soul beast for a lifetime to break through your strength. How do you feel? Guyi asked. This can't be wrong. Great. The yellow soul ring on Tang Yuehua's body flashed, and a wave completely different from the noble domain spread to Guyi. Guyi felt very excited, as if he had infinite power. The first soul skill, spiritual encouragement. After the release is successful, it will emit a spiritual power, which will greatly increase the momentum of the infected personnel and make them excited. Increase strength and speed by 50%. Guyi nodded. This soul skill is just an auxiliary soul skill, but the effect can definitely be regarded as powerful. Especially in large-scale wars, this soul skill can play the greatest role. When two armies confront each other, the key is morale. Moreover, Tang Yuehua's soul skill is not limited to one person, but anyone who is infected by the spirit will be like this. It is definitely a killer on the battlefield. Try the noble domain again. No matter how outstanding Tang Yuehua's soul skills are, it will not help him much. The key depends on whether the noble domain has been enhanced. Tang Yuehua also understood that her role for Guyi was the noble domain, helping him suppress murderous intent and evil thoughts. However, thinking of this, Tang Yuehua's mouth was drawn with a beautiful range. Having the noble domain for so many years, she naturally understood the effect of the noble domain. It was obvious that the noble domain had become stronger. Guyi also felt it at this moment, and the whole person instantly became calm, without evil thoughts, and the effect was more than half stronger than before. The previous noble domain was restricted by Tang Yuehua's level and could not play its true effect. Now it has shown its true power. Guyi is more certain that the Ruyi ring is definitely a super martial soul that has not been mutated, and it may even be a god-level martial soul. After feeling the effect of the noble domain, he has made a decision in his heart. Merge with the evil god Pearl. Chapter 88 Shaking. Now they are all in the Sunset Forest. The huge and powerful evil power on the evil god Pearl is impossible for Guyi to merge in Tiandou city. After all, it is easy to hurt innocent people and it is easy to be regarded as a fallen soul master. Therefore, fusing the evil god Pearl in the forest is the best choice. In addition, Tang Yuehua is here now, and the enhancement of the noble domain is beyond his expectations. If he doesn't fuse it now, when will he fuse it? Guyi didn't tell Tang Yuehua everything, but just said that her noble domain would be needed to neutralize the evil power next. It's better not to let Tang Yuehua know about the evil god Pearl. Tang Yuehua would naturally not refuse. Being able to break through the 10th level, Guyi's help to her is already very great. If he doesn't agree at this time, wouldn't it be a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs? Guyi is not sure what will happen when fusing the evil god Pearl, so he must find a place that is safe enough. In fact, he can go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, but Guyi is still worried that the strong evil energy will affect the fairy grass, and even pollute the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Therefore, he just found a hidden cave. Take out the evil god Pearl. The strong evil power spread out instantly, which means that Tang Yuehua's reaction is not slow. The moment she sensed the evil power, she opened the noble domain. Although the energy on the evil god bead is powerful, it is just a rootless duckweed and was quickly suppressed by the noble domain. What is this? It actually has such a strong evil aura. Tang Yuehua looked at Guyi in shock. Guyi did not answer Tang Yuehua's question. Now he focused all his attention on the evil god bead in front of him. The power on this evil god bead is not pure. It has most of the power of the dark demon evil god tiger, including its attributes. Evil, lightning, wind, power. And now the first thing he has to do is to absorb the other attributes in the evil god bead, leaving only the evil attribute. But these attributes are integrated and cannot be absorbed as you want. It is precisely because of this that he has not taken action for this step, because if he takes action, he will be infected by evil thoughts, if Tang Yuehua is not around. Any problem will be difficult to solve. It is also because Tang Yuehua's domain has become stronger that he will make up his mind. However, perhaps we can take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen it. The first thing Guyi chose was to absorb the wind attribute first, which is also the softest one. It is not difficult for him to do this. The Jotyen Liuhi Sutra, which he created himself, is based on the idea that everything in the Jotyen is in it, and everything in the Liuhi is in my hands. It covers all the power in the world and achieves true omniscience and omnipotence. Nowadays, absorbing some attribute power is naturally insignificant. The only thing to be careful about is the evil power that comes with the absorption of attributes. Although the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra can accommodate all power, it also requires him to be able to master it, and it cannot help him offset the erosion of evil power. At this time, Tang Yuehua's help is needed. Guyi held the evil god bead tightly and began to absorb the power in it. Even though his control over soul power has reached the realm of doing whatever he wants, he still can't avoid absorbing evil power. Slowly, a trace of black air emerged from his body, and there were a few more dark lines on his body. Tang Yuehua finally understood why Guyi valued her so much. It turned out that it was because of this. As the noble domain enveloped him, the evil aura on Guyi dissipated a lot, and the dark lines slowly disappeared. With Tang Yuehua's assistance, Guyi slowly absorbed the other powers in the evil god bead, and his own soul power was also upgraded by one level. It reached level 65. This upgrade speed was really too fast. Guyi didn't think there was anything wrong, and didn't force the issue. He took every step steadily. At this moment, there was no other color on the evil god bead, only pure black, without a trace of mixed colors. If this evil god bead was auctioned, it would definitely cause a sensation. The essence of the evil god bead is actually a solid condensed by energy, and it is precisely because of this that Guyi thought of integrating the demon seed into the evil god bead. Otherwise, the evil god bead couldn't even enter the sea of a euro spirit, so how could it be integrated? Guyi opened his eyes, glanced at Tang Yuehua, and closed his eyes again without saying a word. Then he controlled his mental power to pull the evil god bead to his forehead. Come in. Guyi pulled hard, and the evil god bead turned into a ball of energy and entered the sea of a euro spirit. If the evil power before still affected Guyi through his body, now it directly affected Guyi's spirit, and the effect was more obvious. All the unbearable thoughts in the memories of the past life, the present life, and the two lives were completely stimulated. And the erosion of these evil forces was more direct and overbearing than his evil domain, as if Pandora's box was opened. Even if Guyi resisted the erosion of evil thoughts with his tenacious will, it was not something that could be resisted by simply not listening or thinking. A series of vivid pictures came from the devil's low moan. At this moment, a beam of light shone in front of Guyi, guiding him forward. Several women appeared in front of him, and these women all had one characteristic, like the Peepa girl on the river. Looking at him with charming eyes. And he knew all these women. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Doguyan, Qianrong Tang Yuehua. In short, all the beauties he met after coming to Douluo continent appeared in front of him. A voice sounded in his heart, which was somewhat familiar. Don't hesitate. With your current strength, it's normal to take all these women. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? As a time traveler, isn't this the most important thing to do? The voice was extremely bewitching, and a slight hesitation would lead to falling into the abyss. Guyi was shaken. He is not a Buddha, and he can't save all his life. He is not a saint, and he can't preach the world. He is just a lucky time traveler who is lucky to come to this world. He is just a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires, with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and he also likes to enjoy a good life. There is nothing wrong with being drunk all day long. If you are poor, you can only take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you can help the world. This is the realm of a saint, not his outside world. Tang Yuehua looked at Guyi, who was constantly emitting evil spirits, but could do nothing. He could only do his best to maintain the noble domain. Even so, the evil spirit could not be suppressed, and even escaped from the cave. Looking at the many charming beauties, Guyi took a few steps forward. When these beauties saw Guyi coming forward, they smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. The other side of his heart laughed wildly. You are just a hypocrite, Guyi, you are nothing more than that. Chapter 89 Fake Guyi. Being surrounded by warm fragrance and soft jade, surrounded by the most beautiful women in the world. Here is happiness, and he does not miss you. Evil thoughts are not as simple as imagining a few beauties. One step out, and you will sink deeper and deeper. At this moment, 1/3 of Guyi's spiritual sea has turned black. When the spiritual sea is completely eroded, Guyi can also recover, but he at that time will not be the same as he is now. Or it can be said that another him is dominant, the absolute dark side, will not suppress any desires, and act simply according to thoughts. Act according to your own desires. Guyi, who was trapped in evil thoughts, sat on the dragon throne, overlooking his people. A word could determine the lives of all people, and a thought could turn blood into a river. The desire of an emperor, I believe everyone has never fantasized about it. Guyi favored the concubines in the harem wantonly, and all the beauty in the world was in his hands, and no one resisted. One illusion after another, Guyi's mind had long been blinded, and he enjoyed a life of indulgence. Endless depravity. The evil aura spread to the entire cave. Now Guyi exuded not only the evil aura produced by the evil god bead, but also the evil aura stimulated by his own evil thoughts. Guyi is still experiencing various worlds that make people sink, and every world he experiences is heading towards depravity. The dark side hides in the dark, quietly absorbing nutrients and strengthening himself. Guyi is indeed a genius, able to create various techniques and martial arts with only his meridian martial soul, but geniuses move too fast, and this is the only thing he can encounter. The dark side was born when he was practicing the magic skills. But the dark side was still very weak at that time, and once it was discovered by Guyi, it would only be destroyed. So he hid in the magic seeds, absorbing various evil thoughts and strengthening himself. That time when Guyi deliberately let go of his mind and let the evil thoughts control his body, the dark side felt unprecedented freedom. But that was a very short period of time, but he will never forget it. The dark side did not expect Guyi to grow so fast. Even if he was nourished by evil thoughts every day, he was still not as good as Guyi. Until he absorbed the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger, he finally saw hope. After absorbing those high-quality evil powers, the dark side felt unprecedentedly powerful, but he knew that he could not be impatient, not impatient. Hide in the dark and survive humbly. When Guyi made up his mind to merge with the evil god bead, he knew that his chance had come. As long as Guyi indulged in desire, he could become the master of this body. The dark side looked at Tang Yuehua in the outside world with a vicious look. It was this damned woman. If it weren't for her, Guyi would have been obsessed with the evil thoughts of doing whatever he wanted earlier. The first thing to do after controlling the body was to make her kneel down and do what had appeared in Guyi's mind. The dark side looked down on Guyi very much. She was timid despite having powerful strength. He cared more about the extremely pitiful favor. Since they dared to do it, they should have killed Fang Shun Woxin. They were all time travelers. What's the point of showing mercy? It's stupid. In his opinion, Guyi was just hypocritical. But such a person broke through the illusion in an instant and came to the side of the dark side. Finally found you. Guyi looked at the dark side, who looked exactly like him, except that he was wearing white and he was wearing black. One white and one black, clearly distinguished. How is it possible? You should have fallen. The dark side took a few steps back in fear. This was completely unexpected. How could Guyi be okay? Those illusions are ridiculous. If he couldn't resist the things produced by a soul beast he had killed before, wouldn't it be too much? A long time ago, Guyi had vaguely felt that the demon species seemed to be a little abnormal. That time, he took advantage of the issue and let himself be controlled by the demon species just to see the situation of the demon species. Sure enough, he found the problem. There seems to be a consciousness in the demon species. He also secretly explored many times, but found nothing. This deliberate sinking finally exposed the dark side. You can't do anything to me, I one half. After the shock, Guyi in black became fearless. No matter why Guyi didn't sink, he grew up in the process. Integrate into me, the two of us together will have the power to change the world. Whatever you want in your heart can be realized. Guyi in black continued to seduce. Don't suppress yourself anymore, I am you, and I know all the secrets deep in your heart. The first step to becoming a king is to make the women outside completely submit to you. Guyi was unmoved. Anything else you want to say? Walk towards Guyi in black step by step. What are you going to do? Guyi in black. Guyi couldn't help but take a few steps back. Guyi's strength scared him. I admit that there was something wrong with my previous cultivation method. Guyi figured it out. As a person, a living person, a person made up of 7 emotions and 6 desires, he had gone the wrong way more than a year ago. Integrate evil thoughts into the demon species so that you no longer feel the influence of evil thoughts. The cultivation level is indeed advancing by leaps and bounds. Various techniques and martial arts emerge in an endless stream, but they also lack the most basic things of human beings. Desire. As the cultivation of the demon species becomes more and more advanced, some simple things are difficult to arouse desire and evil thoughts. Come back. Guyi looked at himself in black clothes and finally sorted out everything at this moment. The way of cultivation is just to become a better person, not to walk with the sky. Don't even think about it. It was your own choice to abandon me and let me bear the evil thoughts alone. Now there can only be one of us. Guyi in black became extremely angry. This was simply an insult to him. Abandon it when you don't need it, and find it back when you figure it out. There is no such good thing in the world. Today, the owner of this body can only be me. In the hand of Guyi in black, I don't know when there was a pocket flying knife, which was full of evil spirits and very scary. Guyi sighed. It was really useless to just talk. Law persuasion was not his specialty. Guyi stopped talking, and there was also a flying knife in his hand. However, compared with Guyi in black, the knife in his hand was full of murderous aura, but there was no evil at all. One person represents righteousness, and the other represents evil. The flying knives were thrown at the same time, and the sharp tips collided with each other. Guyi in black existed for too short a time after all, and his strength was not enough to fight against Guyi. The flying knife full of evil spirits was immediately knocked away, and at the same time, a big hole appeared in Guyi in black's heart. How can you be so strong? Guyi in black looked down at the big hole in his heart in disbelief. You are too weak. Guyi came over and put his hand on him. Come back. Chapter 90. Guyi in black was horrified to find that his body was disappearing and constantly merging into Guyi's body. No, I don't want it. I haven't experienced real enjoyment yet. His pleading was useless. Guyi's hand was more stable than ever before. Memories and dirty thoughts merged into his heart, and Guyi showed an expression of enjoyment. Finally found himself. Until the last wisp of black air was absorbed, the illusion collapsed, and he appeared in the sea of a Euro spirit again. Looking at the sea of a Euro spirit that was eroded by the evil power for more than half, he frowned. If it was a little slower, something serious would happen. If there was no gentle power resisting the evil power, perhaps he would really sink. Even if he defeated the dark side, he would only have one way to become evil. Now he is back, everything can end. Guyi used his huge mental power to force the evil forces back into the evil god pearl, and soon the spiritual sea returned to its original state. In the outside world, although Tang Yuehua didn't know what happened, the evil power emanating from Guyi was getting less and less, and she knew that the most critical time had passed. The next step was the last step. Guyi directly integrated the demon seed into the evil god pearl. Perhaps because of their similarity, there was no sign of rejection between the two, which made Guyi feel a lot more relieved. At the same time, he also felt the situation of the evil god pearl. The evil god pearl is equivalent to a very special treasure, and the demon seed is condensed by his mental power. Doing so is equivalent to the treasure recognizing its master. But when Guyi thought everything was calm, Guyi found that a wisp of evil thought was attracted from the outside world and merged into the evil god pearl. Such a wisp of evil thought could not cause any disturbance at all, but it also showed that his idea came true. The demon seed plus the evil god pearl can really attract evil thoughts from all over the world into it. Maybe this special treasure will become a divine weapon when it grows to the end. Of course, it is too early to say this now. Guyi did not pay attention to this evil thought. This is just the beginning. The evil thoughts will only become bigger. Until he can't stand it anymore. However, Guyi will not let this happen. When he opened his eyes, Guyi saw Tang Yuehua, who was pale outside, and found that it was dark outside. I don't know how much time has passed. Maintaining the domain is a big consumption, and Tang Yuehua is just a soul master of level 10. Even if her domain is mostly based on mental power, the consumption is not small. You finally woke up. Tang Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes went black and she fell forward. The noble domain was used for 3 hours. Even though she had been accustomed to the domain and was familiar with it over the years, she had never used the domain for so long. His soul power and spirit had already reached their limits. If he hadn't been worried about Guyi, he would have fainted. The next moment, Guyi, who was sitting on the ground, disappeared, and Tang Yuehua, who had fallen, fell into a warm embrace. It seems that I really can't leave you in the future. Guyi looked at the pale woman in his arms, and a bit of heartache flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for Tang Yuehua's continuous use of the noble domain, this time she would have really capsized. Guyi helped Tang Yuehua up, and transferred his own soul power into her body to help her run her soul power and speed up the recovery of her soul power. Then he picked up Tang Yuehua and left the cave. Since everything he had done here was done, it was time to leave. The environment in the forest was not good. The speed of leaving was much faster than when they came. After all, Guyi flew. Soon they saw the carriage they came by. However, Guyi didn't plan to travel overnight. What Tang Yuehua needed now was rest, not returning to Tiandou city. Find a high-end hotel and stay there. The next day. At noon, Tang Yuehua got up from the soft big bed refreshed. Hey, where am I? Tang Yuehua looked at the luxurious hotel and felt a little confused. She must be dreaming. We were still in the forest the moment before, but now we are in such a luxurious place. At this time, the door opened. It seems that you have recovered well. Guyi walked in with a bowl of porridge in his hand. Why am I here? Tang Yuehua looked at Guyi and seemed to have found her backbone, so she asked. Last night, you overdrew your soul and mental power and fell into a coma, so I brought you back. Guyi came over, sat on the stool beside the bed, and handed the specially cooked medicinal porridge in his hand to Tang Yuehua. Eat something, you haven't eaten all day. Tang Yuehua's nose twitched slightly, and her eyes lit up. The smell smelled pretty good. I haven't had time to ask you, how is the matter going? Tang Yuehua asked curiously. This time, they both almost got into trouble, so naturally they had to care more about each other. It's not bad, but I'm afraid I can't live without you in the future. Gu Yi smiled at first, then frowned. It was not too obvious in the sunset forest, and there were few evil thoughts. But when he came to the town, countless evil thoughts were attracted and rushed towards the evil god Pearl frantically. More importantly, Gu Yi could also find some memories from these evil thoughts, or it would be more appropriate to say pictures. Now he is like a machine for searching and absorbing evil thoughts, and the evil god Pearl is the container. Fortunately, now that he has the evil god Pearl, the evil thoughts will not be released all at once, but it still makes him a little annoyed. The main thing is that the pictures that appear in his mind from time to time make him feel a little disgusted. After all, lust is also a kind of evil thought, and it is also a very common one. This also leads to some pictures that look like live broadcasts. However, this is also very beneficial for the tempering of martial arts will. The mental strength is also constantly increasing, and the speed is much faster than before. Eat quickly, and when you have a good rest, we will go back to Tiandou city. Tang Yuehua nodded and lowered her head to eat the porridge in her hand. The taste was really good, and a warm current surrounded her body, and even her soul power was strengthened a little. This porridge. Tang Yuehua looked at Gu Yi in shock. There are some nourishing herbs in it, which are good for the body. If Tang Yuehua hadn't fallen because of him, she would really be reluctant to give it up. After all, he didn't have many herbs that could increase soul power, and he had to ask Douluo for them after they were used up. Tang Yuehua was obviously surprised and ate this bowl of precious porridge silently. Her soul power had lagged behind for decades. Now that she could continue to improve, she naturally had to seize every opportunity to improve. And Gu Yi was right, her martial soul was not weak. At least it would not lose to the clear sky hammer in terms of level. Chapter 91 Bibi Dong in memory. Eat slowly, there is still some in the pot. It was the first time that Gu Yi saw Tang Yuehua eating so voraciously. Tang Yuehua quickly finished the porridge in her hand after hearing this. Another bowl. Gu Yi looked at Tang Yuehua chewing the porridge in her mouth, and the rice grains left on the corners of her mouth because she ate too fast, and she felt inexplicably cute. Tang Yuehua really didn't care about her image more and more. Greedy cat, lick your mouth corners. Taking the bowl, Gu Yi turned and went out. Tang Yuehua subconsciously licked the corners of her mouth and ate the rice grains that had just unconsciously fallen on her lips. Only then did she realize whether she was too close to Gu Yi, or she didn't set up defenses against him. Gu Yi didn't think so much, or he thought it was good and let it go. It wasn't until the evening that Gu Yi and Tang Yuehua returned to Tiandou city. Stepping into Tiandou city, Gu Yi paused and then returned to normal. What a magnificent city! Gu Yi looked at the orderly Tiandou city and said something meaningful. After sending Tang Yuehua back to Yuexuan, Gu Yi also returned to Tianwen Academy. Back in the room, Gu Yi resisted and absorbed the spiritual power and memory images from the evil god bead. A large amount of evil power also came with it. Depravity, desire, killing. The expression on Gu Yi's face kept changing, with bloodthirstiness, greed, lust. But there was no kindness. The whole night, Gu Yi did not rest, and he was digesting the evil power of the evil god bead. Fortunately, the evil god bead stores these evil powers, otherwise it would be impossible to persist. What Gu Yi had to do was not to fill the evil god bead with evil thoughts and memories, and it had to be cleaned regularly. However, he found two women in these memory images. One was Lu Erlong and the other was Bibi Dong. Seeing these two women, Gu Yi also understood who these memory images came from. Yu Xiaogang. The reason why he didn't get these before was completely because his dark side took them all. Naturally, there was no way to know. But Bibi Dong was really good looking. Even if the Bibi Dong in the picture was not fully mature, she was still a stunning beauty. The days after that returned to peace. Gu Yi also focused his life on teaching Zhuqing and others. The one who caught his attention was Zhuqing, a girl who had always been strong. Since she was infected by evil thoughts, she wanted to surpass him. She was not only serious in class, but also took the initiative to find Gu Yi in private. She hoped that he could use the evil field on her to train her will. However, she had a knot in her heart, so it was in vain no matter how much she trained her will. If she didn't untie the knot in her heart, she would never be truly liberated. Gu Yi also said this to her, but Zhuqing was getting braver and braver, and she was completely desperate. However, such training close to the limit also made her cultivation improve quickly, and she actually raised her cultivation to level 30 within 3 months. Of course, eating well also helped. Guyi added nourishing and soul-enhancing medicinal herbs to the meals of Zhuqing and others from time to time. It was also because of this that Zhuqing made such great progress. Similarly, Ning Rongrong also made great progress and was about to reach level 29. The speed is slower than Zhuqing. Zhuqing has reached level 30, so he naturally needs to get the third soul ring. In addition, there is a little girl waiting for him in Linjia village. More than 2 months have passed, and it is estimated that Linqing has also cultivated to level 20, so it is time to take her to that place. As the soul beast closest to the Blue-Silver Emperor in the Douluo continent, the Blue-Silver King is more precious than the 100,000-year soul ring for the owner of the Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit. And the 7th person in the team is Linqing. Guyi took Zhuqing to the Sunset Forest. After studying the martial spirit theory for so long, have you thought about your third soul ring, or will you still follow the family inheritance? Guyi intends to train Zhuqing's consciousness of independent thinking. No, this time I plan to find a soul beast by myself, not follow the family to find a soul beast. Zhuqing was silent for a while, and then said with a firm look. Tell me about it. Guyi also wanted to hear what soul beast Zhuqing would choose. Shadow Leopard. Zhuqing said a soul beast that she had been thinking about for a long time. This was also the result of her careful consideration. Looking at Guyi with some expectation, in her opinion, no master could compare to the man in front of her in terms of martial soul knowledge. Not bad, good vision. Guyi quickly searched for information about Shadow Leopard in his mind. Shadow Leopard, a soul beast with an attached erosion effect and amazing speed. Before, when he was in the Tiandou Great Forest, Guyi had encountered this kind of soul beast. At the beginning, he also wanted to list this kind of soul beast as the third soul ring, but later for various reasons, he did not choose this powerful soul beast. Zhuqing lowered her head and smiled after receiving the praise. Maybe she would not care about other people's praise, but Guyi's praise made him feel more. This is the first time she has been recognized in so many years. From childhood to adulthood, she has lived in a momentum that is not as good as her sister, so she can only use coldness to cover up her inferiority. Let's go, let me see where the Shadow Leopard is. Guyi stood in place, extending his spiritual power, while constantly collecting evil thoughts on the road, borrowing the sporadic memories in these evil thoughts to find the soul beast he wanted. After a while, Guyi found a soul beast of the right age, nearly 3,000 years old. This has long surpassed Yu Xiaogong's limit theory. However, these are not a big deal. Everyone's limit is different, and the martial soul alone is completely different. How can we use a set of theories to include everything? Besides, with me here, Zhuqing will not get into trouble. Let's go. Guyi shouted and ran towards the location where the soul beast was found. Cats are sensitive animals. Zhuqing seems to be more like a fish in water in this forest environment. Very sensitive. Since finding this soul beast, Guyi has never given up tracking, and soon found this shadow leopard with a cultivation base of nearly 3,000 years. Go up, let me see your progress during this period. Guyi shouted to Zhuqing beside him. Zhuqing saw the power of this soul beast, but she did not hesitate at all and rushed up directly. Her figure was like a ghost. No, it should be a ghost. When practicing, he was full of yin energy, and with a black leather coat, he was simply a ghost from hell. Although Zhuqing has not yet mastered the art, she is already very familiar with it. Chapter 92, Release of Emotions. Zhuqing and Shadow Leopard are both agile and fast. When they fight, there is no contact between the two beasts. They are all exploratory attacks. Although Shadow Leopard is a soul beast, it can survive in the Sunset Forest where there are many soul beasts. The talent of the beast gives it an innate hunting talent. Zhuqing is also not bad. The fighting soul field in Tiandou City is much larger than that in Soto City, and there are also many more geniuses. She often goes there to participate in battles and has a lot of experience. But Zhuqing's current strength is still too low, and she has only learned one martial arts, Lingba Weibu, and her combat effectiveness has not yet improved. Failure is only a matter of time. Relying on the enhancement brought by the martial arts and Lingba Weibu, Zhuqing persisted for a cup of tea, which can be regarded as a great improvement. Just when the shadow leopard was about to bite her throat, Guyi stood in front of Zhuqing and easily suppressed it. Do it. Zhuqing looked at the soul beast that could be suppressed with only one hand and could not be defeated even with all her strength. If she could have such a strong strength. Zhuqing thought so in her heart, but her hand did not slow down at all. She stabbed the shadow leopard with a claw, taking the life of the soul beast. A purple soul ring emerged from the shadow leopard. The age of this soul beast is indeed a bit high for you now. It may be dangerous. Do you want to try it? Guyi reminded him. This was not to test Zhuqing's determination, but to inform him of the situation that might happen next. Teacher, you should not let your students get into danger. Zhuqing said with a smile, and then sat on the ground without hesitation to absorb the soul ring. Guyi also smiled. Zhuqing was right. With me here, even if Zhuqing really encounters any danger, I can help her get out of danger. This is nothing to me. Soon, Guyi heard Zhuqing groan, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that she was injured by the powerful energy in her body, and her breath was a little unstable. Guyi was always paying attention to Zhuqing's situation. If she really couldn't hold on, he would help her absorb the soul ring in time. As time passed, Zhuqing's condition was getting better and better, and her breath gradually became stable. The yin energy emanating from her body was also thicker. However, the most dangerous time was over. Guyi also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuqing did not disappoint him. She was able to absorb this age of soul ring. Before, he had always planned to help Zhuqing absorb it when she couldn't hold on. After all, Zhuqing didn't even open up one of the 8 extraordinary meridians. After absorbing the soul ring, Zhuqing did not get up immediately. Instead, she sat on the ground and continued to adjust her breath and meditate until she absorbed all the energy in her body. Then she stood up with excitement. She really walked a different path from the Zhu family in the past. Looking at you, the soul ring you got this time should be quite good. Zhuqing nodded happily. The third soul skill, Nether Possession. After using this soul skill, the speed is increased by 100%, the strength is increased by 80%, and it also comes with the power of the netherworld, and the erosion state is added. As she said, Zhuqing also summoned her martial soul to use the third soul ring. With the use of soul skills, Zhuqing's aura increased by more than double, and at the same time, the sharp claws were also attached with dark gas, like flames. Use the power of the netherworld on me. Guyi also wanted to see how powerful this netherworld power was. Ah, no. Zhuqing subconsciously refused. The power of the netherworld is not weak. If Guyi is hurt, she is unwilling. Guyi smiled. Why, you want to hurt me after all, just go ahead. Zhuqing also realized how stupid her idea was. She actually thought that she could hurt Guyi, which was a bit unrealistic. Teacher, be careful. Zhuqing no longer hesitated and swung her claws directly. Guyi did not dodge or evade, but only resisted with soul power. Zhuqing felt that her claws were like a wall, unable to move forward, and even unable to get close to him. Feeling the soul power, Guyi was extremely shocked. Is this the power of the netherworld? He actually felt that his soul power was being eroded and consumed, although this speed would not hurt him even if it eroded and consumed for a lifetime. But it does not mean that this ability is weak. If this ability is placed on a soul master of the same level, it is a killer. One claw dissipates the soul power and causes direct damage. Good results. You have already walked a different path. Don't dwell on it anymore. The family will no longer be a constraint on you. Your future is bright and shining, far beyond the reach of that corrupt family and empire. After hearing Guyi's words, Zhuqing finally couldn't help but feel emotional. The softest part of her heart was touched. Tears flowed from his eyes. One day later, Linjia village. Guyi brought Zhuqing back to Linjia village again. Zhuqing was surprised to find that the people here respected Guyi too much, and even if Guyi told them to die, they would probably not hesitate. How many secrets does he have? During the time in Shrek before, Zhuqing had never heard anyone mention this matter. Obviously this place is very secretive. Under the leadership of Guyi, Zhuqing also met the last teammate, Lin Qing. Master, you are finally here. Lin Qing, who was practicing, suddenly felt Guyi's breath, jumped up excitedly, and threw himself into Guyi's arms in Zhuqing's stunned eyes. Okay Jinger, you are shameless. Guyi touched the girl's hair in his arms lovingly. Lin Qing also noticed Zhuqing beside Guyi, but did not feel shy. He came out of Guyi's arms and then looked at Zhuqing with scrutiny. Master's wife. Lin Qing shouted uncertainly. Zhuqing, who was cold and indifferent, blushed at Lin Qing's shocking words and glanced at Gu Yi subconsciously. Fortunately, Gu Yi didn't drink water just now, otherwise he would have sprayed it out. Could this disciple have gone crazy? Then he patted Lin Qing's head. What are you thinking about? Zhuqing is also one of my students. After hearing Gu Yi's explanation, Zhuqing lowered her head, feeling a little disappointed. Although Lin Qing was hit, she laughed happily. I'm sorry, senior sister Zhuqing, this is the first time that master has brought outsiders to the village. I thought you were. It's okay. Lin Qing said a long string, but Zhuqing focused all her attention on the first time. How is your cultivation progress? After the joke, Gu Yi also asked about Lin Qing's cultivation. I'm already level 20, and I'll wait for the master to come. Lin Qing said confidently. She hasn't slacked off during this period. Chapter 93, Reborn. Lin Qing is the student he trusts the most, even more than Zhuqing. And she is also the one who implements his ideas, without the current aristocratic habits. Even after becoming a soul master, she has not changed her previous personality. Very good, master will not lie to you, this time I come for your martial soul. It's better to solve the matter of the Blue Silver King as soon as possible. Besides, Lin Qing, unlike Tang San, does not have the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline in his body, and only needs to activate it to obtain the top Blue Silver Emperor martial soul. However, over the years, Lin Qing has been practicing the checking grass and wood art passed down to him by Gu Yi. The Blue Silver Grass martial soul has long been stronger and tougher than ordinary Blue Silver Grass. Moreover, Lin Qing's first soul ring is not entangled, but comes from a soul beast that increases life and toughness. As for entanglement, isn't it possible after becoming proficient in martial souls? Great, master! Lin Qing hugged Gu Yi again excitedly. Zhuqing, who saw this scene, was a little envious. It would be great if she could be so comfortable and free in front of Gu Yi. Okay, let's go. After all, the Blue Silver King was still far away, and he had to take these two burdens with him. The sooner he set off, the better. Zhuqing subconsciously approached him when she heard Gu Yi's words. Yet, master, you are finally going to take me flying. Lin Qing had longed for the sky for a long time, but Gu Yi was always unwilling to take her flying. Holding one in each hand, Gu Yi also took off on the spot and took them to the place Tang Hao said. Lin Qing was obviously a little excited. This was her first time to go to the sky. Don't move. If you fall down later, don't blame master. Gu Yi was really helpless with this disciple. He didn't even consider the occasion. He was really not afraid of death. However, from his words, one could still hear his pampering for Lin Qing. When Lin Qing heard this, he quickly hugged his master's left arm, fearing that he would fall. Looking at the quiet Lin Qing, Gu Yi just smiled and continued to fly towards the destination. 5 days later. Even if he flew, it took 5 days to get there. But even before entering the forest, Gu Yi felt that the forest was full of vitality. The blue-silver grass, which was very common on the mainland, was even more abundant here. The target was quickly determined. Let's go in. Gu Yi did not fly again, but took the two people in. Master, what are we doing here? Lin Qing still didn't understand. Even if she wanted to get a spirit ring, she shouldn't come here. Shouldn't she go to the Zingda Great Forest? Even if the blue-silver grass here was unusually abundant. But it would be useless for her spirit ring. Don't go anywhere later. When the plant soul beast reaches a certain level of cultivation, it is much more difficult to deal with than other soul beasts. Especially the king under the blue-silver emperor, such as the blue-silver king, should not be underestimated. Tang San was able to get the help of the blue-silver king because of the help of the blue-silver emperor's bloodline. Otherwise, you will be finished if you see whether the blue-silver king kills you or not. Zhuqing is still. This was the first time they saw Gu Yi being so cautious. What on earth was in there? Soon their doubts were dispelled because they saw a special plant. Countless vines spread out from the surrounding trees, and finally condensed into a plant in the air, with a magical face in the middle. The breath made them tremble. It must be a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Humans, leave here. This is not the place you should come. The blue-silver king spoke, and did not care about the two women behind Gu Yi. These two people could not pose any threat to it. But the man in front of him was different. His breath was even stronger than it. But this was its territory. Even if this human was stronger than it, it would not necessarily lose. Blue Silver King, with your cultivation, you must have sensed the aura of the little girl beside me. I need you to condense a soul ring for her. As long as you complete it, we will turn around and leave. Impossible, she is just an ordinary blue silver grass martial soul. We will not give her the cultivation we have cultivated with great effort. Don't dream. The aura of the Blue Silver King began to rise, and the last blue silver grass also aimed at Guyi and the other two. In this environment, the Blue Silver King can even play the blood status of the Blue Silver Emperor and temporarily control the blue silver grass. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Guyi also burst out with a powerful aura, and the evil domain was directly opened. All the blue silver grass on the scene was suppressed, and even the Blue Silver King in the air was suppressed. Domain suppression. People with domains are simply crushed when fighting against people without domains. Give, or die. Guyi stood in place, and the murderous aura on his body was somewhat difficult to conceal. The surrounding blue silver grass trembled. When have they ever suffered such a strong oppression? The Blue Silver King was no longer as tough as before. It's not that I don't want to, but the girl next to you has a weak spirit and can't bear all the dedication of the blue silver grass. Sure enough, force is still needed to reason. Guyi did not put away the evil domain and said, these are not things you should worry about. You just need to complete what I ask. If Lin Qing only had the most basic blue silver grass spirit, he would naturally not be able to bear it. The spirit also has its limits. Don't forget that Lin Qing also practiced the grass and wood art. The grass and wood art is most suitable for absorbing the essence of plants to improve strength. This time, Guyi wanted to make Lin Qing's blue silver grass undergo a transformation. Even if it can't reach the level of a top-level spirit, it must be a high-level spirit. After practicing for these years, Lin Qing had already improved his blue silver grass spirit to the point that he was only a little short of reaching the level of an intermediate spirit. It was just a matter of finishing touch. Since it is your request, I just hope that you can let these weak blue silver grass go. The Blue Silver King said helplessly. Empress, I am afraid we will not be able to wait for your return. All of a sudden, all the blue silver grass in the whole area emitted a group of blue light spots, but the blue silver grass is the most abundant plant in the world. As the saying goes, the more you eat, the more you will be satisfied. Lin Qing was instantly surrounded by this blue ocean. Jinger, use the herbal formula to absorb the essence of these plants and improve your martial soul. Lin Qing nodded and absorbed the essence of these blue silver grasses seriously. They can be regarded as the same family and can be easily absorbed into the martial soul. So beautiful. Zhuqing looked at the blue ocean in front of her, and could no longer hold back the throbbing in her heart, and said in admiration. Sure enough, no girl can resist beautiful things. Guyi was also staring at the Blue Silver King in front of him at this moment. If it did something wrong, Lin Qing would be in danger. Fortunately, when everything was over, the Blue Silver King did not make trouble. At this moment, Lin Qing had a purple soul ring on his body. Not only that, the whole person also changed a lot, but his hair turned blue, his face became more delicate, and his figure improved a little. The appearance did not change. After all, Lin Qing only strengthened his martial soul, not awakened the soul beast bloodline in his body. Naturally, there would not be much change. Chapter 94 Taking the Soul Bone. Summon the martial soul. Guyi looked at Lin Qing and said, the improvement in cultivation is nothing, the improvement in foundation is really good. Yet, a blue silver grass appeared in Lin Qing's hand. So beautiful. Zhuqing and Lin Qing, the two girls, had no resistance to such beautiful things. The blue silver grass in Lin Qing's hand was like a sapphire, and it was many times more beautiful than the previous blue silver grass. My lord, this girl's martial soul is no weaker than mine. The Blue Silver King did not expect that an ordinary human child could actually absorb tens of thousands of blue silver grass essences. However, he also gained some benefits from it. Although he was just a soul beast, his wisdom was not lower than that of humans. The fluctuations generated by Lin Qing's cultivation were also of great help to him. It might even make his bloodline further advanced. Guyi nodded. This was the best result. After all, Lin Qing did not have the bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor, so it was impossible for him to evolve into the Blue Silver Emperor. It was a great improvement for his martial soul to reach the level of the Blue Silver King. One last thing, come with me. Guyi looked at the Blue Silver King entangled in the air and made the last request. Human, Don T, you are going too far. I have already given you what you want. The Blue Silver King suppressed his anger. It turned out that humans are cunning and can't be trusted. Even if it costs the blue silver grass in this forest, it will not let Guyi have a good time. At least, the two girls around him have no way to survive. I am not going to break the contract, but I have a better place for you to grow up. There, your cultivation will be improved tenfold or 100-fold, and I can help you find the Blue Silver Emperor. How about it? Lin Qing's current cultivation path has just started, and he needs the assistance of these Blue Silver clan with the same origin. The Blue Silver King ignored the other conditions and only attracted the last one. It has been too long since their clan lost the Blue Silver Emperor. The children who left home could not find the way home and could only drift outside. My lord, if you can really find the Blue Silver Emperor, even if I dedicate all my cultivation to the girl in front of you, I will not hesitate. €1. It is not important, the blue silver grass here is not important, only the Blue Silver Emperor is the most important. Only by welcoming the Blue Silver Emperor can they truly grow up. The blue silver grass is too weak. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Guyi will naturally not deceive a plant, and Lin Qing's future cultivation cannot do without the help of the higher level Blue Silver Emperor. Quantitative change can cause qualitative change, but what if it is a qualitative change from the beginning? My lord, I believe you, the strong are disdainful of lying. Then come in. Guyi took out the Ruyi treasure bag from his arms. This treasure that can store living things is just used to store the Blue Silver King. The Blue Silver King did not hesitate anymore, even if there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance, he must try. The Blue Silver clan can do without it, but not without the Blue Silver Emperor. Done, go home. Guyi gathered the bag in his hand and put it back in his arms again. Zhuqing and Lin Qing were confused. With just a few words, a 10,000-year soul beast took the initiative to enter the bag. And what exactly is the Blue Silver King they are talking about? But this time, both of them saw the other side of the world. There are very few animals that can speak human language, let alone plants. Come back to your senses. We have to go to another place. Guyi is naturally not trying to trick the Blue Silver King. Since he has already torn his face with Tang San and his son, some things should be done. Where else to go? After a few days of running around, Guyi's face was a little tired. After all, he is not a titled Douluo yet, and does not have the real ability to fly. He just manipulates the vitality of heaven and earth to make himself fly. Even with his current mental strength, he is a little tired. Master, what are we doing here? Lin Qing asked with some curiosity. Just left a forest, and now came to another forest. Find a grass. Looking at the vast forest, even he could not find the Blue Silver Emperor who had lost his cultivation and was hiding in the dark cave. But this was not difficult for him, because he still had a Blue Silver King with tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Come out. Guyi took out the Ruyi treasure bag and let the Blue Silver King inside come out. Big. The Blue Silver King who just came out was stunned before he finished a sentence, and then turned to look to the east. Your Majesty, it's your Majesty's breath. The Blue Silver King didn't have time to care about Guyi and others at this moment, and went directly to the place where the breath was. Let's go. Guyi also mentioned the two people beside him. The speed of the Blue Silver King was too fast. If they followed by themselves, they would only lose him. Soon, the few people came to a valley under the leadership of the Blue Silver King. There was a waterfall flowing directly into the pool. The environment was quite good. But these were not the key points. The Blue Silver King looked at the waterfall and rushed directly into the air. Before Guyi and others entered, they heard the Blue Silver King roaring, "Who is it, who dares to turn his majesty into this appearance, and put it in such a dark and humid place to suffer this torture?" When Guyi and others came in, they saw that the Blue Silver King was pouring his own cultivation into a small grass on the ground, and the expression on his face was so respectful and worshipful. Bloodline is everything. I think you should let it go out and then find a way to treat it. This place is not conducive to the cultivation of blue silver grass. After hearing this, the Blue Silver King carefully picked up the grass and the land on the ground, and then walked out. Plants cannot live without light. Guyi saw a box exposed under the Blue Silver Emperor. It must be the soul bone of the Blue Silver Emperor. He sucked it directly into his hand. Master, what is this? Lin Qing looked at the box in Guyi's hand curiously, and couldn't think of why someone would bury the box under the blue silver grass. 100,000 years of soul bone. Guyi broke the seal on the outside of the box and opened it directly. There was a soul bone safely inside. The Blue Silver King, who had just walked out, suddenly broke in. This is the soul bone of my emperor. The Blue Silver King didn't expect that this thing was still here, it was incredible. With this soul bone, His Majesty will recover much faster. My Lord, can this soul bone? The Blue Silver King hesitated. This is 100,000 soul bones. I'm afraid no human can return it. Just for His Majesty, he must try. No, this soul bone can't be given to you. Guyi said firmly. This thing is a good treasure for him, and he will never give it away. With this soul bone, the heaven-swallowing secret art can even be used a few more times. Chapter 95 Almost Awakening. Guyi's resolute attitude made the Blue Silver King helpless. Who made his strength inferior to others, otherwise he could have taken the soul bone back by force. I only said that I would take you to find the Blue Silver Emperor. The rest is not what you should fantasize about. If Lin Qing hadn't been unable to absorb the Blue Silver King's soul ring, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble before, and would have just killed him directly. Bring the Blue Silver Emperor in, and take you to a place where you can speed up your cultivation. Guyi opened the Ruyi treasure bag again and let the Blue Silver King in. After that, it took a few more days to return to the Sunset Forest, outside a poison barrier. Guyi also took out Douluo's snake scales at this moment. After all, it was Douluo's medicine yard, and he had to say hello to the owner before entering. Soon, in the eyes of the three people, a green figure walked out from inside. What are you doing? Could it be that some medicinal materials have been used up again? Douluo was still very happy to see Guyi, but he was a little unhappy to see the two girls, one big and one small, beside him. Old poison, I want to plant something here this time. Douluo put away the unhappiness on his face when he heard that Guyi was talking about serious matters. He didn't bring Yanyan with him. Douluo wanted the two of them to be together wholeheartedly. But he also knew that such an outstanding Guyi would definitely not have only one woman. He just hoped that Douluo could get what she wanted. Let's go, follow me in. Douluo led a few people into the poison barrier. There are so many exotic flowers and plants here. Lin Qing, as a plant soul master, also practiced the grass and tree technique and was very familiar with the smell of plants. It was rare to see so many plants with strong smells. If she were to practice here, her cultivation would be rapid. What exactly are you going to plant here? I want to remind you that ordinary plants are difficult to survive here. Douluo reminded. Don't worry, even you are not as good as it in terms of vitality. Guyi took out the Ruyi treasure bag and released the Blue Silver King and Blue Silver Emperor from it. Soul Beast. Douluo immediately became alert. The aura of this soul beast was extremely amazing, and it could even be considered powerful. If she hadn't come into contact with Guyi before, it was really possible that she couldn't beat this soul beast. Even now, she must be cautious. Don't be nervous, I just brought it to find a place to stay. Guyi said to Douluo with a smile, and then continued to say to the Blue Silver King, find a place to take root by yourself, remember not to harm any grass or tree here, otherwise not only you, but even your emperor will have to pay the price. Guyi just reminded him that the Blue Silver King did not have such great ability to destroy the environment here. Thank you, sir. The Blue Silver King subconsciously stretched out its roots. This was the first time he had encountered such a place. He did not need to cultivate the energy outside the body to drill into the body, and his cultivation improved very quickly. At the same time, he also planted the Blue Silver Emperor. The Blue Silver Emperor excitedly swung its branches and leaves. This environment made her very comfortable. Jinger, you will practice here in the future. Guyi had already planned for Lin Qing. Being able to practice beside the Blue Silver Emperor would be of great benefit to her blue silver grass. Lin Qing also knew that this was the master's favor to her, and he found a holy place for her to practice. Teacher, I also want to practice here. Zhuqing said hesitantly. The energy in this kind of place is extremely rich, which is very beneficial for the improvement of cultivation. She naturally wants to stay in this kind of cultivation place. This place is not suitable for you. I have other arrangements for you. Guyi did not agree to Zhuqing. Not everyone is suitable for this kind of environment. The place Zhuqing needs is not here. I need to stay here for a few days. Sorry to bother you. Guyi also wants to take advantage of this time to absorb the soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. This will also greatly increase his strength. Next time you come, if you don't bring Yunyan with you, you don't have to come again. Douluo played with a child's temper and didn't give him a good face. Guyi felt very kind and didn't think there was anything wrong. Douluo didn't waste time with Guyi here. He returned to his small room and continued to practice. He will slowly make up for the time wasted by snake venom over the years. The title of titled Douluo Goalkeeper, let others give this title. Guyi also took out the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor and prepared to absorb it. The Blue-Silver King who had taken root on the other side felt the Blue-Silver Emperor's aura, twisted his vines and saw Guyi holding the leg bone and preparing to absorb it. A trace of evil thought arose in his heart. If he took advantage of the moment when Guyi absorbed the soul bone, an unexpected attack might be able to take back His Majesty's soul bone and let the Blue-Silver Emperor return soon. But at this moment, Guyi suddenly raised his head and glanced at it. Just with this glance, he no longer dared to have any bad thoughts and immediately turned away. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, and nothing could be hidden. At the same time, they contained the deepest evil in the world. What did this human go through after all? His eyes were so deep that even this soul beast that had lived in this world for who knows how many years could not compare to him. Guyi lowered his head again and began to absorb the complete right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. The surrounding energy also gathered towards him as the soul bone was transformed into Guyi's right leg. As a soul beast with extremely strong vitality, the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone produced contained a huge and gentle vitality. The blue-gold breath infected the meridians. After all these years of training, Guyi's meridians are far better than those of titled Douluo, solid, smooth and wide. But even so, the meridians are still affected by these blue-gold auras, becoming wider and tougher. The induction between heaven and earth is getting closer and closer. Guyi even feels that his martial soul has the urge to awaken again. The last time he awakened was at the silver level. If he can awaken again this time, the meridian martial soul may become a true god-level martial soul. After all, no matter how powerful the meridian martial soul is, it still has not given birth to its own domain. Just when Guyi thought that his martial soul could awaken again, the blue-gold aura was a little weak, and this soul bone could not make the martial soul awaken again. However, Guyi continued to feel the peace of mind and comfort brought by the power of life. At this moment, even the oppression brought by the evil god Pearl disappeared, just like a baby who has not yet been born, pure and clean. However, this feeling did not last long, and Guyi woke up. Refreshed. Guyi glanced at the Blue-Silver King who was practicing silently, and was very satisfied that it did not make a move. No one could hide their evil thoughts in front of him. Chapter 96 The Prodigal Guyi. Old poison, I'm leaving. Please help take care of my little apprentice. Finally, I'll remind you, don't forget the important things in 7 days. Guyi shouted at the house. He would have to face many things when he returned this time. I know. If you want to leave, leave. Don't be so nagging here. Out of sight, out of mind. Douluo's voice came from the house, and he had no intention of coming out to meet. Guyi didn't care, so he took Zhuqing away. As for Lin Qing, let her practice here. The Sunset Forest is only 100 miles away from Tiandou city. With Guyi's fast journey, they arrived soon. Teacher, are you okay? But Guyi's condition is not very good now. Zhuqing looked at Guyi with bloodshot eyes. The evil aura on his body made her feel strangely familiar, as if it was the aura that erupted when using the evil domain. But the current teacher did not use the evil domain. You will go back to the academy later. I have something to do and need to go first. Guyi put Zhuqing on the side of the road and flew towards Yuexuan. Zhuqing looked at Guyi who was getting farther and farther away with worry. She was really worried and chased him with her body skills. Although Guyi was very fast, Zhuqing could still see some traces until she saw Guyi flying directly into the top floor of Yuexuan, and then she turned around and walked towards Tianwen Academy. How did you get into this state? Tang Yuehua was originally teaching students etiquette and harp downstairs, but now her cultivation and mental strength have improved a lot, not to mention that her martial soul has a strong suppressive effect on evil power, which is more sensitive than ordinary people. Guyi did not speak, but just sat cross-legged on the bed, trying to adapt to the erosion of evil power. Everything was arranged well. The evil god bead was very tolerant of evil power. As long as it did not exceed the limit, it could well tolerate the evil power and prevent him from being eroded by the evil power all the time. Once it exceeded this limit, the evil power would only become stronger and harder to suppress. Originally, Gu Yi would set aside some time every night to eliminate these evil powers, but he was on the road frequently during this period, so he did not have enough time. In addition, he was almost drowned when he returned to Tiandou city, a big city full of material desires. If it were not for his will to resist vigorously, he might not have been able to hold on to Yuexuan. With the help of Tang Yuehua's noble domain, Gu Yi's condition quickly stabilized. The evil power was also eliminated bit by bit. Gu Yi's breath also became calm. An hour later, Gu Yi opened his eyes. "Thank you." Tang Yuehua obviously did not want to hear this. She wanted to know what Gu Yi was doing during this period. He had been out for more than half a month. Didn't he know his condition? A pair of tender and beautiful eyes looked at Gu Yi without saying anything. If it was at other times, this kind of eyes would be very enjoyable, but in this state, it was a bit oppressive. "Have you been practicing smoothly during this period?" Tang Yuehua knew that Gu Yi didn't want to say it, and didn't force him. "It's okay, I can continue to practice." Tang Yuehua was very hard-working during this period. Not only did she have to take care of students during the day, but she also had to practice seriously when she rested at night. Wuhan, from time to time, he had to take time to think about Gu Yi's situation. "I wonder if Rong Xin has invited Madame Yuehua to join Tianwen College and become an etiquette teacher." Gu Yi looked at Tang Yuehua with burning eyes, his face full of expectation. "If you want me to be a guest of your college, it's very expensive." Tang Yuehua looked at Gu Yi and smiled. Under the moonlight, Tang Yuehua looked more noble and mysterious. Gu Yi subconsciously used the movements and tone learned from the evil thoughts picture, quickly approached, and hugged Tang Yuehua's slender waist at lightning speed, staring at her with deep eyes. The right hand felt unusually soft. "Eye to eye. I don't know if I am good enough." Gu Yi's temperament changed at this moment, like a playboy, hooking up with a decent woman. The unruly playboy may not be attractive to ordinary women, but for Tang Yuehua, who has not had a man for decades and lives in this noble Yuexuan. Life is boring as you can imagine, sometimes you just need some stimulation. Gu Yi at this moment is that stimulation. Plus he also has a good impression of Gu Yi. With this bonus, the attack power on Tang Yuehua can be imagined. "I 1/2 E, a cent E pound Psi a 1/2. Tang Yuehua subconsciously used her hands to resist the very aggressive Gu Yi, not understanding why this man would become so aggressive. But he is so charming. At this moment, even the noble domain can't help her. If it weren't for the years of noble cultivation that made her still have a trace of rationality, she really couldn't resist it. Escaped from Gu Yi's embrace, Tang Yuehua turned her back like a shy little girl and didn't look at Gu Yi. Her small earlobes had already turned a beautiful pink. Gu Yi didn't expect the effect to be so good. Maybe evil thoughts and memories are not always bad. At least it made him understand a lot of things that he had never touched before. After all, some things require two people, or even more. "Wait for the lady to come." Gu Yi came up behind Tang Yuehua, stretched out his head and whispered something in her ear, then disappeared. Madame Yuehua was left alone with her heart racing. Gu Yi did not return to the academy immediately, but walked on the street. Although he had many memories of this kind of thing in his mind, it was his first time to practice it, and he was a little excited. Tang Yuehua was a rare beauty, and she also had attribute bonuses, so it was normal for Gu Yi to lose control. It is impossible for a man to remain calm when communicating with such a beautiful woman all day long. It will be time for large-scale enrollment in 7 days. It is necessary to use these 7 days to adjust the state and ensure that the evil god Pearl will not be affected in the next period of time. And it is necessary to create momentum, otherwise it will be difficult to recruit students even if it is a large-scale recruitment. Good wine is afraid of deep alleys. Yuexuan is 1, Douluo is 1, Zhuqing is 1, and finally the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and perhaps the spirit hall can also be counted as 1. Gu Yi believes that with these 5 publicity, there will definitely be a lot of people coming. As for the rules of the academy, they have been designed long ago. The previous Shrek Academy was just an experiment that has not yet begun. After all, according to his previous plan, it should have been fully implemented after winning the Soul Master competition. But Ida Euro trademark is good now. The academy belongs to him completely, and he doesn't a Euro trademark need to change his mind because of some people. The next day, while teaching Zhuqing and others, he suddenly felt a familiar breath, and a smile appeared on his originally serious face. The few people in the audience were a little confused and didn't trademark know what Gu Yi was laughing at. But they soon knew. A beautiful figure appeared outside the classroom. It seems that your new teacher is also in place. Gu Yi couldn't help but smile when he saw Tang Yuehua at the door. Tang Yuehua didn't look at Gu Yi, but at the 6 people in the audience. These people will be her students from today. Chapter 97 Excitement. Tiandou City. All the citizens of Tiandou City know that there is an academy called Tianwen Academy. Not only is there a titled Douluo, but the dean does not discriminate against civilians, but pays great attention to them. More importantly, this academy will recruit students one day later. No matter how good you are, you can sign up as long as you have soul power, and you can become a member of the academy after passing the test. That's all the common people in Tiandou know, but the nobles in the city can smell something different. Tianwen Academy is so powerful that all forces are vying to promote it. Gu Yi, how powerful is it? No one can tell clearly. Far away in Wuhan City, Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace also received the news. Get ready, I'll also go and see how outstanding the academy that Wuhan Hall strongly advocates can be. Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan standing beside her showed incredible expressions on their faces. How could the Pope be interested in seeing the enrollment of an academy? But they did not dare to neglect it. The Pope's methods were quite ruthless. 7 treasures glazed sect. Feng Ji, do you really want to send so many sect disciples to be teachers and students? Gu Rong was not sure what is Bai Ning Fengzi doing. You should know that those who possess the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit can be regarded as the backbone of the sect. Instead of keeping him in the academy for careful training, he has to be sent out. What's the reason? Even if the boy surnamed Gu does have some skills, there is no need to pay so much attention to him. Uncle Gu Yi is not simple. Just based on his strange and bizarre self-created soul skills, it is enough for us to pay so much attention to him, plus his strength. Don't forget, he is the Soul King now. Although Ning Fengzi did not communicate much with his daughter, he still got some clues from her words. Maybe Gu Yi doesn't care about those self-created soul skills being passed on. This is an opportunity for their 7 treasures glazed sect. For such a large sect, the only pillars are the 2 elderly titled Douluo Jian and Gu, who are already in a state of lack of successors. This is the disadvantage of auxiliary martial spirits. Even if their Kai Bao Liulai sect has a huge amount of wealth in the world, if there is no strong person, it is no different from a child carrying a lot of money and swaggering in the market. Gu Yi's appearance gave him this opportunity. No matter what the result is, it can be regarded as an attempt. Gu Yi still used the evil field to hone the will of several people as usual, and there was no change at all because of the enrollment tomorrow. Tang Yuehua came over and looked at Gu Yi, who was a little leisurely. I really didn't know whether I should admire his big heart. You are really not nervous at all. What is there to be nervous about? No matter how many people come, it's not me who will lose. Gu Yi's face was full of indifference, just like he said, it's not me who will lose if they don't come. Why should I be nervous and worried? Gu Yi suddenly changed the subject and said to Tang Yuehua, but after you said that, I am really a little nervous. You have to compensate me. Tang Yuehua really didn't expect Gu Yi to become so childish now and play such a childish trick. I can't do anything about it. Tang Yuehua simply refused to take the challenge. Over the past few days, Gu Yi's attack power became stronger and stronger, and his personality in front of her became more and more unbridled. From time to time, he would hug her, which was simply not taking her seriously. You have to know that she was the famous Madame Yuehua. Looking at Tang Yuehua walking away from him, Gu Yi also smiled. He was getting more and more familiar with the control of the evil domain. Even if Tang Yuehua was not here now, he could control the situation well. However, the backlash brought by the evil god Pearl still needed Tang Yuehua's help. However, as time went by, the evil god Pearl became stronger and stronger under the erosion of evil power, and it could accommodate more evil power, which gave him more time to deal with the evil power. Gu Yi looked at the 4 people who were still struggling to hold on, and glanced at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had already failed and stood outside the domain. Dai Mubai's situation was a little wrong since Zhuqing came back last time. According to Zhuqing's explanation, it was that the martial soul induction between them had weakened. Gu Yi did not expect Dai Mubai's character to be so bad. Just because his martial soul sense weakened, his will also weakened. The current daimyo is a bit like Zhuqing before, but he is not as tenacious as her and is not defeated by difficulties. As for Zhuqing, after his enlightenment, her persistence time is increasing day by day. It will not take long for her to completely get rid of the influence of the past years. Really go to another path. As expected, Oscar persisted to the end again this time, but Ning Rongrong still gave him some surprises and persisted for a much longer time than before. After the end, Daimyo Bai found Guyi alone. "Teacher, I want to become stronger." Daimyo Bai stood in front of Guyi. Although he said he wanted to become stronger, he had no energy and spirit, and the whole person was like an eggplant hit by frost. To be honest, Guyi was a little disappointed. "Becoming stronger, is it? When you figure it out, come to see me again." Guyi walked away directly without paying attention to his request. "Before I walked far, I saw Tang Yuehua standing under the pillar, quiet and beautiful. He is a prince after all, and you taught him like this." Tang Yuehua didn't understand why Guyi had such an attitude towards Daimyo Bai. Guyi walked over, looked at Tang Yuehua and said, "In his current state, even if you give him a stronger technique, it will be useless. This step can only be seen by himself, and I can't help him. Besides, what he did before was indeed a bit cowardly, and it's fair to experience Zhuqing's feelings before." Tang Yuehua heard that he said so much just to vent Zhuqing's anger, and she was a little jealous. "I'm leaving." Tang Yuehua turned and walked towards the entrance of the academy. "Why are you leaving? The evil power has not been suppressed yet." Guyi took a few steps forward, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards the room. Now in front of Tang Yuehua, he is more and more like a romantic wanderer. "Ah, what are you doing? Put me down. I really have something to do back at Yuexuan." Tang Yuehua kept struggling in Guyi's arms, but she was too weak to resist Guyi. "Don't worry. I will take you back after the job is done." Guyi lowered his head and looked at Tang Yuehua in his arms. The distance between the two was very close. Tang Yuehua could even feel the heat from Guyi's breath. "Why are you like this? Put me down. I'm going to be attacked by others." People saw it. Tang Yuehua is now teaching Zhuqing and others etiquette. If she is found doing this kind of thing in public, how can she have the face to go to class? Chapter 98 The Pope appears. Guyi finally sent Tang Yuehua back to Yuexuan as agreed. However, when he was leaving, he was pinched hard by Tang Yuehua. Guyi cried out in pain. After all, it was normal to be pinched after taking such a big advantage. Wipe the red marks on his face. I have to say that it feels really good. The next day, the day of recruiting new students in the academy officially began. Guyi also got up early. He only set one assessment for this recruitment. If you can block the evil field and walk into the academy, you will be considered a student of Tianwen Academy. In his conception, Tianwen Academy should not be just a place to train soul masters. The academy should be a place where 100 flowers bloom, just like the Qin dynasty in the last world, where various theories emerged one after another. Of course, he is definitely not as good as those sages, it is just his idea. It depends on the results later. Looking at the many children and adults outside, he opened the door. In order to show his strength, Guyi directly wrote a line of words in the air with the energy of heaven and earth. "Walk into the gate, and you will be admitted successfully." Then he stood at the entrance of the academy, and the sixth soul ring appeared, and the dark black soul ring stimulated the hearts of everyone present. Guyi did not release the evil domain too much, extending it about 9 meters away. "Dingu, is it really considered a successful admission if you walk into the academy?" A father said tremblingly. He was just a commoner, and it was also considered that his ancestors had accumulated virtue. His son awakened his soul power and became a soul master, but his talent was too poor, and no high-level soul master academy was willing to accept him. He didn't have extra money to curry favor with the nobles, and it was precisely because he heard the news of Tianwen Academy that he came here to find an opportunity. The opportunity to become a noble. As long as his son can become a talent, everything is worth it. That's right, as long as the people present are of the right age and can enter the academy gate, they will be enrolled. After hearing Guyi's words, the father who asked the question pushed his bastard out. "Bastard, hurry up and seize the opportunity and walk in for me." The teenager beside his father looked at the gate of the academy with a yearning expression. As long as he walked in, he could get everything he wanted. Wealth, beauty, power, all of these will be in his pocket. The others just looked at all this with cold eyes. It was not that they did not want their children to enter this academy, but the requirement set by Guyi was a bit too weird. Other academies would select the best candidates for admission by comparing martial souls, soul power, and soul rings, even if they were not good enough. Add to that the 10,000-year soul ring that Guyi had just revealed, this matter was definitely not simple. Someone went to explore the way first, which saved them the effort. But this boy only took one step, the whole person was stunned in the place, his eyes were dull, as if he had encountered something wonderful and was immersed in it. As the controller of the domain, Guyi, with the blessing of the evil god bead, could understand the boy's thoughts. There is nothing wrong with pursuing power, wealth, and beauty, but he has long been assimilated by his former classmates. As long as he can get these, he can do whatever it takes and ignore family affection. In a few minutes, the boy only took 3 steps towards the gate of the academy, each step slower than the other. In the end, the expression on his face became ferocious, and the evil spirit had already invaded his mind. Guyi absorbed the evil spirit back at the last moment. You failed, this place is not suitable for you. Guyi said to the boy who had only taken 3 steps. His requirements were not strict, and even the evil domain was not fully unfolded, but the result was still the same. It can be imagined how unstable the boy's character and will are. What's going on? Everyone present didn't understand why they failed. It was totally unreasonable. With his current mastery of the evil realm, as long as he was not too powerful, he would not feel anything if he did not enter the realm. The boy's incident was just an episode, and soon someone launched another attack. And this time, he walked into the academy very easily. Congratulations, you succeeded. The girl who walked in was a little confused. She was considered successful, so simple. Really? My martial soul is just a small knife, and my innate soul power is only level 4. Can I enter? The girl looked at Guyi in disbelief. After Guyi said that she succeeded, she still reported her martial soul and innate soul power. Of course, I said that as long as she can walk in, she will be able to enter the academy. Zhuqing will take her to complete the admission procedures. After completing the procedures, you can go back to rest and come back in 7 days. Guyi said to Zhuqing behind him. There are many people who came to register today, and he alone is definitely too busy to handle it, so he had to ask Zhuqing and others to help. So relaxed, didn't the young man just walk slowly? Extremely strong contrast, making everyone present unable to believe what was going on. Some people started to challenge one after another, some failed, some succeeded, but most of them failed. However, they also recruited more than a dozen boys and girls with good character. The Pope is here. Someone shouted, and then a passage was cleared on the road leading to the Academy of Astronomy. An unreachable figure walked out under the 2 people, holding a scepter, and the Pope's clothes looked particularly eye-catching. Oh my God, the Pope actually appeared here. Greetings, the Pope. Everyone knelt on one knee in front of Pope Bibidong. This was not a requirement of the Spirit Hall, but a respect. Bibidong looked at the boy who she only knew from the letter, but felt a breath of the same origin, especially the field he was developing now, which made her feel a little familiar. Originally, she just wanted to see what kind of peerless genius this boy was, but she didn't expect there was an unexpected surprise. Guyi did not kneel down, looking at Bibidong. Not a bad move, hereby announced. Any student who can graduate from Tianwen Academy can join Wuhan Hall unconditionally, this is valid forever. Bibidong's words directly caused an uproar. Before, whether it was Kaibao Liulai Sect or Yuexuan, they were just propaganda. And now it is the most noble Pope of Wuhan Hall who personally promised, which is far more valuable than others. It is just like a civil servant in the previous life, as long as you enter Tianwen Academy, you can have a stable job. Thank you, Pope. Guyi is not an ungrateful person, Bibidong's move is undoubtedly to help him. You go up and try. Bibidong gave an order, and several boys and girls standing behind her went up. Obviously intend to try the entrance test. Everyone who saw this scene also became interested. How many people can succeed in the famous Wuhan Hall? Chapter 99 Bibidong's Loss of Control. The results came out soon, all passed. The Spirit Hall has the largest talent organization in the world, recruiting talents from all over the world. This is not something that other forces can do. If it weren't for Flanders, Ma Heng-jun and Oscar would have been recruited into the Spirit Hall. Those who can be brought by Bibidong are the best of the best, whether in terms of spirit, talent, or will. In the original work, Shrek Academy was able to defeat the Spirit Hall, which was a miracle that only happened under various coincidences. If there were no immortal grass and no Tang Sect unique skills brought by Tang San from another world, it would be a foolish dream to want to defeat the Spirit Hall. The Pope is indeed a man with a sharp eye, and these people are all talents. Gu Yi complimented, facing the strongest woman in the world, he was not cold. Even if it was a competition of hard power, he would probably not be able to beat Bibi Dong now. The strength of level 98 is not a joke. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's need to suppress the negative impact of the Rakshasa power, Tang Hao in the original book would have died if he dared to appear in the Spirit Hall. I'll wait for you in the Tiandou Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong said to Gu Yi in a very obscure way. She said this to Gu Yi alone. Bibi Dong left, but another group of people came. Ning Fengzi, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. It is also a major force on the Douluo continent, one of the top 3 sects. There are also 2 titled Douluos around him, and a group of disciples and middle-aged people behind him. Dingu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm sorry to see you here today. Ning Fengzi didn't put himself in a very high position, but just talked to Gu Yi on an equal basis. Gu Yi looked at the people following him and understood the purpose of Ning Fengzi's trip. But he didn't care. It happened that he was not only short of students, but also teachers. There were only 2 teachers, him and Tang Yuehua. How could this work? Now with the joining of the group of people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, it will be much easier. Of course we welcome you. Please come in, Sect Master Ning. Wrong, please entertain Sect Master Ning for me. Then the people brought by Ning Fengzi began to challenge. 5 or 6 out of 10 passed. It was not as high as the quality of the Spirit Hall, but it was not bad. After all, only 3 or 4 out of 10 people who came today passed. If you are applying for a teacher, you will have to take a second assessment after entering the academy. The assessment requirements between students and teachers are completely different, but they also need to pass the evil field. It is not possible that the students are of good quality, but the teachers are ugly. This is unbearable. Besides, the recruiting teachers cannot only look at strength, but also need to have knowledge-based talents. For example, Tang Yuehua, her strength is probably not even as good as the weakest Lin Qing, but she is still a teacher. The literary and martial arts exams previously formulated in Shrek Academy naturally cannot be lost, and it is just right to use them now. In the dead of night, a figure broke into the branch of the Spirit Hall in Tiandou City. The hall was brightly lit at this moment, but there was only one person, a woman. Hello, Pope. Gu Yi bowed slightly as a greeting. Let's not talk about what she will do next, but at least this woman has made great contributions to the world now. You are so respectful now, but you didn't have this attitude in the letter before. Bibi Dong's voice was extremely majestic. She sat on a chair with her legs together, revealing a pair of legs that were better than most women on Douluo continent. Letter? Gu Yi was a little confused at first, but then he realized that the letters between him and Qianrongxiu must have been intercepted by Bibi Dong, so she asked this question. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the Pope. Gu Yi smiled bitterly. Qianrongxiu was still too naive. I want to know how you plan to deal with me. Bibi Dong looked at the young man in front of her. She had been planning to overthrow her rule and build a new Wuhan Hall a few years ago. If it weren't for that old immortal thing, this kid would have died a long time ago. No one can stop her plan, and the Spirit Hall must disappear in the dust of history. From the day she lost her light, she lived just for this one thing. That day, she lost everything. Damn, can't you suppress it now? Gu Yi looked at Bibi Dong, who suddenly emerged with evil power, and felt sadder than eating shit. A crazy woman is really a crazy woman. At this time, Bibi Dong's temperament changed drastically, and she was completely different from before. Noble and gorgeous are gone, leaving only evil and killing. Even Gu Yi, who has mastered the evil god beads and the magic skills, was suppressed by this evil power. Divine power, absolutely divine power. Now Bibi Dong has been affected by the power of Rakshasa. If it weren't for her powerful cultivation and her will to revenge, she would never have persisted until now. In addition, during the day, although she didn't go in, she was still affected by Gu Yi's evil domain. It is precisely because of this that she suddenly lost control and couldn't be herself. Bibi Dong, with evil intent in her eyes, looked up at Gu Yi not far away, with an inexplicable smile on her lips and a devouring evil light in her eyes. She walked towards him step by step with her slender legs. Guyi was surprised to find that he could not move, his whole body was suppressed, and a more advanced soul power controlled him. No, he must not sit and wait for death. Evil God Pearl, planting magic skill. The only thing Guyi could think of was to let Bibi Dong recover, otherwise he would really die. Everyone is equal in front of the divine power. Not on the same level. Guyi frantically operated the planting magic skill to maximize the effect of the evil God Pearl. For a while, countless evil thoughts poured into the evil God Pearl, of course, including the evil thoughts in Bibi Dong, and even a trace of Rakshasa divine power was attracted in. Rakshasa, a first-level god, his divine power is not something that anyone can shake. But he happened to encounter another evil god bead with a higher status. The one who promoted the evil god bead was the evil god king, one of the law enforcers in the divine world, one of the 5 supreme gods, and he could be said to be a person standing at the top of the divine world. He was an absolute upper god like the Rakshasa god who relied on evil power. It was natural that he could attract a trace of divine power. Wake up! Guyi was madly absorbing the evil thoughts from Bibi Dong, and he was even a little crazy. The evil god bead had only been integrated into the demon seed for less than 3 months and had not yet fully grown. This time he fully released the evil god bead and the demon seeding skills, which directly overloaded the operation of the evil god bead, but the evil thoughts contained in the evil god bead were limited. The extra ones could only be digested by Guyi himself. Bibi Dong regained her independent consciousness under Guyi's full absorption, and instantly understood what was going on. As the first woman on Douluo continent who overcame the twin martial spirits and successfully cultivated, her talent was not inferior to others. Soon, she successfully suppressed the Rakshasa divine power. However, Guyi's current state is not very good, and can even be said to be very bad. The entire spiritual sea has become dark, and his consciousness is a little dazed. He may fall into a demon at any time. Chapter 100 Threat from the Pope. What god position did this kid inherit? The evil aura is even stronger than that of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong naturally guessed that Guyi inherited the god position, and could even feel a strange and powerful divine power from Guyi's depths, but this feeling was very weak. Sometimes there is no feeling. Bibi Dong just thought that Guyi's cultivation was too low and he could not control the powerful divine power. After all, even if she wanted to perfectly control the Rakshasa divine power with a soul power of level 98, it would be extremely difficult, and there would be a risk of explosion at any time. What's more, it was impossible for Guyi, a small soul emperor, to master it. However, she saw a glimmer of hope from Guyi, a glimmer of hope to quickly master the Rakshasa divine power and pass the test. Just now, she was almost in a state of madness, but because Guyi absorbed most of her evil thoughts and evil energy, she had the opportunity to regain consciousness and take back the initiative. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi, whose evil energy was getting worse and worse, and there was no good way to help him at this moment. Even she herself had not overcome the evil power, so how could she save Guyi? Bibi Dong sat back in the chair, quietly looking at Guyi who was in pain not far away. If he could hold on, no matter what means are used, Guyi must become hers. If he cannot hold on, there is no need to live. Guyi's mind is really about to be broken at this moment, and he is completely wrapped in lust. God knows how many human creation projects there are at night in this Douluo continent without entertainment facilities, and all of them are gathered in the sea of a Euro spirit, constantly impacting Guyi's spiritual will, and even the Rakshasa power absorbed from Bibi Dong makes him more difficult. Now even if Tang Yuehua is here, she can't help him. The sea of a Euro spirit is constantly eroded, turning black, gradually losing its light, and sinking into endless lust. At this time, Guyi stood up, and the breath on his body became extremely evil, like a real evil god. There was an evil light in his eyes, greedily looking at Bibi Dong sitting on the chair, especially when he saw her face that had lost its evil and was covered with light again, the lustful light was even more revealed. At this moment, Guyi was acting completely on instinct. There was only one last ray of light left in the sea of a Euro spirit. That was Guyi's last hope. If he couldn't find it back, he would be like the dark demon evil tiger and fall into hell completely. All the obscene scenes he had seen before were churning in his mind. Bibi Dong also saw the obscene look in Guyi's eyes at this moment and frowned. No man had dared to show this look to her for a long time. This is a taboo. Anyone who dares to touch it will die. Looking for death. Bibi Dong shot out a condensed soul power. With her current cultivation, even if she didn't use martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones. Using only soul power was enough to deal with any soul master below the 9th ring. 98 was almost close to demigod, not to mention that she had inherited the throne of God, and her strength was even more extraordinary. However, this was nothing to Guyi, who was trapped in lust. Even if she lost her independent consciousness, her combat experience was even better, and her perception was more sensitive. Darkening is 10 times stronger. Although Guyi is not that exaggerated, he is not weak either. Directly summoned the martial soul, and the 4th and 6th soul skills began to flash respectively, especially the 6th soul skill, the evil domain. This is a great suppression for Bibi Dong. Perhaps the evil domain is nothing to others, but it is particularly useful to Bibi Dong, who has long been invaded by evil spirits. Bibi Dong herself also understood this and quickly retreated. At this moment, Guyi did not use any martial arts, but only used the evil power to dissolve the soul attack from Bibi Dong. Damn it! Bibi Dong did not expect that Guyi's domain would restrain herself so much. If she could perfectly master the power of Rakshasa, the evil domain would not only not cause harm to herself, but would make her more comfortable. Immediately wanted to summon Gui Mei and Yu Guan. Before calling, Bibi Dong found that Guyi, who had a lustful face just now, suddenly became ferocious. It became calm for a while, and then it became ferocious, and its face kept changing. Almost one face per second. I am afraid that even the most superb face-changing master in the world cannot change his face so quickly. Bibi Dong also put away the intention of calling Gui Mei and Yu Guan, and planned to observe for a while. If it is not necessary, she really can't bear to kill Guyi. After all, Guyi's current state is somewhat similar to hers, and it is also a chance for her to become a god faster. So, she hopes that Guyi can resist the evil power and get out of it. But Bibi Dong also knows that this is a fantasy. After all, even she, a titled Douluo of level 98, can't resist it completely, let alone Guyi. At this time, the evil god bead in the sea of a spirituality has changed, or more accurately, the demon seed in the evil god bead has changed. The incomparably huge evil thoughts and evil power poured in, causing the demon seed, which was only a hair's breadth away from breaking out of the shell, to break out directly. Transformed into a miniature version of Guyi, the newly transformed demon seemed to be a little hungry. It waved its little hands and opened its little mouth towards the large amount of evil power in the sea of a spirit. Suddenly, the powerful suction force absorbed all the evil power into its stomach. Until the last trace of evil power was devoured, little Guyi burped as if he was full, and then fell asleep. Guyi also opened his eyes again, looking at Bibi Dong, who was a little distance away, showing a bitter smile. "Your Highness, you have hurt me badly. Are you okay?" Bibi Dong looked at Guyi, who suddenly recovered, and was still very vigilant. "Just barely." Guyi couldn't say that he hatched a version of himself. "It seems we can continue to talk." Bibi Dong sat back in the chair, still so noble, of course without the evil look just now. "Let's talk. I'm afraid I'll die if we continue talking." Guyi was really afraid of this crazy woman. Although she was pitiful, he couldn't risk his life to help her. If the demon species didn't mutate, he would be finished this time. This was not an exchange, it was a demon experience conference. It was really terrible. The last question, whose god did you get? Guyi was a little confused, but from what she said, she has a divine position? But Guyi knew that he definitely didn't have a divine position inheritance, at least not now. But Bibi Dong, who has a divine position, must have noticed something, otherwise she wouldn't have asked this question. Guyi's silence was within Bibi Dong's expectations. The divine position can be said to be the biggest secret in the world. If you don't tell me, you can't leave today. Bibi Dong became extremely strong and showed the majesty of ruling the spirit hall for so many years. She didn't lie. Guyi couldn't leave the Tiandou spirit hall without a clear explanation. The atmosphere instantly became tense.